The party was in full swing. People were having a blast. Duke Killian thanked the main girl for the dance, and the princess gave him a polite smile. He bowed and walked away. Charlotte jumped when a familiar voice icily asked if she enjoyed dancing with another man. She turned around and looked at Duke Adler, startled. The guy asked again, his voice laced with anger, if she liked it. Charlotte explained that she danced with Duke Killian because the main girl of the evening is supposed to start the dancing. They were obviously attracting attention standing in the middle of the hall, so she suggested moving somewhere else. But Duke Adler suddenly grabbed her arm. Then he spun her around and pulled her close. He asked the girl for a dance. Charlotte couldn't refuse, but Duke Adler immediately grilled her, asking why she was dancing with another guy if she loved him. The main character tried to explain it was just a dance to kick off the banquet, but the blonde dude coldly whispered in her ear that he'd kill them both if he ever caught another man's scent on her. No matter what, there are some things you just can't forget. Like the fact that the main character got isekai'd into this novel, and the guy in front of her is a serial killer who's gonna end her life down the line. The day Charlotte woke up in this world was the absolute worst. His Majesty snapped, annoyed that she was late again. Tomorrow, the Emperor plans to announce her engagement to the Duke to the whole empire, with the wedding in 6 months. Then, her dad introduced her to her fiancé, Duke Irenaeus von dem Adler. The main character's eyes widened in horror when she heard that name. She remembered the book's synopsis. Charlotte was supposed to be the serial killer's 8th victim on her wedding night. She'd been planning to start reading that novel yesterday. She'd slaved away for 5 days straight and ended up dying of exhaustion without ever reading it. And now, she was Charlotte, the main character in this crazy mess. It was just ridiculous, and she couldn't figure out why this had to happen to her and not someone else. Duke Adler approached her and said he was very pleased to meet her. This was their first official introduction before His Imperial Majesty. The main character froze until her father snapped, annoyed, that she needed to show some etiquette during her engagement. If Charlotte even thinks about bringing up marrying Duke Killian again, she can just forget it. Thing is, the main character didn't even know who that dude was. The Emperor threatened to strip her princess title if she was so damn eager to disobey him. Charlotte begged him to hear her out, but her father wasn't having it, and told the maid to escort the young folks to the drawing room, pronto. The main character couldn't believe they weren't even going to listen to her. Duke Adler bowed, ready to do whatever His Majesty asked. And just like that, they ended up in the drawing room, all alone. This guy was acting totally different now than he was in front of the Emperor. The main character noticed a fresh newspaper on the table, but it was the headline that really caught her eye. So, the article says, Duke Adler's topped Asgard's hottest bachelor list for the 3rd year running. He's basically the most eligible guy out there for all those high society ladies. But Charlotte, who everyone thinks is just a spoiled princess, is the lucky one who gets to marry him. Since it's a marriage of convenience, no need to see each other beforehand, right? So he proposed meeting on the wedding day itself, but the main character knew their wedding night would be the day she gets offed. In other words, Duke Adler's planning to ice Charlotte the next time they meet. Back in her previous life, the main character was a low-key prosecutor in the anti-corruption unit. She was totally buried in murder investigations head first. But in this life, Charlotte's not gonna die. The only way to survive is to get proof, and Charlotte plans to snag it when she meets him. So, she just straight up told Duke Adler she was head over heels for him the instant she saw him. The guy totally wasn't expecting that. He was so shocked he spilled tea all down his shirt. After wiping his mouth, the blonde asked, all skeptical-like, what she was even talking about. The girl explained she'd fallen for him, bam, first sight. And now she wanted a love match, not some business deal marriage. Yeah, right, Duke Adler wasn't buying any of it. Didn't Charlotte practically beg Duke Killian to marry her this morning? Even the stray dogs in the street knew about that. Looks like Blondie knew the princess was crushing hard, and Killian wasn't interested. So he figured he'd take advantage, but Charlotte confessed the Duke's blinding good looks made her forget about every other dude on the planet. I mean, Duke Adler was the most eligible bachelor, top dog in the whole empire. Of course Charlotte wanted to get with him. Just then, the Emperor walks right into the living room. The main character squealed, saying she totally digs Duke Adler and wants to see him every day now. The Emperor was stoked that his daughter finally came to her senses. Now he could hand Duke Adler his youngest daughter with a clear conscience. The guy reluctantly nodded and said he'd do everything His Majesty wants. As soon as the Duke left, the main character headed back to her room to freshen up. Some maid came up to her and offered to help out. The main character only read the book's summary, and all she knew was that her fiancé, Duke Adler, is a suspect in a bunch of murders. But right now, Charlotte needs way more info. So, she asked the maid what her name was. The girl nervously introduced herself as Martha Hudson. From the maid, our heroine learned she'd been working here for 4 years already. Out of the blue, Martha was surprised when the princess asked her name. The maid bowed and replied that Her Highness was called Charlotte von der Hause. Our heroine confessed straight up that she couldn't remember anything before today. Honestly, the girl didn't even know who she was. Martha told the princess she'd gotten weak over the past few days and probably lost her memory from starving herself. And not one member of the royal family had even come to see her. Apparently, because the real Charlotte was so nasty, they called her the bratty princess. There weren't many servants left, but Martha's clearly tough if she's managed to stick it out for 4 whole years. The heroine told the maid that she had always loved, trusted, and relied on her. Martha, looking guilty, said she had absolutely no idea. Charlotte begged her not to breathe a word to anyone about her current state, to keep it a secret. Martha agreed and promised to work even harder from now on to take care of the princess. Come to think of it, the lady had shown signs of amnesia before. Back then, the princess kept screaming, saying she never ordered anything like that to be done. The main character was stunned by this revelation. So, that's how she found out her mom was the emperor's favorite concubine, who died giving birth. And His Majesty, ignoring everyone's objections, officially made Charlotte a princess. Everything would have been fine, but the emperor just gave her the title and didn't show any more interest. The empress and their kids hated Charlotte, and even the nobles acted like she didn't exist. So basically, the main girl's just a princess in name only, with zero backup. And she only went on that hunger strike to stick it to the emperor, because she was head over heels for Duke Killian. All the princess wanted was to marry the guy, except Killian loathed Charlotte for being such a bitch. Even so, she risked her life, starving herself for a dude who openly hated her guts. The main character couldn't figure out why Duke Adler would even consider marrying such a rebellious princess. Setting her cup down, the princess asked Martha to bring her the past week's newspapers. The maid scurried off to do as she was told. Thank God the media is pretty advanced in this world. A serial killing? That's the kind of case the papers are gonna be all over, every single day. Charlotte found out there were already 4 victims. Right now, she needed intel more than anything, so she told Martha she needed an assistant. They headed to the imperial prison. See, the main character decided to pick her assistant from the inmates, since those guys understand villains. Martha introduced her cousin, who works as a prison guard, to the princess. The guy led them to inmate number 221. He was busted for attacking a nobleman, so the princess needs to be super careful. The inmate snarled that if the princess was planning to torture him, she could forget it, because he's a rabid dog who ain't afraid to bite the hand that feeds, even if it's wearing a fancy ring. Martha told the main character that this dude attacked a superior officer, his commanding officer. A guy like that has no business being near the princess. But Charlotte insisted on being alone with him, said she had something to discuss with Mr. John Watson. The girl didn't beat around the bush. She just straight up told him she wanted to buy his loyalty. John was totally lost, wondering what the hell was going on. The princess promised to pay his bail and vouch for him, but John wasn't about to become some kind of puppet for Her Highness. The main character said games weren't her thing. But of course, she needed something in return. Charlotte revealed her plan to launch an investigation, and she wanted John to help her for the next 6 months. She justified choosing him because he'd been an imperial investigator for a while. If John accepted the offer, the main character promised to make him a servant in the palace. And on top of that, the guy's gonna get a weekly paycheck now. John froze solid the second the princess promised to pay for his mom's treatment. The main character had no doubt she was about to get the answer she needed. With a smirk, the dude asked if he could call her ma'am now. The librarian freaked out big time when he saw the princess. Even though Charlotte had never been here before, from now on, they'd be seeing each other pretty damn often. The girl asked him to find the books on this list for her. The librarian completed his task in no time. The main character was always known for her work ethic. Memorizing everything in these books means a better chance of survival for our girl. This body was way weaker than in my past life, so I get tired all the time. Your Highness, the maid said, Mr. Watson is here to see you. John never thought he'd end up as Princess Charlotte's personal servant. The princess told him he didn't need to be so uptight around her. He suggested they keep things casual since he was now her personal attendant. Charlotte nodded, handed him a note, and told him to read it and burn it right away. The princess wanted him to gather information on serial killer cases for her. She was curious to study the case file records. Serial crimes are different than your run-of-the-mill murders. They have unique characteristics and patterns that can tell you about the killer himself. So, to get a read on this guy, we gotta dig into the files. Suddenly, a maid rushed into the room. She told her mistress that His Imperial Majesty was throwing a fancy breakfast today and wanted her there. The Emperor holds these breakfasts every week to spend time with his kids. Of course, it's not just a regular meal, because you got ministers and other bigwigs there. The real goal is to figure out which of the Emperor's offspring is worthy to inherit the throne. Thing is, Charlotte never goes to these things, because she's considered the least likely candidate. But Martha was stoked about this news, because now her mistress could get a raise if she shines. The Emperor was pissed that Charlotte was late. Again. The main character apologized and explained that she didn't get the memo about the reception right away. Frederick, the Emperor's eldest son, just said your maids need to pick up the pace. But Sister Camilla here chimed in, saying the maids are just following your lead. In the novel, they hated Charlotte more than anyone. Except now, the main character isn't the real Charlotte, so she just grins and asks if that's true. Her brother and sister scowled, asking if she even heard a word they said. His Highness just chuckled and told them to knock it off. Duke Adler's at breakfast today, which is why Charlotte got an invite. Camilla sneered that Charlotte's little starvation diet is clearly paying off. Except she's gotten so skinny lately, she'll probably just waste away to nothing. The main character didn't react to the taunts at all, just kept smiling. Camilla was absolutely livid after that stunt. Then, our main character shifted her gaze over to Duke Adler. He took a sip of his tea and gave her a suspicious look. Charlotte frowned, thinking, "Why is he looking at me like that?" Then, she flashed a sweet smile and winked at the guy. Caught completely off guard, Duke Adler spat out his tea. At breakfast, they started talking about how the harvest is going to be huge this year, so grain and flour prices might plummet. To keep prices up, we need to cut back on the supply. Since Charlotte hasn't been at breakfast in ages, they asked her if she had any ideas. The prince told her to keep quiet if she was just going to say something stupid about grain and flour having gods again. Charlotte only came here because the emperor ordered her to, but she wasn't going to put up with this crap anymore. They suggested seizing grain to feed the army, so she pointed out that it'd piss off the people, but nobody seemed to give a damn about that. Turns out, Frederick was the genius who came up with the army idea. Camilla's suggestion was slightly less dumb than the prince's. She suggested trading with other countries, which normally would be fine, except the political climate is totally messed up right now. The empire's been expanding its territory through endless wars. We just put down a rebellion, so exporting grain right now is basically suicide. But Camilla was convinced her idea was perfect. But Charlotte shot back that those neighboring countries could use the grain to screw us over and become a threat. So making that call would be a huge mistake. Instead, Charlotte suggested we ditch growing grains and give subsidies for fruits and vegetables. That way, the volume and supply will drop naturally. The main character was stoked she'd picked economics as her second major back in the day. Camilla was pissed, asking how the hell you grow fruits and vegetables where wheat used to grow. Charlotte calmly replied that they could plant barley on the biggest fields. The princess clearly wasn't expecting to hear that, but barley makes good malt, which we can export. The emperor was clearly pleased, so from now on, Charlotte would attend the weekly breakfast. Soon it was all over, and everyone started heading out to take care of their business. But the main character had her own agenda, so she walked right up to Duke Adler. She reminded her fiancé that they were supposed to be on a date today. It used to feel different, but now the way he was staring at her made Charlotte uncomfortable. The girl decided to double-check if the Duke's name was really Irenaeus von dem Adler, and he nodded. Since her fiancé's name was a mouthful, Charlotte suggested calling him Ren, but the Duke turned her down. Then the princess suggested he just call her Charlotte too, but the guy shot that down as well. The main character decided to take things slow and confessed to his lordship that she wanted to ask him a few questions, just 'cause she wanted to get to know him better. The guy didn't object and promised to try and answer everything honestly. The main character was super stoked and suggested they get right to it. Then, first thing she did was hit up the Duke and ask who his first love was. After grilling him, Charlotte found out a bunch about her fiancé, like he's 27 and 6'1". He went to the Imperial Military Academy, and now he's a government worker. But the Duke clammed up when she asked about his first love. Didn't get why the princess needed to know. He frowned when she explained it was super important to know his past. Charlotte knew the most important thing in any investigation is figuring out the motive. You usually judge that based on the perp's past, and background info can really help crack the case. It was crucial for her to understand why the Duke offed his wife on their wedding night. Maybe he's got a girl on the side, and the Emperor forced him to marry someone he didn't love. Duke Adler guessed the princess probably had a rough time in her past. But the main girl just smiled and said the past is in the past. Right now, the only person she's thinking about is Duke Adler. As soon as the guy said he didn't have a girlfriend, she asked if she was his first. Duke Adler confirmed what she said. The main girl didn't expect to learn that the Empire's most eligible bachelor had zero experience with women. The blonde guy decided to fire back with a question of his own. He'd heard Princess Charlotte was pretty persistent when it came to guys. He's probably talking about Her Highness's obsession with Duke Killian right now. The guy said he wanted to know why she acted that way. The Duke didn't get what was so great about him. Charlotte needs to think of something, and fast. But what the blonde really wanted to know was, when did Her Highness fall for him? If she doesn't answer now, she's gonna look super sus. So, Charlotte told her fiancé that his hair shone like the sun, and his eyes were the color of a clear sky. That's why she fell in love with his aura of elegance and nobility, duh. But that just made the Duke frown. and he told her to stop, because he got it already. Before long, the princess was back in her room, feeling totally drained, mentally and physically. Martha told her that Mr. Watson was waiting for her in the drawing room. The main character asked her to have him come up to her room, but she didn't want to go anywhere right now. When John arrived, Charlotte immediately apologized for being so rude. The guy said he was good and handed Her Highness what she'd asked for this morning. Somehow, John managed to dig up copies of the investigation reports. But this dude wasn't about to spill his secrets. 16 weeks back, the Mostyn family's governess bit the dust, strangled to death. 15 weeks ago, the owner of that fancy Solto restaurant kicked it. Same way, strangled. 10 weeks ago, the owner of Baby's Bakery was the victim, found in an alley with a rope around her neck. And 8 weeks back, something similar happened to Minister Dost's secretary. Bottom line, all the victims were strangled. They're estimating the suspects around 5'11", and probably in pretty good shape. Did this mean the random killings were completely without a motive? Duke Adler's a total specimen, plus he graduated from military academy. But he's not the only one who fits that profile, cause looks and rough estimates ain't gonna prove he's the killer. These crimes happened way back when, so there's zero evidence, and now we're stuck digging through case files. Right now, the biggest thing is figuring out the motive. John decided to ask why Her Highness was so interested in serial murders, but the main character decided to keep that secret under wraps. The guy decided not to push it and asked if she had any other orders for him. Charlotte told him she needed the dirt on Duke Adler, specifically that dude's relationships with other women. Best if John keeps this investigation on the down low. The guy just nodded, and that was his cue to bounce. Charlotte couldn't spill the real reason for the investigation to John, not when she didn't fully trust him yet. Duke Adler should have gotten her summons by now, so the letter's gotta be there. Turns out, the girl was right on the money. In the letter, the princess wrote that the Duke's handsome face was keeping her up at night, so she needed to see him ASAP. Before long, Charlotte got a reply. The Duke suggested meeting up near the Opera House at 7 p.m. The princess was stoked. She didn't have to beg the Emperor to set up a meeting. Pulling rank and all, Martha was squealing with delight, saying a date with opera music sounded super romantic. But right now, Her Highness needed to get ready. So our heroes finally meet up. Duke Adler says this show is the hottest ticket in the whole empire, which makes getting seats a real pain. The princess is thinking, if it's that hard, why are we even here? It's so dark, she can barely make out the dude's face, so she's stuck watching the opera. Right now, he's giving off this totally aloof vibe like, don't bother me. Charlotte admits that for a show this expensive, she'd rather be sitting face to face, just shooting the breeze. Honestly, investigating would be easier in some quiet place. Definitely not at the opera. Out of nowhere, the Duke says every day is way too much. In other words, they can't be hooking up every single day. It's a tough ask, considering Duke Adler's packed schedule, but he could probably swing once a week. The princess asked with a whimper if they could meet up more often. The blonde guy thought for a second, then said 2 was his absolute max. That was totally okay with our main girl. She decided she'd definitely invite him to some private spot next time. She didn't even realize she'd fallen asleep until Duke Adler was shaking her awake. Only then did she realize she'd been sleeping on his shoulder the whole time. The performance was long over. She apologized awkwardly, admitting she'd been sleeping terribly lately. She was pissed at herself for giving him another reason to think of her as some uncouth lady. Duke Adler asked if she was losing sleep because of him. Charlotte stared at him, totally confused. The blonde reminded her that she'd written about it in her letter. As soon as it clicked, she blurted out that she'd been losing sleep because she couldn't stop thinking about him. The guy promised to give her a heads up before their next meetup, so she could catch some Z's. That was the end of their date for the day. A few days later, Her Highness got an invitation to a debutante ball. It asked if Princess Charlotte would deign to attend. Then Martha mentioned Duke Killian would be there, but she just shrugged him off, saying she was over him. The maid said that meant she'd tell Count Mostyn that she wouldn't be coming. The main character perked up as soon as she heard Count Mostyn was throwing the ball. Turns out, he's throwing a party for his daughter, Mary Mostyn. A serial killer's spree usually follows a certain pattern, but in this case, the murders happened totally randomly. And for some messed up reason, there haven't been any new crimes for 8 weeks. Seeing the princess's stressed out face, Martha knew she still had feelings for Archduke Killian. The serial killer's first victim was the Mostyn family's governess. If there's been no pattern so far, it means the killer only strikes when he has a reason to. Maybe where the victims lived can help us figure out the killer's motives. That's why the main character said she changed her mind and is going to show up at the debutante ball, which means it's time for the princess to get all dolled up. Just then, Martha had to remind Her Highness that she had absolutely nothing to wear. The main character was like, "No way!" and immediately threw open her closet. Pointing at the overflowing dresses, Charlotte asked, "What the heck is all this?" The maid totally understood the princess's unique taste, but she needed to wear something different this time. The main character pointed out that all these dresses were super flashy and over the top, but she was speechless when she actually saw what they were like. The first one was Snow White, covered in beads, and basically screamed wedding dress. The second was way too revealing, with a plunging neckline and a completely bare back. And the third was just too poofy, looking like cotton candy, covered in lace from top to bottom. As long as Martha could remember, the princess had always insisted on these kinds of showstopper dresses to attract Duke Killian. So the main character finally found a dress that was kinda okay. But get this, she wore it to Baroness Irina's wedding not long ago, and even rocked the veil. Turns out the maid didn't stop Charlotte, because she didn't want to end up like Kate, who tried. Right now, the main character's entire budget is blown on the deposit and paying off Mr. Watson, which means she's got to pick a dress from what she's already got. The girl pulls out one of the least awful options. Taking one look at it, the princess shouts, "There's no way in hell she's wearing that thing." At the next meetup with Duke Adler, Charlotte tells him he doesn't have to bother being her partner at the ball. But after she said that, the dude's face just went dark. He asked her, then how should he interpret the letter Her Highness sent him before? The main character just stared at him, totally lost. The blonde explained that the princess had sent him a pretty steamy letter a few days back. In it, she was hoping they could hang out somewhere a little more private next time. The letter was all crumpled, like the Duke had deliberately crushed it out of anger. For some reason, the guy asked again if the princess was really that into him. Charlotte exclaimed that even the chandeliers in the palace knew how she felt about Duke Adler. So the blonde was confused why the princess was saying he didn't have to be her partner at the ball. Which was weird, because the main character figured her fiancé would be stoked about that. Suddenly, it hit her. He probably just suspected she was hiding something. Charlotte explained to her beloved Duke that she just didn't want to force him to do anything he didn't want to do. The guy shot back, like, that's the last thing he didn't want. Showing up to Lady Mostyn's debutante ball without his fiancé would trash his rep. The girl chirped back, saying she was thrilled to hear that. Then she confessed she actually wanted to bring up what she should wear that night. Charlotte asked the Duke if he'd mind if she showed off a little cleavage. The guy's face went totally red, and he asked what she meant by that. Was she actually planning on wearing a boob-bearing dress and flashing everyone at the ball? Charlotte admitted that buying a new dress was pushing her budget a little. She really didn't want to strut around in that trashy getup anyway. The dude was fuming, jaw clenched tight. Without a word, he just straight up ditched our girl. Duke Adler probably thought she was being a slob again and got pissed. A little later, after dolling up the princess, Martha wished her good luck. Charlotte's main goal right now is to score some extra cash for her place by getting the emperor to like her. That's why she's heading to breakfast. Even though she's a princess, the girl's allowance is a total joke. But today, our main character's gonna change all that. Out of the blue, Adler greeted Charlotte first. Just then, some dude pipes up, all whiny, asking if the head chef of the Imperial Palace doesn't know she's got a nut allergy. Camilla ordered them to take it away, pronto. The maid gave a sheepish apology, saying the head chef was out today. Even so, they decided to kick off the discussion. On the agenda today, the impact of the vanishing magic stones and wizards on the Empire, and its future. The main character totally wasn't expecting anything like this in this world, so she figured she'd hear her relatives out. But this time, they wanted Princess Charlotte's opinion first. Right then, a maid brought Princess Camilla some different pancakes, nut-free this time, but she turned them down. Everyone waited for Charlotte to speak up. If she doesn't come up with something quick, she's never seeing another fancy breakfast again. Suddenly, someone screamed, and a chair crashed to the floor. Covering her mouth, Camilla asked, freaked out, what happened to the maid, who was now lying on the floor, foaming at the mouth? The main character jumped right over to the victim. Camilla, confused, asked what she was doing. The maid's lips and nails were turning purple, and bright red blotches were popping up on her exposed skin. Charlotte ordered everyone not to touch anything, under any circumstances, especially not to put anything near their mouths or noses. The main character spotted Duke Adler in the crowd. For some reason, he looked kinda sad. This murder wasn't like the serial killer's MO, so her fiancé was in the clear this time. The main character announced that someone tried to poison the brunch guests with cyanide. Nobody there expected to hear something like that. Princess Charlotte really saved our asses from a massive bloodbath. Turns out the powdered sugar on those pancakes was laced with cyanide. They found poison in the sugar bowls in the kitchen too, so everyone got super lucky. Someone sprinkled poisoned sugar all over the grub and plates, and the maid who served the food just dropped dead. Classic poisoning symptoms. So that makes the sous chef our prime suspect right now. The knight backed up the princess, saying the head chef was out of town, so the sous chef cooked everything. But he's pleading ignorance. Keeps saying he doesn't know anything, no matter how hard the knights grill him. If that's the case, then the head chef has got to be behind this. The knight pointed out the head chef was a no-show today, but the main girl reminded everyone that this guy's in charge of the weekly menu, and he's the only one who handles the salt and sugar. The head chef could have totally messed with the sugar before he dipped. Thing is, those ingredients are super valuable in the Empire, so the sous chef isn't allowed to touch them. So we gotta arrest the head chef like now, before he bolts. Realizing what was up, the knights hauled ass to arrest the real culprit. Turns out, the Imperial Palace chef was caught at the border, trying to skip town. Just like we figured. He was a Cortinian spy from the country the Empire conquered 7 years ago. Ever since then, Cortina's been a hotbed of rebellions against the Empire, and now the spy tried to poison someone, which triggered a 3-day bloodbath inside the Emperor's palace. Anyone who didn't spot spies in the palace got executed. Just like the main character planned, she managed to score some points with the Emperor. He really valued her help with all this and doubled her palace's budget. Now things should be chill for a while. Wish it could always be like this though. For the first time, the main character was so caught up studying intel that it was way past dark out. On her way back to the castle, she suddenly heard some weird rustling sounds. She wondered if maybe the head chef wasn't the only enemy spy who'd managed to sneak in here. Plus, there are plenty of people in the palace who can't stand Charlotte. The main character started running, but then she tripped over a rock, and she just ate it, hitting the ground hard, screaming for help out of pure desperation and fear. John rushed over, looking all kinds of worried, asking the princess if she was okay. The guy reached out his hand, telling her not to be scared. But then, something rustled in the bushes again, and the princess let out a huge shriek, clinging to John's chest. Her body started shaking like a leaf from the fright. Turns out, it was just some regular-ass cat hiding in the bushes. Seeing it, the main girl asked, totally confused, if that's what had been stalking her this whole time. All the way back to the princess's room, John couldn't stop cracking up, because she got spooked by a freaking cat. The main girl snapped, all pissed off, saying she just thought she saw something. So, can he quit laughing his ass off and finally tell her what he's managed to dig up? Alright, so John figured he'd start with what the princess was really interested in. Duke Adler's personal life is squeaky clean, not even a whisper of gossip, which is weird for a guy that good looking. But that's not exactly what the princess is most curious about. His dad, the previous Duke Adler though, different story. 5 years ago, Adler Jr.'s real mom died from an illness, and now his stepmom is the Duchess von Adler. The main character wanted to know what their relationship was like. Nothing special there, but Lady Blair, his sister and only blood relative, he's totally devoted to her. She asked if they'd figured out why the Duke didn't join the Imperial Army after graduating from the military academy. John said only the Duke himself knows the real reason. But everyone agrees it's bizarre, because you can't get ahead in Asgard without serving in the Imperial Army. The Emperor's got a hard-on for more war, which is why he treats his soldiers so damn well. This whole thing stinks to high heaven. John spilled that the Duke Adler's old caretaker was actually the first victim in this murder spree. The main girl demanded he give her the deets, but the dude just chuckled, asking why she's sticking her nose into a serial killer case when she freaked out over a house cat the other day. The main girl explained she just thought she was all alone in the dark, that's all. John wondered if she, being a princess and all, wasn't supposed to have an escort. But Martha said the princess canned all her guards because none of them looked like Killian. The dark-haired guy found that reason for ditching the guards absolutely delightful. In that case, John said he was ready to throw his hat in the ring. Martha reminded Mr. Watson that he was supposed to be protecting Her Highness, Princess Charlotte. In response, the guy asked if he really had to come in here. The main character didn't want John baking outside in this heat. Plus, she needed both of them to help her pick a dress. Charlotte told her maid not to be so harsh, since John wasn't charging extra for his escort services. Martha immediately flashed a wide smile and excitedly told Mr. Watson that she was really counting on him. Lady Mostyn's debutante ball was right around the corner, so a lot of the dresses from the collection were already sold out. Right now, the most important thing is to pick something elegant and comfortable from what's left. The girl told John not to just stand there, and the man took a seat. And then the main character explained that she'd be trying on dresses one by one, so both her companions could give their opinions. The first dress just didn't quite capture the princess's beauty. The second dress looked more like a freaking cake, piled high with frosting. And all the other dresses were even worse than that one, which was making our girl start to lose hope. But then, the next dress, everyone loved it. This one, you could actually call perfect for a princess. John was straight up speechless, just staring at her. Finally snapping out of it, the guy said, all flustered, that Princess Charlotte finally looked like a real person. But she needed to eat more, that was for sure. Her wrists were way too thin, and you could still see the marks from last night. Agreeing with him, our girl told the salesman she'd take the dress she was wearing. The guy, surprised everything went so smoothly, promised to tailor a gown to the princess's measurements and send it to the palace. On her way back to the carriage, Charlotte overheard the ladies gossiping about Duke Killian and Duke Adler showing up at the debutante ball. They were dying to know which one of them would fall victim to her relentless obsession. One of the noble ladies even suggested that the lady across from them must be pretty worried about having a girl like that as a relative. The ladies went silent when they saw Princess Charlotte. Smirking slyly, the main character suggested they all have a cup of tea together. Charlotte figured she might be able to pry some useful intel out of them. She was about to ask a question, but the ladies cut her off, launching into a conversation with each other. From their chatter, Charlotte learned that these 4 girls met at the academy, but they were still blowing her off. Truth was, the princess knew that 3 of these ladies were Princess Camilla's entourage, always running after her. Since Charlotte was of imperial blood, they couldn't refuse her invitation, so they're just sitting there, sipping tea. Yo, so get this. The ladies were told this deal's gonna rake in at least $500 million gold. And that's just what they told them. The main girl was like, okay, what kind of business are we even talking about here? But then one of the dark-haired chicks just bolts up and says she's gotta rush to dinner with her mom, because it's getting late. She asks the blonde if she wants to tag along, and the girl just nods, looking all confused. The ladies practically sprinted out of the coffee shop, throwing a quick, "Thanks for your time, Your Highness," over their shoulders. And that was it. They just bailed. Like Charlotte's chopped liver or something. Out of nowhere, Lady Blair comes up to the princess and apologizes for what just went down. She was about to head out, when suddenly the main girl grabs her wrist and tells her to hold up. Charlotte just wanted to tell her not to invest in that business Lady Christina was talking about, because this is a straight-up scam. Blair was confused, asking what she meant. The main character explained that they can't guarantee profits like that when the business hasn't even launched yet. This girl knew for sure, since she'd already dealt with scammers before. Maybe her advice was hard to swallow, but Charlotte still asked her to listen and not invest. If it turns out it's not a con and is actually a profitable business, the princess promised to make up for all her lost earnings. Charlotte was saying this from the heart now, since they were about to become family. The Duke Adler's little sister took Her Highness's advice. If the advice proves worthwhile, the main character asked Blair to tell her more about her brother next time they met. After all, the main character had so many questions about the Duke. And then the girl escorted Blair to the carriage, and the Duchess's sister took off. Martha asked Her Highness, all worked up, if everything would be all right, since those ladies are known supporters of Princess Camilla. The main character replied, saying if you sit by the river long enough, sooner or later, you'll see the corpses of your enemies float by. Charlotte still had no clue she was being played, and now she had to foot the bill for all the ladies' desserts. Finally, the day of Lady Mostyn's debut ball had arrived. Except Princess Charlotte got sent the completely wrong dress. The main character guessed that they probably messed up the delivery, since this dress is way too expensive. But suddenly, Martha found a letter from Duke Adler. In it, the man announced that in honor of the debut ball, he would pick up Princess Charlotte at 6 o'clock in the evening. Just as expected, the Duke's so thoughtful. He even sent a dress for the girl. But the main character didn't argue and tried on the dress he gave her, which looked amazing on her too. Charlotte had John take her carriage to the Mostyn estate and wait nearby, just in case, until the ball was over. When the princess came outside, Duke Adler told her he'd been waiting for her. The man held out his hand, inviting the lady to depart. While in the carriage, the Duke asked the princess if she had any thoughts at all about his evening tailcoat. Charlotte answered with a wide smile, saying she never got tired of admiring his elegant and refined style. The Duke decided to ask if she was falling for him all over again. That statement stunned Charlotte, so she awkwardly replied that the Duke's influence was, as always, boundless. Soon, they arrived at the debutante ball in honor of Lady Mostyn. The Empire's most eligible bachelor and the capricious princess were definitely a hot topic for gossip. This was the main girl's first time at a shindig like this, but she wasn't even sure if Adler had her back. Some dude clapped the Duke on the shoulder, saying it felt like ages since they last met up. Turns out it was Marquise Breget, and he immediately greeted Her Highness. But then the guy added he almost didn't spot the princess, because her outfit wasn't exactly screaming for attention. The Marquis had no clue the princess would show up wearing something so low-key. Charlotte replied that she's been branching out with her wardrobe choices lately. If only Marquise Breget knew the princess had such a chill personality, he would have been the first to propose, back when His Majesty was hunting for a volunteer husband for her. The Marquis is totally taking the piss now, but she just gave him a sly smile and said, too bad. He missed his chance. The guy definitely wasn't expecting that kind of comeback. I didn't say anything, just asked if I could steal Duke Adler from her for a second. Since I'm not a regular face in their social scene, these guys are way too interested. The main character didn't object. None of these people dared to even get close while Charlotte was with her fiancé. Right now, Duke Adler's sticking out like a sore thumb in this crowd. The main character figured Charlotte might have been wearing all those crazy dresses to get attention. I've been living in this body for a few weeks now, and I think I'm starting to get invested in this chick's story. Come to think of it, not being the center of attention is actually working in my favor, because I've got stuff to do. Out of nowhere, the main character bumped into Duke Killian. The guy just scoffed at the princess and cursed under his breath. He didn't need anything from the royal family. That's why he had no problem humiliating Charlotte, who was totally crushing on him. Killian was a big reason Charlotte was getting laughed at by everyone. But our girl decided to stand up for Charlotte's honor. Or more like, her honor now. Especially against this jerk. She told the Duke that his treatment of the imperial princess was pretty low, and turning his back was straight up disrespectful. Annoyed, the guy asked if she was changing her game, and was now going to try and threaten him. Our girl told him to remember his manners next time, or she'd accuse him of insulting her family. Duke Killian didn't expect the princess to just say goodbye and leave. So he had to ask, is that it? The main character asked coldly if they hadn't already said everything they needed to say. Charlotte reminded him that she was now engaged to Duke Adler, so she had no lingering feelings for him whatsoever. Then, she headed to the end room on the second floor of the Mostyn estate. Thanks to John's note, she easily found the first victim's room. But then, she was suddenly overcome by a coughing fit, and red spots started rapidly appearing on her hands, which indicated an allergic reaction. Suddenly, a maid walked into the room and snapped, "Who are you?" If rumors start flying that the princess is investigating a serial murder case at the Earl's estate, it's gonna be bad. But apparently, this maid didn't recognize Charlotte as the princess. So, the heroine decided to take control of the situation and exclaimed indignantly, "How dare you talk to me like that?" Charlotte kept yelling, wondering if Count Mostyn hired his maids off Craigslist or something. The maid just lowered her head apologetically and mumbled an apology. The princess asked, annoyed, how she could even clean this room when her skin was already breaking out in hives and itching like crazy. The maid bowed, terrified, and told her ladyship she misunderstood everything. Turns out it wasn't bad cleaning at all, but probably something to do with the peaches. The guy who lived in this room was experimenting with peaches or something. The whole carpet and the cracks in the floorboards are full of peach fuzz, and all the other maids who cleaned here got hives. But the main character still didn't get how these fruits were connected to the serial killings. Crossing her arms, Charlotte huffed and said she'd let it slide this time. Looks like this maid still hasn't figured out she's a princess. As she walked past one of the rooms, the girl overheard the lady complaining they were totally broke now. I mean, who knew Viscount Ian would take all their cash and just ditch them? The main character figured it wasn't her problem, until the bakery broad started yelling that Lady Blair was a total traitor. If she thought she could just keep to herself and their friend group, these ladies weren't about to let it slide. Charlotte immediately barged into the room. Frowning, she asked what the hell was going on. And then she saw Duke Adler's scared little sister, with tears streaming down her face. Lady Christina snapped that it was none of her highness's business. Crossing her arms, Charlotte reminded them that Lady Blair was about to be part of the imperial family. But another lady just scoffed, saying not all blood is blue. So, the main character smirks and asks if they're the noble types who blame everyone else for their own screw-ups. The princess saying that really pissed off those girls. But they'd already gone too far, taking their anger out on someone who hadn't done anything wrong. Christina huffed and said Lady Bear was to blame, because she promised she'd invest with them. But the blonde shouts back, reminding her that she told them not to rush into anything. The blue-haired girl snidely asks the traitor if that's what she's learned from her new relative. The main character coldly asks if they're ready to take responsibility for what they've said. Right now, Charlotte could straight up accuse these girls of insulting the imperial family. But Christina shot back, saying she never mentioned the princess's name, so it doesn't count as an insult. The main character laughs, asking if she really thinks she can get away with this that easily. Seriously? Christina asked, all cocky. You don't think so? Charlotte stomped over to the table, grabbed the wine bottle. Then she just exploded, yelling that a fist works way better than the law. The ladies freaked out, screaming that Princess Charlotte was completely nuts, and then they bolted, yelling their heads off. The main girl felt bad and told the blonde not to get the wrong idea. She just wanted to tell those girls off. Lady Blair hung her head and mumbled a flustered thanks to the princess for helping. Just then, the main character's strength gave out, and the wine bottle slipped and shattered on the floor. The blonde stared at the princess, all worried, and asked if she was okay. Right at that moment, Duke Adler burst into the room. He immediately started yelling about what the hell was going on. The main girl explained she'd just broken a wine glass, and that the rest wasn't what he thought. The guy coldly asked what she'd done with his sister. Blair tried to explain the situation to her brother, but he wouldn't listen, saying he saw those people running screaming from the room. And then he heard the sound of breaking glass. Charlotte was sure that if he only heard the sound, he definitely misunderstood everything, so she wanted to explain. However, the Duke coldly asked if she was going to lie to his face again, since she's always been good at that. In his opinion, the princess wanted to keep playing the innocent little lamb. The guy didn't want to hear these pathetic excuses, because he'd thought Her Highness had changed. But you can't hide a person's true nature. No matter what she said, the main character was sure he wouldn't believe her. Guess Charlotte had a little too much faith in people. Nobody cares about her feelings or the truth, so she just left the room without a word. Charlotte felt totally betrayed. All she wanted was to help Lady Blair. Maybe Duke Adler would straight up murder her himself. He'd hate her so much after today. The girl was drained. She had no fight left in her. Out of nowhere, John asked the princess if she was done dancing already. The main character just blankly said, yeah. The guy asked what the moves were like when they were dancing. Looks like the Duke wasn't taking Her Highness back to the palace tonight. So John said he'd call for a carriage himself. Charlotte grumbled that she hates being alone in the dark. The guy agreed, because at night you could run into some freaky rabbits that might bite you or even eat you. The princess told him to stop messing with her. Holding his hands out, John asked Her Highness if she needed a hand, before she collapsed from boredom. The main character didn't resist, because she just wanted this over with already. The guy scooped up the princess, and she anxiously asked if he was struggling. But John replied that she was so frail, the wind would probably blow her away one day. Turning her head back, the main character spotted Duke Adler standing at the top of the stairs. The blonde was staring right into her eyes. The main character looked away when John called her name, and mentioned that the dress she picked out earlier really suited her. That put a smile on Charlotte's face. The next day, Martha asked the lady, all worked up, if she wasn't going to send Duke Adler a letter today. The princess was about to answer, but right then, John burst into the room, clearly freaked out about something. The main character reminded him that she didn't need an escort today, but the guy said they found a 5th victim this morning, and chances are, Your Highness knows this person, cause it's Marquis Breg, and they found him dead this morning. Duke Adler comes from the most respected and richest family in the Asgard Empire. You can call Irenaeus von dem Adler just Ren for short. Duke Adler took the best qualities from both his parents, and grew into a handsome and impressive man. His life was chill and easy, right up until disaster struck. So, another marriage proposal landed on his doorstep, but Ren told them to burn it all, which totally pissed off his mom and made her freak out. She was worried about his future, cause Ren really needed a wife right now, but the dude figured his mom's health was the top priority. He promised he'd think about getting married later, but the Duchess wanted to see his fiancée before she kicked the bucket. Ren collapsed on the bed, totally drained, and begged his mom not to talk like that. But the Duchess never got to pick him a bride, and Ren couldn't save his mom. Then, boom, right after the funeral, their dad introduces them to their new mom. The Duke said he met her while he was leading the charge on Cortina and fell head over heels. Ren knew back then his mother was still healthy, his mother's death, his father's affair. It all hit him hard, freezing his heart solid. A few years later, Ren's father passed away too. The young man quietly accepted the title and lands, becoming the next Duke Adler, and his world finally went dark. But then one day, the Emperor reminded him that the mining license was expiring this year. So, as payment, he was offered an engagement to the Emperor's youngest daughter, even if he couldn't stand the thought of his future wife. Ren couldn't disobey the Emperor's orders. But at their first meeting, the princess confessed she'd fallen for him at first sight. The guy couldn't even stand breathing the same air as her, and Charlotte wanted them to play the part of a lovey-dovey couple. If it wasn't for that license, he wouldn't give her the time of day. But once the princess told him what she liked about him, he started checking himself out in the mirror all the time. One day, Duke Adler asked Alfred if everything was set. The assistant nodded, because he'd managed to snag the best seats to the hottest opera in town. On the date, the girl confessed she'd rather just sit face to face and chat about nothing. Just looking at his face made the princess like 10 times happier. With every word Charlotte said, Ren's face got redder and redder. He was expecting to be blown away by the opera, because he'd shelled out a fortune for the tickets. But the princess just decided to nap on his shoulder. This tactless, uncouth girl hadn't changed a bit. Ren decided that after this aria was over, he was going to shake her royal highness off his shoulder. But 5 arias later, the dude was still sitting there with the princess sleeping on him. Remembering Charlotte saying her mind was only on the Duke, Ren figured that's why she was so worn out. If he didn't want that happening again, he needed to think about the princess's well-being and schedule their meetings ahead of time. From that point on, all the way up to Lady Mostyn's debut, Ren was going through a rough patch. At breakfast, Princess Charlotte winked at him so sweetly, the man couldn't deny he liked it. The princess's compliments were starting to drive him crazy. Ren couldn't admit to himself that Charlotte's words had gotten under his skin. With every new letter from the girl, a smile started to creep onto the man's face as he read them. The latest letters seemed more open and daring. Alfred asked his master if he would be attending Lady Mostyn's debut. Wren hated these fancy social events, so he told them he wasn't going. The aide nodded and said he'd send an apology letter right away then. But Wren remembered the princess had probably asked him to the ball, so he changed his mind. Plus, the Duke decided to ask his assistant what it meant if a girl asked to meet in a quiet, private place. Alfred guessed that this meeting implied things were going to escalate. Then Wren asked what it meant if a girl said her heart burned when she thought about a certain guy. That totally stumped the assistant. Duke Adler's face went red when the assistant told him to prepare to defend himself. Rereading Charlotte's letter again, Wren wondered if he was really that attractive. Things were obviously getting out of hand, so the Duke decided to meet the princess and figure out what was up. If she asks him to do something messed up, gotta shut that down immediately. But out of nowhere, Charlotte tells him he doesn't have to escort her to the debutante ball. The Duke straight up did not see that coming. He reminds her that she herself said she was into him, but she says she doesn't want her beloved Duke to have to do stuff he hates. Charlotte's eyes bug out when he tells her he's going to Lady Mostyn's debut. If he doesn't show up to the ball with his fiancée, his reputation's gonna tank. Wren figures he'll bring this up more often to avoid this kind of crap in the future. But then, out of left field, the princess asks if he'd mind if she wore a low-cut dress. That totally threw the guy for a loop right then and there. Back at his estate, he ordered Alfred to buy a dress for Princess Charlotte, because a gift like that from her fiancé wouldn't raise any eyebrows. With the mining license renewal coming up, the princess needs to show her dad some love. Alfred promised to get everything ready and sent over, but the Duke said he needed to personally approve the design before they ordered anything. None of the options his assistant showed him were cutting it for Rena. So Duke Adler had to head into the city himself to find a dress for Her Highness the Princess. And finally, he found the perfect one. The dress in the display window would be a perfect fit for Princess Charlotte's refined tastes. So, without hesitating, Wren headed into the boutique. But the saleslady gave the Duke an apologetic look, because the dress was already on hold for another customer. Wren just calmly said he was willing to buy it out. The woman complimented his excellent taste, but repeated that the dress already belonged to Viscount Whittaker's daughter. Duke Adler told the saleswoman not to forget who she was talking to. The owner of the most popular boutique apologized to him right away, but her eyes went wide when the esteemed Duke suddenly offered to pay triple. That kind of money would definitely cover any losses. Later, at the social breakfast, Wren tried to explain he'd bought the dress, but then the poisoning happened out of nowhere. The Emperor's palace was locked down, and he lost contact with the princess for a long time. It's pretty crazy that Charlotte was the one who did the most to stop the Emperor from getting killed. And what's crazy, when Wren found out she was the one who nailed the culprit, he felt proud for some reason. On the night of her debut ball, he was actually glad he'd gotten her a dress that wasn't too revealing. There were already way too many guys ogling the princess, so Wren started thinking he should have picked a dress that was even less flashy. Suddenly, Marquis Breguet strolled up to him. Ever since military academy, that guy had sparked this weird rivalry in Wren, and now he was just faking being friendly. Out of nowhere, the Marquis said that if he'd known the princess was so sweet, he would have proposed ages ago. Every single word that guy said was grating on Wren's nerves. When the Marquis asked to borrow the Duke for a minute, the princess, for some reason, didn't object. But Wren hadn't agreed to anything, and if Charlotte had shown she didn't want him to go, he wouldn't have budged. After pulling the Duke away from the princess, the Marquis announced he'd managed to rescue his buddy from the clutches of the Empire's worst woman. Out of nowhere, this lady drops the bomb that Princess Charlotte jacked her dress from Lady Whittaker. The poor girl's so messed up by the injustice, she can't even sleep. Lady Whittaker claims Her Highness just waltzed into the boutique and demanded the dress, so she had to hand it over, before the princess just straight up ripped it off her back. Duke Adler decides to ask Lady Whittaker, who told her about the dress. She fires back that she saw the whole thing at the boutique, and he'd be shocked if he'd been there. Plus, the princess apparently said some seriously nasty stuff to her. But then, BAM. Duke Adler turns ice cold and asks her what kind of proof she's got. Lady Whittaker just repeats that Princess Charlotte stole her freaking dress, but she definitely wasn't expecting the Duke to drop that he was actually at that boutique. So he was the one who bought that dress. But if the guy remembers correctly, Lady Whittaker wasn't even in the boutique like she's claiming. She immediately started making excuses, saying she misspoke because that's what she heard from the boutique. But the Duke pointed out that the boutique owner had no clue who would end up wearing the dress. Lady Whittaker just jammed together two things, her canceled order and the princess wearing the dress today, and spun some BS story. Losing it, she yelled that the princess stole her dress anyway, and she's the one who suffered. But last Wren checked, he paid compensation that more than covered the cost of that dress and buying a new one. If she's gonna lie, she could at least try a little harder. because the Duke wasn't gonna put up with lies about his future wife. Lady Whittaker was officially out of excuses. Marquis Brej jumped in, saying she probably just got confused because Princess Charlotte always lies, so her reputation is trash. But Wren shot back that hearing that from a guy running shady ops in Cortina was a joke. The dude stammered, saying he was just following the commander's orders. Just then, the girls squealed that Duke Killian had arrived at the ball. Lady Whittaker was immediately hustled off to greet the guests too. Duke Adler cursed under his breath, hoping Princess Charlotte hadn't run to meet her ex. Duke Killian was a real hit with the ladies, though he could be pretty clueless. Marquis Brej wouldn't mind getting cozy with a girl throwing herself at him, but the Duke hadn't even laid a finger on her yet. Or maybe he already had a taste and they just didn't know it. The glass in Wren's hand cracked. "Don't you dare cross that line in my presence," he said to the Marquise, his voice like ice. But the rest of them were betting that no matter how much Duke Adler was protecting the princess right now, she'd still run off to Duke Killian. Wiping spilled champagne off his hands, Wren promised the Marquis he'd pay for those words. And then he threw a handkerchief at his feet and walked away. If she wasn't his partner, he wouldn't have to attend these stupid events. Suddenly, the guy stopped dead in his tracks. He spotted Charlotte with Duke Killian not too far away. She was smiling, clearly having a nice little chat with that other dude. Duke Adler decided to head out onto the terrace. Now he got it. The princess was trying to get him to drop out of the partnership because she knew Duke Killian would be at this ball too. Everybody knows Charlotte's lying every time she opens her mouth. Suddenly, the guy hears screaming about how Princess Charlotte is totally out of her mind. The Duke recognized the ladies fleeing as Blair's usual hangout crew. A terrifying thought hit him. He bolted to the room where his little sister, and apparently Princess Charlotte, were. At the doorway, he saw his sister freaked out, and her highness with her hand outstretched. And a broken wine bottle was lying on the floor. Blair clearly wasn't expecting a rescue to come so soon, but seeing that desperate, scared look in her eyes, the guy just snapped. In a fit of rage, he yelled at the princess, not even realizing what he was saying. After hearing all that, Charlotte just walked out. As soon as they were alone, Blair angrily asked her brother what the heck he was doing. The princess actually helped her out when she was being bullied. The wine bottle slipped by accident, but Wren shoved the princess without even letting her say a word. The guy, totally lost, asked his sister why she hadn't told him any of this. Blair yelled that she tried to explain, but he wouldn't listen, and now the blonde had no idea how she could ever face Princess Charlotte again after that. Feeling desperate, the guy tried to catch up with her highness. By that time, she'd already made it outside. The girl was standing just a few feet away from him. If he walks over here, explains himself, and apologizes for this whole mess, we can salvage this situation. But then, out of nowhere, some dude walks up to Charlotte. He scoops the princess up in his arms, and she doesn't even fight it. That's when Charlotte turns her head, and their eyes lock. But she immediately looks away, like she's drawing a huge line between them. And then the guy just walks off with the princess, and Wren doesn't even try to stop him. A few days go by, and Duke Adler hasn't heard a single word from the princess, even though it used to be the opposite. Ever since they got engaged, she'd write to him every single day. Blair even said that if she were her highness, she wouldn't want to see him ever again. Wren remembered that they weren't even supposed to see each other before the wedding in the first place. So even if Charlotte wasn't interested in him anymore, it wouldn't change a thing. Or so the Duke tried to convince himself. Suddenly, Alfred burst into the office. The Duke, all aloof, asked what was so important he couldn't even knock. Wren's cheeks flushed red the second he found out he'd received a letter from Princess Charlotte. Clearing his throat, the Duke said it wasn't worth making such a fuss over just one letter. But then, the aide blurted out that Princess Charlotte was currently in the Investigation Bureau's custody. The Duke froze, picturing the girl sitting behind bars. A few hours before, a pale Wren bolted out of his office. John reported that the crime happened early this morning, and the method was the same as before. But here's the weird part. Marquis Brej had military training, so to take him down, the killer had to be physically superior. Charlotte decided she wouldn't drop the investigation, just because she was pissed at the Duke. The crime scene's in Norwood Alley, right where John was born. But it's definitely not a hangout for high society types, because it's crawling with bums and criminals. The victim's body's probably at the Investigation Bureau morgue right now. But it'll look suspicious if a princess suddenly wants to check out a corpse. Still, the body'll tell a better story about the murder than any evidence. So Charlotte wanted to see for herself. John was curious why the princess was so into this, but she didn't say a word. The main character asked the guy if the bureau had a holding cell. She smirked as soon as John stammered out that they did. Soon, the main character transformed, slapping on a wig and secretly borrowing Martha's going-out dress. Well, she wasn't exactly princess material anymore. Charlotte told him to keep his distance. But the second those detectives grabbed her, he couldn't lag behind. Popping open a bottle, she chugged down a few big gulps of booze in one go. And now she was ready to put her plan into action. 30 minutes later, the detectives were baffled, asking her if she really thought she could pull a stunt like that in broad daylight. She's skinny as a twig, but her voice could be heard a mile away. A drunk disturbing the peace with foul language gets tossed in the drunk tank for disorderly conduct, plain and simple. It's a minor offense, though. You can usually bail out with a small fee or a guarantor. Charlotte got pissed, demanding what she was being arrested for, because she wasn't about to let this slide. The cop gave her a look and asked if she even realized the kind of trouble she was asking for, getting blackout drunk in this neighborhood. There was a murder there this morning, but the girl acted like she didn't believe a word of it. Then, the guy tells her the victim's body is currently lying in the morgue right next door. Charlotte squeaked out, all pathetic, that she needed to hit the bathroom, like right now. The cop asked, super annoyed, why he had to get stuck with this drunk chick. But she just told him she'd piss herself right there. And then she started hiking up her dress, saying they'd be cleaning up her mess right under it. Figuring this broad was gonna drive him nuts, the cop told her to cut it out with the dress thing. So, he ended up escorting the prisoner to the bathroom. Lucky for her, as it turned out, the morgue wasn't far from the restroom. The cop said he needed to help with the murder case, so he'd be back in a little bit. He told her not to even think about running until her bail bondsman showed up. Then he left. So the cops didn't really care about some drunk petite vandal, which meant Charlotte could sneak into the morgue no problem. Finding the right corpse was quick. She pulled back the sheet and took a look at Marquis Burget's face. The guy's face was frozen in terror, eyes wide open, and there was this weird mark on his neck. But it didn't look like strangulation. When you strangle someone alive, they get nasty bruises on their face. But Marquis Burget's face was clean. Still, other parts of his skin had these bright blotches. That's a reaction to poison, meaning they staged the strangulation after he died. If the investigation bought the strangulation story, then the killer totally played them. The main character wondered why the murderer faked the cause of death. Charlotte stepped into the hallway and bumped into a cop lugging a box. She peeked inside, and he told her it was full of murder weapons, the stuff the killer used to strangle his victims. They're all swamped with another murder, so the cops don't have time to deal with petty stuff like your shenanigans. While the main character was checking out the knot, the officer told her to keep it down and sober up. Soon, Charlotte found out that John couldn't vouch for her. Thanks to the princess, the guy was no longer just some commoner, but a paroled ex-con. Charlotte grabbed her head and snapped, "Seriously? Is there nobody else who can help? If the emperor finds out, she'll lose all funding for her palace." So she asked him to send a letter. A few hours later, Duke Adler rushed into the cell and froze when he saw the princess looking so different. The main character grinned and told him, "Even drenched in sweat, you still look amazing." Ren, totally confused, was like, "What are you doing here?" Charlotte winked, all cute, and said sometimes a girl just needs a change of scenery. Since the Duke was there, she asked him to vouch for her, but keep her princess identity on the down low. The cops were tripping out, seeing the Duke at the precinct. They had no clue the guy standing right in front of them was the very perp they were hunting. Talk about irony, walking right into the station to vouch for his drunk fiancé. Any other noble would be sweating bullets in a place like this. But Mr. Serial Killer didn't even flinch. Once all the paperwork was done, the main character finally got sprung from her cell. Charlotte thanked the Duke for his help, saying she couldn't think of anyone else to turn to. After all, he is her fiancé. The main character froze when the guy asked, all worked up, if she was hurt. Charlotte honestly thought she'd catch hell, so she stammered that she was fine. She apologized for pulling the Duke away from important stuff, but wouldn't bother him anymore. But out of nowhere, he said his schedule was already shot, so they could go on a date. Charlotte couldn't believe he was serious about dating a troublemaker fresh out of the slammer. Figuring meat's the best cure for a hangover, she suggested hitting up Salto's restaurant. Duke Adler's face got all hesitant, but he still agreed to go to the place. Charlotte still clocked that he didn't want to go, which set off alarm bells for her. This was it. At the fancy Salto's restaurant, the second murder went down, with the head chef as the victim. Perfect chance to figure out what the Duke and the chef had going on. The Duke wanted his beef well done, which the main character thought was barbaric. Since beef tastes better rare, she ordered hers medium. Ren grinned when the princess said the real flavor of steak only comes out with blood. The Duke decided to ask why she was drinking in Norwood Alley, and in disguise no less. The girl replied there was a great pub there, but if the princess was recognized, nasty rumors would spread. But the guy didn't get why she had to get so plastered. The main character explained that everyone has moments in life when the blues hit hard and there's no escape. So she wanted to get drunk to forget a little. Charlotte apologized for the trouble she caused. Suddenly, the Duke suggested, could it be the princess was so upset because of him? And then the guy admitted he was super sorry about what went down at Lady Mostyn's debutante ball. He was completely out of line that day. Plus, the Duke was grateful for Blair's help. After saying all that, Ren's face went red, and he awkwardly looked away. Charlotte quickly replied that she couldn't just ignore what happened to his little sister, especially since they were about to become family. Honestly, the main character had no clue what was up with Duke Adler today. As far as Ren was concerned, Charlotte was the bringer of all his problems. Of course, the Duke's carriage, which was always ready, just had to be taken by his sister and stepmother. The driver promised a new carriage in 30 minutes, but Ren couldn't afford to wait that long. He was itching to see the face of that shameless girl who had the nerve to summon him to the detention center. But when he finally got to where he needed to be, the princess greeted him with a radiant smile. She was dressed down, like a regular girl, with a clean, makeup-free face. For some reason, this goofy girl looked unbelievably adorable. How else could he be feeling all these emotions for this shameless woman, who's sitting behind bars for drunk and disorderly conduct? Ren asked his assistant if a girlfriend suddenly cutting off daily contact meant a breakup was coming. Alfred said that when a woman's love cools off, she tends to change her hairstyle or even get drunk from heartbreak. So Charlotte wearing a wig and getting wasted was definitely because of the Duke's terrible behavior at the debutante ball. And the princess herself admitted it. Now Ren knew he'd screwed everything up. For the first time in his life, he apologized to someone. And Charlotte was so damn forgiving, she let her fiancé off the hook without a second thought. The Duke felt like a huge weight lifted, a wave of lightness washing over him, a flutter in his heart. Maybe Charlotte's the one who can actually get him, accept him for who he is. Ren suddenly felt this urge to spill everything to her, even the stuff he'd never told anyone. He admitted he hadn't wanted to come, because the last time he was here, things went south. The main character froze, totally shocked. She couldn't believe the Duke was about to confess to murder, right here, right now. Meanwhile, Ren was saying it all went down 2 months ago. The head chef here went rogue and changed his usual steak order from well done to medium. The Duke had heard the best steaks are medium rare, still bloody. Charlotte was thinking, did her fiancé really kill the chef just because he cooked the steak wrong? But then, out of nowhere, the guy admits that the smell of blood sends him into a panic. And there was so much blood in that steak, he almost lost it right there in front of Blair and his stepmom. The main character just couldn't wrap her head around it. How could a killer, who graduated top of his class from military academy, freak out at the smell of blood? The guy asked the princess not to give him that pity face. He was right there with his mother when she died, choking on her own blood. Ever since then, whenever the Duke smells blood, that scene flashes before his eyes and he can barely breathe. That's why Ren refused to join the Imperial Army after graduating academy with a condition like that. Sometimes he wondered, if he hadn't left for the academy and had stayed at the estate, maybe his mother would still be alive? Ren's dad wasn't paying enough attention to even notice what she was sick with. Nobody knew about the Duke's illness except the princess herself. The main character wondered why he was suddenly telling her his secret. The guy awkwardly said they were about to be family, so they should be open with each other. Charlotte flagged down a waiter and asked him to swap her steak for a well-done one. The Duke told the princess she didn't have to change for him, since the smell of blood in someone else's food didn't bother him. But the main character told him she just felt like having a well-done steak. Once, she begged her parents to take her to an amusement park, and on the way back, they were in a terrible crash. She was the only one who made it, but she felt guilty every single day. Charlotte wondered if he was also eating himself up with guilt night after night. She touched his hand and told him none of this was his fault, so he shouldn't be blaming himself. You're really not supposed to catch feelings for someone you're investigating. But things got so messed up somehow. She didn't even know why she was doing this anymore. Still, now's not the time to dwell on it, because she just found out the cause of death was faked. Marquis Brej died from poisoning, not suffocation, and that leads to 2 possible theories. First, the Marquise's killer is someone else trying to make it look like a serial killer did it. And second, all the previous victims were poisoned too, not strangled. Charlotte can't check out the old victims, but the second theory rings truer. The maids all use a regular knot to tie up sacks, but the knot used in the crime is way different. The knot was totally different, but the fact it was still the same kind means the same guy definitely tied them both. And if they died from poison, not strangulation, then the killer isn't necessarily a tall dude, 6 feet or taller. Lady Blair mentioned the other day that the first victim was super sloppy with his duties, so her brother fired him. The stepmother argued, saying she understood plenty. Both victims were in contact with the Duke, and maybe they pissed him off. But those are pretty weak reasons to kill someone. Plus, Duke Adler's a really level-headed guy. Charlotte suddenly realized she only suspected him because she read the blurb for the original novel. Maybe we should consider the possibility that Duke Adler's just a suspect, not the actual killer. Last time, the feast was interrupted by that nasty poisoning incident, but everything turned out okay in the end. Now they're all back together again, ready to start the discussions. Looks like Camilla's got something planned for today? Okay, now it clicks. Marquis Dost is at breakfast, and Camilla's got pull with this guy. His Majesty gave this man his word. Using some legal mumbo-jumbo, the guy laid out how they can't solve the problem because of the legal system. Then the Marquis straight up asked Princess Charlotte what she thought. Being the main character and all, she nailed the answer, no sweat. A little while later, Marquis d'Aust said he was good, since that was a killer response. The Emperor was stoked, hearing Charlotte's been hitting the books hard lately. When it comes to the law, Charlotte's in a league of her own. Soon after, His Majesty got handed the schedule of upcoming events. Looks like it's time for the Imperial Federation's little shindig. Big shot officials and leaders from our vassal states will get together to, build bridges. But it's also a chance for those vassals to kiss the imperial family's ass and show their loyalty. Because of that whole incident, Cortina's been blacklisted from the party. The Emperor announced they're throwing an even bigger bash this time around. Gotta set an example for the other countries. Make sure no one else pulls a Cortina. The vassal asked His Majesty if they'll be throwing a banquet at the Imperial Palace for Lady Camilla's birthday. But the Emperor said she's celebrating at her own palace this year, because Princess Charlotte's got the Imperial Palace booked for her party this year. That news definitely caught a lot of people off guard. Camilla was totally pissed at her dad's decision, but the Emperor just split without another word. The main character was completely lost as to what was going on. Usually, the Emperor picks one kid to throw a banquet for at the Imperial Palace. For years, Camilla was the Emperor's chosen one, but it looks like His Majesty's having second thoughts about his daughter. The main character just threw her hands up, because she didn't even ask for this. Suddenly, Duke Adler shows up and reminds her they have a date tonight, but he was still sure she hadn't forgotten about it. For some reason, Duke Adler was the first to talk to her though. Once Charlotte realized she had every reason to believe he was innocent, she was at a total loss for words. Since the princess knew her way around the legal system pretty well, the Duke wondered if she'd been studying on her own. She said she enjoyed that field, but her eyes widened after hearing what he said next. He asked if he could be her partner at the upcoming banquet. Just to clarify, he added that he really enjoyed that kind of event, so the princess wouldn't have to worry about him being miserable or anything. The heroine smiled and agreed, asking him to take care of her. A smile formed on the Duke's lips as well. Out of the blue, he asked her if there was anything she wanted to tell him. Duke Adler's acting way too weird today, so the heroine just said no. And just like that, the guy deflated. Charlotte's brain went into overdrive, trying to remember what she usually says, what she missed today. Suddenly, she noticed something was on the Duke's cheek, and then she called him handsome. Duke Adler's face instantly flushed red, and he touched his cheek in disbelief, looking at the princess in surprise. Guess he's been wanting to hear a compliment all along. The main character was starting to doubt even more that this crazy guy could be a serial killer. The Duke heard the princess's dress for Lady Mostyn's debut got damaged, but Charlotte told him not to worry, since it was her fault. But the guy started insisting he could replace it. The main character explained that her palace budget got a boost, so she's got plenty of dresses now. But the dude was adamant the dress for this event had to be top tier, which she totally took as an insult. The Duke immediately clarified he just wanted to snag a dress at Emer's, 'cause it's the best damn store around. The main chick decided to agree, but only if he set up the appointment, and she paid for everything. Ren perked right up hearing that yes. At the end of the day, he just wanted Charlotte to have a dress worthy of her status. Martha was floored when she found out the princess put in an order at Emer's. The main girl was almost afraid to even imagine how much this whole thing was gonna cost. But Martha was stoked, because Princess Charlotte's influence was definitely gonna skyrocket after the ball now. Now she could rub it in the faces of those snooty maids from Camilla's palace, because they weren't running the main banquet anymore. Out of nowhere, someone asked if nobles really had to buy a whole new dress for every event. John was standing by the doorway, arms crossed. Martha gave Mr. Watson a look and told him to keep the rude comments to himself when the princess was around. The main character pointed out she hadn't even worn the dress she bought yet. The maid found that funny, considering it was coming from the princess, who wore every dress only once. Charlotte, sprawled on the couch, said she already had a ton of studying to do before the big event, and shopping for a dress would take all day. But Martha reminded the princess she needed to maintain her composure. The girl didn't get what the maid meant at first, then glanced at John and noticed his embarrassment. The guy practically bolted out of the room to get to those tasks the princess had given him. They'd been talking about the Marquise Berger's death this morning. John wondered if the princess's little run-in had anything to do with Duke Adler. The heroine said, probably not. But then the guy mentioned the tension between Duke Adler and the Marquis that day. He was surprised the princess hadn't heard about it. So, it looks like the victim was in some kind of beef with Duke Adler. The main character figured she'd ask what a big-shot noble like that was doing in that alley. John guessed the Marquise went there to meet up with some human traffickers. After joining the Imperial Army, Marquise Berger racked up a ton of achievements and became commander of Cortina. But he was known for his brutality, and he even recently sold off all the kids he brought from Cortina as slaves. The main character was pissed that the Empire was just standing by and letting it happen. Turns out, human trafficking is technically illegal, but no one can punish a noble without hard evidence. John added that the Empire's laws are pretty damn harsh on regular folks. Like he was trying to change the subject, John asked the princess if she managed to get to the morgue and see the body that day. The main character froze, not knowing what to say, and then she replied that she just looked around the room because she figured looking at the body would be too freaky. Charlotte decided she wasn't going to tell Watson what she'd learned just yet. Before that, she wanted to check out the court records from John's trial. Like we said before, John was a military investigator, and he once worked a case investigating the Marquis Breguet's crimes. He wrote up a full report for his boss, but the guy ordered him to bury the whole thing, and when John refused, he pulled a gun. Sensing the threat, John reacted fast and disarmed the major, and in the end, John got tried for assaulting an officer. Marquis Breguet was the one who testified against John at the trial, so it's worth remembering that John's got a beef with Marquis Breguet too. So, he had a motive for murder too, which means the main character can't trust anyone right now. The owner, Evers, greeted the princess, saying it was an honor to have her as a customer. Duke Adler ordered them to pull out all the stops. That's why the shop owner asked if she could show Her Highness the best dresses in the store. Charlotte started to worry she wouldn't have enough cash, but Martha told her to just delay Watson's paycheck if needed. The main character started trying on one dress after another. Each one looked absolutely stunning on her. Everyone else totally agreed. A little later, the main character finally picked out a dress. It's obvious that it was the most expensive outfit, so Charlotte started regretting turning down the Duke's offer to buy it for her. When they brought her the bill, the princess didn't even want to look at it. Still, that dress we bought last time cost like twice as much. The main character couldn't believe a dress like this could actually be so cheap, but the woman assured her she couldn't sell the dress for less than it was actually worth. This is the right price, so Your Highness is good to pay. Charlotte made the purchase, but she still felt like something fishy was going on here. It started to sprinkle outside, but the carriage wasn't here, so the princess suggested they make a run for it. But John stopped her, saying that since Her Highness had to be on her feet all day, she couldn't risk catching a cold. As soon as the guy called her feeble, Charlotte wondered if he was scolding her or being caring. John decided to grab an umbrella and hail the carriage on the way, so the princess just needed to wait. The dude bolted, and Martha said, "Mr. Watson can be a real jerk sometimes, but he seems all right deep down. But either way, I shouldn't get attached." This whole deal ends the second the princess marries the Duke. Martha wondered if the dress was really worth that much, and Charlotte figured Duke Adler was behind it all. Out of nowhere, a guy asked, "What exactly did I do?" The main character spun around, hearing that familiar voice. Duke Adler was staring right at her. The guy figured, "So the princess likes to gossip about me when I'm not around, huh?" The main character stammered, "No, that's not it at all. It's just, I only managed to find the perfect dress today because of you." The Duke guessed, "Your Highness is hiding from the rain, I presume?" Charlotte decided to ask what he was doing there, and he told her he owns the place. So, yeah, it's pretty clear he was here on business, definitely not expecting to run into his fiancée. But the main girl? She's thinking something shady's going on. Charlotte played it cool and gushed about how fate had brought them together again. Ren just smiled and nodded. Right then, Alfred walks up to the Duke and tells him he's got to head out. The blonde dude introduces his secretary to the princess. Our girl sizes up the guy, figures he's got to know the Duke's schedule inside and out, which means she might be able to squeeze some info out of him. Catching Charlotte's stare, the Duke nudges his secretary, telling him to go get the carriage ready as soon as possible. Ren gives his fiancée a look, asking what she's so interested in his secretary for. The main character shot back, saying she didn't get what the Duke was objecting to, since she only had eyes for him. The Duke tried his damnedest to get a grip on his feelings. Just then, a carriage pulled up right in front of them. Ren handed the princess his umbrella. With that, the guy bowed out, saying he had to get going on his errands. Alfred hopped out of the carriage in a hurry with an umbrella, so his boss wouldn't get soaked. As the main character looked over her fiancé's umbrella, her eyes suddenly went wide. It was tied with a thread, but the knot was sickeningly familiar. Ren told his secretary not to freak out so much, just because they got a little wet. But Alfred reminded him that they had a super important meeting with the Imperial Bank president, which is why he was worried. The Duke told him to chill. A little rain on his jacket wasn't the end of the world. The secretary was floored when the boss suddenly snapped, asking if he was dressing too sharp lately. Alfred pointed out they covered the dress difference anyway. The princess only paid 10%. He specifically told the saleswoman to tell Her Highness that was the actual price. Either way, Ren made sure the princess could afford to pay for the outfit herself. Duke Adler now knew for sure the best dress in Emmers was going to be Princess Charlotte's. They were out of decent umbrellas at the shops, so John was held up big time. The main girl started freaking out when she saw Mr. Watson was totally soaked. The dude was surprised to see the princess already had an umbrella. Martha explained they'd just bumped into Count Adler by chance, and he gave the princess his umbrella. John just flatly said it was a pretty interesting coincidence. Just then, a carriage pulled up. The main girl thanked him for finding her umbrella and told John to take it, since she already had one. The brunette said he didn't need it, seeing as he was already soaked to the bone. The guy asked for the umbrella, so he could at least hold it for her to the carriage. John took the umbrella and untied the knot. Turns out, not long after, the main character managed to catch a cold in the middle of summer. A weak constitution is one thing, but Charlotte was way more hung up on that knot in the string. Still, it's unlikely the Duke himself tied that umbrella up with that rope. The main girl's eyes widened as she realized she'd just started making excuses for Duke Adler. Deep down, maybe she wanted him to be innocent. Martha started to freak out because Her Highness had a crazy high fever. The maid told her not to worry. She'd already sent word to Lady Blair that tea was off. Another maid came in and announced that the princess had visitors, but Her Highness canceled all her plans for the day. The main character bolted upright in bed the second she heard Duke Adler was here. Martha perked up, saying he must be here to check on the sick girl, and went to greet him. The guy walked into the bedroom and said hello to Her Highness, but he froze and stared at the princess, totally confused. When she told him to come in, Charlotte apologized, feeling awkward about meeting her fiancé looking like such a mess. Dude said the princess doesn't need to apologize. She should be forgiving him for barging in without an appointment. Ren figured he should say right away to avoid any mix-ups. He's not the kind of guy who just shows up in a girl's bedroom. The main girl was like, don't even sweat it. She doesn't care who pops into her bedroom. Coughing, Charlotte asked the Duke, what's up? We didn't have a date scheduled today. The guy replied, because you're not feeling well. And also, I'm here to grab my umbrella. The main girl asked, totally stunned, you came all the way here just for an umbrella? Ren awkwardly explained that it's his absolute favorite umbrella. It was pretty obvious to Charlotte that it sounded like a lame excuse. The guy's constantly looking around, like he's casing the joint to pull off a heist later. The princess pointed out where the umbrella was. Out of the blue, Duke Adler asks why she's stopped writing him letters lately. She told him that since they'd already set a date for their next meetup, she didn't want to bug him. She totally wasn't expecting to hear that he wasn't bugged by it at all. The dude confessed that he'd actually been waiting for a letter from her. If the princess had told him she was sick, he wouldn't have just shown up like this, uninvited. The Duke was low-key, blaming Charlotte for his abrupt visit. The main character promised to write next time, and then suddenly started coughing like crazy. Ren froze, watching the princess struggle. Charlotte told him to stay put, said he could catch something, but the guy wasn't having it. He figured you can only get sick if you're, like, really close. Like so close the girl doesn't even care you're in the room. Then he reached out and plucked something from her hair. Turns out it was just a napkin stuck there. The main girl thanked him, all confused, wondering what he even wanted from her. Suddenly, he grabbed her wrist, telling her she's way too delicate. Said her wrist feels like it could snap just from him touching it. Also, her pulse was racing, but she said that was just the fever. Ren heard from some dude that sharing a cold makes it way easier to deal with. The heroine froze as the Duke started moving in real slow. The guy announced that, as her fiancé, he saw it as his duty. The heroine had absolutely no freaking clue how to react to that. But suddenly, Marta knocked, telling the Duke and Princess she'd made tea. Charlotte gave the maid a shaky smile, and the Duke reluctantly backed off. The princess was still frantically trying to figure out what the hell just happened. Marta told the princess the Duke had brought a super fancy bouquet. The heroine was totally surprised, and the guy said he just picked him up on the way. Giving her fiancé a suspicious look, Charlotte wondered if he was kidding or being serious. Now that the guy was done there, it was time for him to bounce. So, the main character asked him not to forget her umbrella. But Duke Adler just straight up left. Of course, the umbrella was a lie. So the princess asked Martha to take the flowers to the living room. Turns out, even some flowers are poisonous, especially the bright ones like these. Now the girl could finally chill out for a bit. But then, out of nowhere, someone else showed up to see the princess. Arms crossed, John smirked and asked if the princess was finally feeling under the weather. A couple hours before the Duke showed, Blair told her older brother that Princess Charlotte wasn't feeling so hot. She got a letter saying the tea party was off. The guy thought to himself, she sends Blair a letter, but not me. Even though she said she was head over heels for me just before, my sister started pushing me to visit my fiancé and at least bring her flowers. But Ren thought that was ridiculous, so she flipped out, saying the girl's really down, and she's waiting for her beloved to come see her. Blair ordered her older brother to go to her right away and share her cold, because that helps. The Duke sighed heavily. He had a ton of work today, and the princess might get the wrong idea. But a while later, he arrived at Princess Charlotte's palace. The guy tried to justify his crazy move by saying Charlotte's his fiancée, so he can visit her for no reason. But the princess greeted him pretty warmly. Ren didn't even realize how it got to the point where he wanted to do something alone with her, but a maidservant stopped him from doing it. The Duke stormed out of the room, his face burning up. He's totally lost it. Not only did he barge into the princess's room uninvited, but then, suddenly some dude greeted him. Ren knew instantly. This was the guy who'd been whisking the princess away. The Duke had bumped into him a few times back at military academy, so he remembered the guy was seriously talented. Now Ren realized this was the guy who'd been sneaking into Charlotte's bedroom. The Duke asked the brown-haired guy what he was doing there, and the guy explained he was guarding Princess Charlotte. Turns out he's here a lot. Just then, John decided to add that it was way more often than his lordship came around. Ren couldn't argue with that. He headed for the exit, telling John one last thing. He better do his damn job for his fiancé's sake. The girl asked if he'd dug up anything new, and John countered, asking if he couldn't just visit her, 'cause she's sick. To which Charlotte replied that, in that case, he should have brought flowers, or at least some fruit, not come barging in with a truckload of paperwork. Nevertheless, John handed over the info on the third victim's bakery, including the ledger. Apparently, the bakery owner, Small, was a real stand-up guy, did charity, gave bread to the poor. On the day it happened, he was on his way to hand out bread. The main girl thanked him for the report, promised to read it as soon as she felt better, and started coughing. John started lecturing the princess, telling her she needs to focus on her health right now, not this case. But the princess just asked him to put the papers on the table when he leaves. Suddenly, she dropped the papers, and they all scattered on the floor. The guy couldn't figure out how you could fumble just a few sheets of paper. He promised to pick them up and put them on the desk, so the princess could look them over later. The main character thanked John, but then froze and stared at him in horror. He'd tied the collected report pages with a disturbingly familiar knot. A commoner's exceptional talent, especially coming from a poor background, can be a real curse. No matter what you achieve, the best opportunities always go to the aristocrats. In the military academy, you could count the common-born students on your fingers, but the aristocrats didn't look down on them. Either way, it was the best shot a commoner could get. However, the place John had worked so hard to get into turned out to be a breeding ground for evil. The officers in those territories got away with anything. Pure corruption they always turned a blind eye to. But the one guy who stood up, protested against it all, wound up thrown in jail for it. Even though the messed up orders came from the nobles, only commoner John got branded a criminal. Stripped of rank, branded a felon. That's all he had left. Until Princess Charlotte came to him for help. This princess going after Duke Killian, stuck up and clueless, so reckless it made your head spin. And when they first met, the princess made him a seriously crazy offer. She said what happened to him wasn't right, but no other noble would ever admit it. John was sure she was playing some angle, and sooner or later, he'd be in deep trouble. But the offer was too tempting, so he took it, figuring he could fake his loyalty. Turns out, despite the rumors, the princess was actually kind and pretty sharp. And surprisingly, she could even be kinda sweet at times. Another thing that didn't match the rumors was that the princess was in love with Duke Adler, not Duke Killian. Irenaeus found him Adler is so unattainable, it's impossible for a regular guy to even look at him. The princess he met in Count Mostyn's garden was really down in the dumps. All John could do was offer a little comfort. He told her that the dress she tried on at the shop looked way better on her. Charlotte shouldn't suffer over cold dudes who aren't right for her anyway. But now, that terrifying look she was giving him started to worry John. She spotted him, and the guy froze for a few seconds. Then, he headed over to the princess and asked, looking concerned, if she was okay. Suddenly, the guy grabbed Her Highness's face with both hands. She didn't react at all, so John called out to her, freaked out. Finally, the main girl snapped back to reality and realized what was going on. When John caught on too, his face immediately went bright red. Out of nowhere, the princess said something about a knot. She pointed to a stack of papers tied with rope and added that the knot looked unusual. The brunette explained that it wasn't used much in the Empire because it was a cortina knot. They're pretty strong, so they started using them in the Empire, and you could chalk it up to a military school habit. Charlotte figured that everyone who graduated from military school tied ropes that way. Seeing the confusion on John's face, the main girl decided to explain that the knots on the victims' necks looked like this one. The guy shot the princess a dirty look, asking if she seriously thought he was a criminal, and where she even got that idea. Charlotte replied guiltily, saying it was just a fleeting thought, okay? John pointed out that Duke Adler's umbrella had been tied with the same kind of knot. Regular folks can't untie a knot like that, so the brunette figured he'd take care of it. But then it hit him. The whole time, Princess Charlotte had been suspecting Duke Adler. The main character decided to come clean and admit that was exactly right. John asked the girl, totally confused, if she'd started suspecting her fiancé only after the engagement. The princess reminded him that the Duke's also over 6 feet, in great shape, and has connections to the victims. Charlotte just figured she'd check if her husband-to-be was a killer before walking down the aisle. The brunette guessed that she's probably the only one who suspects Duke Adler of being a serial killer. John was still stuck helping Her Highness with the investigation. That was the deal. The guy couldn't figure out why the princess was only now deciding to tell him the truth. Truth was, Charlotte was starting to trust him and depend on him. Out of the blue, our hero decided to ask the princess what she thought of him. John definitely wasn't expecting the answer he got. His eyes went wide with surprise. Turns out, she sees him as someone she can trust with her secret. The princess's sweet smile made John's cheeks blush a little. The main character started coughing like crazy when he asked if that meant she didn't like Duke Adler. John handed the princess a cup of water and asked, totally confused, if she was okay. Charlotte replied that she wasn't stupid enough to fall for a suspect. This guy promised to find the serial killer, no matter what it took. And if Duke Adler was the one behind it, he wanted to expose him before the wedding. Since John cost Her Highness a fortune, he figured he owed her big time, working himself to the bone to help. But the main character told him he didn't need to push himself so hard for her sake. John laughed, amused. When Charlotte admitted she only bought his loyalty, so she appreciated him taking risks for her. Maybe she was too relaxed, but the medicine suddenly made the main character super sleepy. John tucked her in with a blanket and wished her a speedy recovery. He'd handle all the hard work. A few days later, the main character was feeling much better, so she started digging into the info. The third victim was Small, the bakery owner. This place was a hit with the common folk, always had killer bread, and the owner helped out the poor. Duke Adler's got nothing to do with this woman, and no way any aristocrats are buying bread there. Still, the bakery's sales are surprisingly high, which is super sus. Plus, their expenses are way lower than their income. Just then, Martha bursts into the room, waving a letter. Duke Adler's set a date for their next rendezvous. The letter had the date, but he's letting Her Highness pick the location. This is the perfect chance for our girl to check out the crime scene. Since it's summer, Martha suggested a yacht date, or maybe catching a show at the theater. But she was totally shocked when the princess wanted to see how regular people live instead. That's why the main character needs Martha's clothes for this date. Charlotte told her fiancé she was dying to check out Baker Street. Wren definitely wasn't expecting to hear that place. He didn't remember anything interesting being there, so he asked what they were planning to do. The girl replied that according to one of his acquaintances who lives on that street, it's super interesting. The Duke asked suspiciously if she had friends like that, and she stammered that she was talking about her maid, Martha. For some reason, the man coldly asked if she was now friends with her bodyguard too, since she was so close to her maid. The heroine answered that she was only friends with Martha. Seeing the confusion in the man's eyes, Charlotte exclaimed that she wanted to go there specifically with him. Wren was going to have Alfred book a restaurant, but the princess shouted that she wanted to hang out like normal people, because she wanted some alone time, ditching the guards and secretaries. Duke Adler instantly went beet red. The clothing store owner greeted the new customers with a cheerful smile, but he froze when he saw the aristocrat, figuring they were probably in the wrong place. But our girl excitedly asked the shopkeeper to find something less eye-catching for her companion. The Duke doubted he needed new clothes, but Charlotte exclaimed he was shining way too bright right now. The shopkeeper suggested 2 super bland options. Wren was putting on common clothes for the very first time, but the main character enthusiastically urged the man to hurry up and try everything on. The shopkeeper was blown away by the aristocrat's perfect physique, like a walking work of art. Figures! Duke Adler's got that ice-cold face and a body built for sin. The main girl froze, eyes bugging out the second he stepped out of the fitting room. That commoner's outfit looked damn good on her wingman. While Charlotte was speechless, just checking him out, the Duke asked if all the government clothes were this uncomfortable. The salesman stammered that even those clothes looked amazing on him, but Rena was more interested in what the princess thought. He called out to her, and she blurted out that it really suited him. The man crossed his arms, asking if she was sure about that. Charlotte started tripping over her words, saying she knew it looked great on him right away, so now she was head over heels. The Duke smirked, and the princess felt a wave of relief, because she almost blurted out that she was in love with him at first sight. Somehow, she just couldn't say things like that anymore. The sales guy figured the young lady was digging it too, so he asked if the gent would be taking the outfit. But Wren was like, nope, he's buying everything in the whole damn store. Charlotte was thinking, isn't that usually what you say when you're buying something for your girl? The Duke then asked if they were ready to hit up Baker Street. Since the guy's light hair would be a total giveaway today, the princess asked him to put on a hat. Wren's lips curled into a smile. He grabbed a cap and popped it on the princess's head. Leaning in close, the Duke said in a low voice, if anyone's hair is going to draw attention, it's yours. The main character immediately recoiled, her face turning bright red. The guy reached out his hand, offering to go. Once outside, the Duke asked his fiancée if she'd given any thought to where she wanted to go. Without hesitation, Charlotte pointed to a restaurant. It was one of the biggest clients she'd seen in Small's ledger. They've been supplying them with bread and desserts from Small for ages, so that's where the investigation needs to start. The main character decided to order a well-done steak, bread, and a chocolate cake. The order was taken, and now the heroes have to wait. The Duke mentioned that even during training at military school, he ate at way better places than this. But the princess shouldn't get used to this kind of environment. The main character leaned in and said that it would be their little secret. She told me she used to sneak around places like this back in the day. Before long, the waiter brought their order over, but Charlotte was surprised, saying this wasn't the bread she was used to. The waitress explained they'd recently switched suppliers. Their supplier, a guy named Small, had an accident. He was a great guy, too. The main character put on a sad face and said she was really sorry to hear that. After trying the cake, Charlotte noticed it was sweeter than before, not like Small's. The waitress agreed, saying their cakes and bread were the peak of sweetness, and Small's stuff was almost addictive. The vanilla slice was the most famous, the taste of which was just incredible. The main character explained to the man that she was interested because Martha used to bring her pastries from there. Ren wouldn't know about a place like that. It's got nothing to do with his line of work. That's why the Duke figured the princess had no business knowing about it either. The heroine shot back, saying she needs to know what her husband likes if she's gonna run the house. Ren choked on that one. He was probably thrown off by the running the house bit, because he was hoping Charlotte would be dead by then. With fake sadness, the princess said she was really looking forward to that bakery, but she was curious how the owner died. The guy offered to check it out later, if the princess was interested, you know? Suddenly, the main character realized the Duke was probably starving. So, she broke off a piece of the cake and offered him a bite. Ren never expected Her Highness would want to feed him herself. Dude went bright red and stammered like, "What's with the weirdness?" But the main girl just kept pushing, telling her fiancé to open up and swallow a bite. Ren, totally lost, asked why they were doing this in public, but Charlotte said that's just how dates are. Tired of waiting, she just jammed the piece right into his mouth. The Duke chewed, embarrassed, and the main girl asked him how it was. The guy said it was super sweet, and the main girl agreed, breaking off a little piece for herself. And then, without even thinking, she decided to try it too. Ren stared at her, completely stunned, since that fork was just in his mouth. Okay, so presumption is an interrogation technique where you get info from someone based on a few solid facts. You gotta ask the person a question, then watch their defensive reaction, which is triggered by the question itself. If you feed someone info mixed with lies during a conversation, they'll correct the wrong stuff and add even more. The inconsistency the heroine felt from Small's records was because there wasn't a single word about buying sugar or flavorings. You can't run a pastry shop without those. The main character specifically asked the waitress if they baked without sugar, but the girl said the desserts there were extra sweet. But the Duke didn't fall for the rigged questioning, even though the heroine deliberately twisted some info. Either he's skillfully dodging, or he really doesn't know anything. Charlotte asked the guy if she could say how cute he was being today, but the guy doesn't seem to be into sweets much, and the Duke confirmed it. Charlotte, on the other hand, loved them. But sugar was expensive in the Empire because it was a monopolized business. Ownership currently belongs to Marquis d'Aust's family and His Majesty's family. The main character was floored by what she just heard. The Marquis d'Aust's secretary was actually the serial killer's fourth victim, but Charlotte couldn't figure out what connected them all. Soon, they arrived at a new place that had popped up where Small's bakery used to be. Since they were there, the main character suggested they hang out and ordered 2 whiskeys on the rocks from the bartender. The Duke told her not to start any drunken brawls. The princess swore she'd be more careful tonight so she wouldn't end up back in jail. And then Charlotte suggested a toast to her fiancé's beautiful eyes. She asked the bartender if they'd taken over Small's spot, and he said yeah. Charlotte guessed the owner didn't have any relatives, and the bartender nodded. The guy mentioned the owner was a real sweetheart, but he had no clue where she came from. The bartender noticed everyone was bone dry and offered to pour another round. Suddenly, Charlotte heard some jerks nearby making fun of this poor sap who was clearly losing at cards. The bartender told everyone to ignore them, saying they were just loan sharks. They play cards with debtors, promising to erase their debts, but the debts just keep piling up. Still, people are too scared to kick them out. The main character knew this was a violation of lending laws and a straight-up crime. One of the loan sharks noticed some lady staring at them way too long. He snapped at her, telling the chick to avert her eyes. But Charlotte wasn't about to back down. Just as the loan shark started heading toward the main character, the bartender freaked out and said he'd got the wrong idea. The jerk winds up, says his chick's totally lost her mind, The main girl closes her eyes, knowing this is gonna sting. But Duke Adler stops the loan shark's punch cold. Charlotte looks at her fiancé, surprised, as he calls the guy's behavior reckless, because he was about to hit a girl. The guy's buddy grabs the Duke by the collar, threatens to teach this young punk a lesson, but Ren throws him on his ass like it's nothing. At that point, the loan sharks lose it and get ready to jump the blonde with their fists. But Ren just calmly dodges them. Charlotte realizes he paid attention in military school. But if this keeps up, it's going to be a two-way street of violence. The bartender broke up the fight and told everyone to chill the hell out. He suggested they settle it with a duel, a proper man-to-man showdown. The moneylender and the Duke looked at him, totally confused. So, they ended up deciding the whole thing with a card game. The main character was sure Duke Adler would back down, but he agreed, which made the princess super anxious and a total wreck. The moneylenders were positive this punk couldn't play cards worth a damn. Charlotte couldn't figure out if the Duke was so hammered from the whiskey that he'd do something like this, but she snapped and demanded to know what her fiancé was doing, because he was about to lose everything. This guy's already lost his watch. At this rate, they'll be heading home in their underwear. The loan shark just laid down a straight, and Ren's lost. But he's clearly not giving up, and asks the princess if she's got anything else to bet. The Duke's got that look on his face, you know, like all gamblers do. Charlotte felt bad for whoever got mixed up with this scum. The main girl shoves her fiancé out of the way and tells the loan sharks they've got a replacement. The bastards were super surprised by the switch-up. Ren frowned when they started laughing loudly at the girl, who they clearly thought didn't know squat about cards. The main character put down her brooch. All right, now they can start the game. It didn't take long for the loan sharks to change their tune about how dumb the girl was, because she was holding another full house again. With a clear conscience, Charlotte snatched up the watch and gave it back to the stunned Duke, who had no clue how she pulled it off. Truth is, she'd learned how to do this in her past life from some slick hustler she busted in an investigation. She secretly went to illegal games. You don't raise suspicion in those investigations if you've got the skills yourself. That's how the main character managed to nail over 20 guys. The dude just stared at her, confused. When she announced she was betting all her money this time, he called her cocky, but she told him to quit if he wasn't sure he could handle it. But the loan shark yelled that he was doubling down, and the princess told him they'd need a contract. The stakes were high, but if the main character wins, she's free. And if she loses, the girl has to pay up with her body to cover the debt. The loan shark decided to show his cards first. It was a straight flush, which was his way of saying the girl shouldn't be so cocky. But now it was the main character's turn. She laid down a royal flush. The loan sharks froze, mouths agape. Duke Adler was stunned too. The main character showed the contract and told the guys they shouldn't be so overconfident. The debtor thanked his saviors, and Charlotte advised him not to do business with loan sharks and handed over the debt forgiveness agreement. The guy said he didn't want to take things that far, but he was doing it for his sick kid. Even now, all he could think about was his poor sick child. Out of nowhere, the main girl said she wasn't sure how valuable it was. She held out her brooch and told him to take it if he was short on cash for medicine. The commoner couldn't hold back the tears and started thanking her for showing such kindness to someone she barely knew. He promised to pay her back somehow, but Charlotte told him not to worry about it and said goodbye. The Duke asked if she was always this forward. The princess apologized, saying the man was dragged into all this because of her, and promised it wouldn't happen again. But the Duke replied that he actually had a great time because of her. He'd never seen anyone shuffle cards that fast before. The main character was relieved he wasn't suggesting they see each other again before the wedding. Ren froze, hearing noises close by. At the last second, he managed to shield her from the flying bullets, pulling her into a tight hug. The main character's eyes widened, and she asked, totally lost, what was going on? The Duke answered that someone was probably tailing them. Charlotte felt a wave of fear and guessed it might be those same guys from the bar. But this was almost better, because if anyone knew their true identities, it would complicate things tenfold. The Duke pulled out a gun, saying they were better off avoiding a bloodbath. Seeing the confusion on the princess's face, Ren asked if she really thought he'd stroll around these streets unarmed. The heroes could feel their pursuer closing in, but they didn't let on. All right, princess, the Duke said, barely glancing back. We're gonna have to hoof it for a bit. The main girl just nodded, didn't argue at all. The guy chasing them was totally caught off guard when they suddenly bolted, and he was right on their tail, taking off after them. As they ran past an alley, the Duke cut sharply into it. The main girl yelped a little, surprised when the guy yanked her in after him. The pursuer cursed under his breath, totally lost on where they went. Ren held the princess close, listening hard for footsteps, gun at the ready. Charlotte's cheeks started to flush red. The guy cursed again, muttering that someone was gonna pay if he screwed this up. He was walking down the street, checking out every nook and cranny. That's when he peeked into the place where our heroes were hanging out. The Duke landed one sharp blow to the back of the guy's neck. The man instantly blacked out and hit the ground hard. All the guy had was a dagger, and Ren wanted to ask your highness if she knew him. The main girl was about to say no, but suddenly the Duke covered her mouth and told her to be quiet. A few guys were heading their way. Maybe they were in cahoots with the attacker. Duke Adler cocked his pistol, because this time he'd probably have to use it. In a shady corner, the main girl spotted a stick. The blonde gave the girl a skeptical look as she resolutely took her hand. It was a solid plan, but Ren really didn't want the princess getting hurt. Every second, those footsteps got closer. Now they were practically on top of them, and our heroes tensed up, ready to throw down. Finally, a figure rounded the corner. Duke Adler immediately stepped forward, leveling his weapon at the guy. But he froze and lowered his gun, recognizing the dude. It was Alfred, speechless and freaked out by his lord's actions. Ren let out a sigh of relief and asked if he hadn't told him to stay close. Alfred explained they'd totally panicked when he and the princess vanished in the alley like that. Turns out, their stalker was way too clumsy for this kind of thing. The secretary suggested they take him with them and drop him off later, once he'd sobered up. Charlotte was surprised the Duke had Alfred tailing them, and her fiancé explained he couldn't just leave the princess alone. The main character admitted she'd been a little too reckless. The Duke reached out and said he had fun anyway, but it would have been even funnier if he'd gotten to see her highness swinging a stick. Charlotte was slightly flustered by his words. And after a pretty unproductive investigation on Baker Street, the busy days of ball prep began. The princess was sure she could die from studying all these delegations and participating countries. Suddenly, someone asked her highness if she was just now heading back to her room. Right in front of her, Charlotte saw John smiling. It was scorching hot out, but he was still patiently waiting for the princess to be free. Waiting for her wasn't a hardship for John. The main character gave a bashful smile. They headed towards her palace, and the main character remembered she had good news for John. Charlotte was told that personal guards weren't allowed at the ball for everyone's peace of mind, so the guy could relax tomorrow. But John wasn't happy about that at all. The main character explained that the palace guard would be there. Hearing that, the guy's face just fell. John decided to ask her highness if Duke Adler would be her partner tomorrow. The princess stammered a yes, and he snapped back, asking if she had any sense of self-preservation. She was the one who said she was being followed when she was near the Duke, right? John just didn't get why she would put herself in danger to dig up this evidence. The main character was at a loss for words, because she didn't want to reveal that she'd be one of the victims in the future. And if she didn't find the killer, her death was a sure thing. So she explained that she couldn't just ditch her fiancé without a good reason, because Duke Adler is her fiancé. John knew he couldn't argue with that, so he was forced to shut his mouth. A cheerful Martha ran out to greet them. The day of the Imperial Alliance Ball had finally arrived. Princess Charlotte looked absolutely stunning. Her maid knew that dress would look killer on her. The main character realized this was her first appearance since she went ballistic and chased those delegates around. Stepping outside, the princess immediately spotted Duke Adler waiting for her. The man bowed and told the princess he was thrilled to see her. Seriously, this vision of dazzling beauty, brighter than 1,000 light bulbs, is off the charts. Charlotte complimented the Duke, saying he looked fantastic today. The blonde guy replied that the dress looked amazing on her. The main character thanked the Duke, because she managed to get the outfit thanks to him. Still, Charlotte was sure the Duke paid extra for the dress, since she got it for a steal. Ren just waved it off, saying he had no freaking clue what she was talking about. The guy asked if there were any problems back at the palace, and she said everyone was busy getting ready for the ball. Out of nowhere, the Duke tells her that it was Prince Frederick's guy who was tailing her on Baker Street. That news totally floored the princess. Turns out, that punk was weak, and he spilled the beans before they even had to use any tools on him. Maybe they were trying to dig up some dirt or something by following her. Charlotte knew Frederick was hostile. He made his hatred pretty obvious at breakfast, but their stalker had a dagger on him, but he didn't even try to use it. Attempting to off a member of the royal family is a major crime, so if he'd gone for it, he would have finished the job. The princess was right, because Prince Frederick ordered him to get any info on her that he could use. They got a confession, so if Charlotte wants, they can drop that bomb on the royal family. The main character just stared at the blonde dude, totally stunned. The Duke wondered if she shouldn't be kept away from her older brother now. He promised to testify, so the princess didn't have to sweat it. The prince wouldn't weasel out of this, but she knew that even if she spilled the beans, Frederick wouldn't face any real consequences. Actually, it might come out that she was gallivanting around town, so she asked them not to make a scene. The Duke didn't argue, but for now, the princess better be careful around Prince Frederick's people. She found it funny that she was being looked after by a guy who might kill her soon. Because of that, she kept letting her guard down, even though Duke Adler was still the prime suspect. Princess Charlotte and Duke Adler stepped into the ceremonial hall. Right in front of them, there appeared Madame Taylor. The main character immediately curtsied, greeting the Emperor's younger sister, who brought in a ton of cash. The madame mentioned that last time they met, she kept her eyes glued to the floor. But now the princess's taste has gotten way better. Madame Taylor had heard the niece had been doing great lately. The main character wondered if she had to put up with teasing from her aunt too. The madam knew the princess had recently saved a few lives, including the emperor's. Plus, she suggested fixing the wheat harvest problem by brewing it into alcohol. Duke Adler stepped forward and confirmed that Princess Charlotte was the one who did all that. Turns out, Madame Taylor was getting something out of this, seeing as she owned an alcohol distillery. The main character said she just got lucky, but her aunt didn't see it that way. So, right there in front of everyone, the emperor's sister invited Princess Charlotte to her next tea party. Sounds simple, but it's really a political gathering of the empire's most powerful women. Getting invited means you've got clout in the imperial family and high society. And for Princess Charlotte, it means she's now officially in the running for the imperial throne. Right away, the main character was swarmed by lords and ladies, all praising her recent achievements. The noble ladies were even more impressed that Princess Charlotte was wearing an Emmer's dress. A guy approached Charlotte, finally deciding to introduce himself to her. It was Derek von im Lindemann. The princess knew about him because his talents made him famous in the Demios territory. So he kissed her hand in thanks. Out of nowhere, Duke Adler icily told Mr. Lindemann that the princess would soon need to attend a public event. The man bowed and said he hoped to see her again soon. But Wren told him that probably wasn't going to happen. Crossing his arms, the Duke told Charlotte they needed to maintain a strict distance. As soon as she replied that she hadn't even gotten a word in, the Duke coldly asked if she even had a reason to talk to him. The main character looked at her partner, totally lost. Duke Adler, clearly annoyed, explained that he hated anyone who touched him without understanding his worth. Charlotte wondered if they were fighting over mineral resources. Suddenly, another guy approached the princess. It was Duke Killian. Wren's glare intensified, even more than before. The main character asked Duke Killian, surprised, if he needed something from her. The brunette wondered if the princess hadn't told him to observe etiquette at their next meeting. That's why he came over to say hello. Charlotte was happy that he'd listened to her words. Suddenly, Duke Killian got curious. Wasn't Duke Adler supposed to be at the Allied Nations meeting? To make sure everything goes smoothly, who better than him to know how important this summit of world leaders is? Wren thanked him for his concern. However, he was planning to head there as soon as he escorted the princess to the hall. A slight smile played on James's lips. He suggested entrusting Princess Charlotte to him, since he's also involved as part of the royal family. Wren appreciated the offer, but he wasn't so swamped that he needed someone else to escort the princess. Duke Killian scoffed and asked the Duke if he actually thought he was the one being offered. The blonde retorted that this wasn't an offer anymore, but a serious interference. James, losing it, told the Duke that he was having a hard time putting up with his attitude. At that moment, the main character had no clue why they were arguing and ignoring what she thought. So Charlotte asked if she could decide for herself who would escort her. Duke Killian was all for it, of course, since the princess always does what she wants anyway. The main character replied that if the Duke didn't get in the way, her fiancé would have plenty of time to escort her. Now, James can leave them alone and go take care of his own business. Duke Killian shot back, all serious, if she was for real right now. The lead reminded him that she'd always been straight with him. And then she and Duke Adler took off together. Once they were outside, Wren asked if she'd honestly always been truthful with Duke Killian. He doubted that was the case, like, ever. The lead reminded him she already said her past guys were ancient history. Wren got all curious, wondering if it was his good looks that did it. Charlotte snapped, asking if he was still hung up on that. The blonde started listing all the princess's compliments until the lead shut him up. The Duke asked if she was feeling awkward right now. The princess herself said she forgot all about other guys because of him. Out of nowhere, Duke Adler leaned in and kissed Charlotte's hands. Wren announced he'd have to put in even more work now, so she'd forget that other guy even better. Duke Adler let go of his fiancé's hand and promised that when this was all over, he'd personally escort her home, so she shouldn't even think about letting another dude walk her back. The Imperial Family Evening. It's where delegations from the colonies greet the Imperial Family. It's an event to show respect to the Imperial Family, and it's held in the reception hall. The event was taking place in a separate palace, but even so, some of the guests were already here. Even Princess Camilla? Charlotte showed up, and this girl's face just twisted up with hate and disgust. The main character wondered if it was because her reservation at Emmer's got canceled, that now this girl felt the heat. People only started treating her like a human being recently. Before that, Charlotte had a pretty messed up reputation. Things are kicking off soon, so they're asking all participants to get ready. The main character's eyes went wide the second she saw the guy across from her. Duke Killian was staring right at her, not breaking eye contact. Charlotte looked away, and the dude did the same. Just then, the Emperor walked in with Her Majesty. The main character realized it was the first time she'd ever seen the Empress. She's got crazy power in the Empire. which is why Camille and Frederick are the top contenders for the throne. The Empress's gaze turned disdainful the second she looked at Princess Charlotte. In Her Majesty's opinion, the girl was just like her mother, clueless about what's up and down. In other words, a total idiot who hangs around the streets. The main character smirked, since it was obvious Her Majesty knew about her slumming it. She's gotta be talking about Baker Street, where I was recently, so she's been spying on me with Frederick. Figures she sees her son as the heir. But despite all that, the princess greeted the Empress according to every rule of etiquette. She wasn't about to take the bait from Her Majesty's provocations. The imperial family greeting began. Delegations lined up, their hands full of gifts. The look on the main character's face went from surprised to a little confused when Frederick asked the emperor for a quick word. The prince wanted to brief him on the sugar shipments from the daimyo state. Charles Ogerton, who owns the biggest sugarcane farm, is showing some serious loyalty to the empire. With the emperor and Count Dost backing him up, Frederick was planning on getting sugar to all the allied countries. The empress gave her son props, seeing as he went all the way to the dangerous Demios lands himself and hammered out the deal. The annual income from this deal's probably going to be over $1 billion. Easy. Looks like Camilla didn't have a clue about any of this. I mean, the imperial family is a place where you can't even trust your own blood. One look at Charles Ogerton, and the main character suddenly got a bad feeling, like danger was rising. And because of her past job, once she sized someone up and knows their name, she never forgets. The princess recognized the guy from the Imperial Alliance documents she'd been studying for the past decade. But this wasn't Charles Ogerton. He claimed he owned a sugarcane farm in Demios, but his region was known for its mines, meaning the soil was crap. The dude said he'd prepared some top-shelf sugar for the emperor, the kind that looks like powdered sugar. Suddenly, it hit Charlotte. This guy was from Cortinia, and his real name was Sebastian Moran. When those tiny particles hit fire, boom! He was obviously planning to scatter it, so the main character desperately shouted out the guy's real name. Sebastian spun around instantly, looking at the princess with pure terror. People started whispering like, "Wait, isn't his name Charles Ogerton?" The guy muttered a curse under his breath, knowing he'd been busted. The main character walked up to Duke Killian and demanded he arrest Sebastian immediately, because he was a terrorist. The guy snatched up the sack and dumped everything out. Charlotte yelled for everyone to run now, because there was a huge risk of an explosion. The main character told Duke Killian they had to stop the terrorist before he lit the fuse. The guy took off like a shot, and he jumped on Sebastian just as he was trying to strike a match. But Duke Killian managed to stop him, so the terrorist started screaming all kinds of insults at him. The main character walked over to the Duke and untied the ribbon in her hair. The sight of that left James speechless for a second. She held out the ribbon to him and told him to tie up the criminal's hands with it, quick. Sebastian was taken care of just like that. Duke Killian asked the princess if she was all right. Charlotte wondered why he even cared, and said it was just dust in her throat. Suddenly, Sebastian started thrashing around like crazy on the floor. Realizing what he was about to do, the main character rushed over to stop him. But that turned out to be a seriously bad idea. And then the worst thing that could happen happened. An explosion. Seriously! When our girl came to, she felt pain all over. But the real kicker was she was in some totally unfamiliar place. Then, she felt something soft and warm under her hands. What the? Turns out it was Lord Killian. The explosion knocked him out cold, but he's alive. A trickle of blood was slowly running down his cheek. Sebastian sliding across the rug created static electricity, and that's what triggered the explosion. The sugar dust went ballistic when it hit those little sparks. If Charlotte hadn't been pinned under Killian and his protective gear, she'd be dead for sure. This was definitely some kind of hidden cave, but the girl still tried to call for help. But of course, nobody answered her. Duke Killian's here, so someone's bound to come looking, but nobody's digging for Charlotte. Duke Adler's voice echoed in her head, promising to come get her as soon as the meeting was over. Charlotte still held out hope that he would look for her, even if he didn't know if she was alive or not. The main character tore a strip of fabric from her dress. The fabric twitching meant movement, which meant this path led somewhere. So the princess grabbed the Duke by the legs and decided to follow the breeze, to make sure she got out of this mess. She was totally pumped, but after a while, she started thinking about ditching the guy right there. He was way too heavy for one person, so the main character would move a lot faster alone. Besides, Charlotte didn't exactly have any feelings for him. The main character wasn't about to die for a guy she had zero connection with. But after going just a few feet, Charlotte stopped and cursed under her breath. She couldn't just leave a guy behind in danger, because this is already pushing it. The main character had to haul Duke Killian around again. Charlotte stopped soon after, stumbling across some kind of rock glowing with golden light. She lowered the guy and stared at the mineral, totally baffled. It was obviously some kind of precious gem, so things weren't as bad as she thought. The light's actually pretty good, meaning she could use it as a flashlight to light up this dark cave. But suddenly, the stone in Charlotte's hands started glowing even brighter, forcing her to squint. The main character had absolutely no clue what just happened. It turned into a regular rock. Golden light started flowing through Charlotte's whole body, and she immediately felt better. Her body felt a ton lighter, because the main character was already tired of lugging Duke Killian around. And all the scratches on my hands are gone. Lost in thought, the main character remembered reading something similar in one of the library's books just recently. Decades ago, they used to mine a magic stone in Asgard that granted magical powers. But this mineral was last discovered on Favi Island, and after that, it vanished without a trace. They say all stones like this have long disappeared from the Empire, because mages are also long gone. Looking around, Charlotte didn't find any more stones. If she got powers, it'd be awesome to use teleportation. And it would also be nice if Duke Killian woke up. The main character accidentally moved her hand closer to the man's face, and that small space instantly connected with a stream of golden energy. Charlotte, terrified, yanked her hand away, but she noticed the Duke's face wound was starting to close up. The young girl had no clue what just happened, but the guy slowly opened his eyes. James stared at Princess Charlotte, totally stunned. When he realized he was lying in her lap, he jerked back, confused, and asked what the hell just happened. The main character grinned and said, all happy. How great it was that he finally woke up. After she explained what went down, James said the princess was a real noble. The guy figured it must have been tough for her to drag him, but the princess nobly replied that she couldn't just leave him. Duke Killian sincerely thanked Her Highness, but now's not the time to waste energy, so the main character suggested they head towards where the wind's blowing from. James offered to escort the lady, but then he suddenly tripped over a rock. And yeah, I totally face-planted right into this girl's chest. Later, the heroes were trekking through the cave in total silence. Everyone was trying to act like nothing had even happened. James was the first to break the silence, saying he had no idea there were caves like this under the palace. And they definitely don't look like they were made by nature. But it's not the Empire's doing, because the military isn't running this place. Maybe the enemy built it, so we need to do a serious sweep when we get out of here. Guess we owe that explosion some thanks for finding this cave, which Cortina might have built. James gave the princess a confused look, seeing she was lost in thought. He avoided major injuries thanks to her protection while he was out cold, and the guy was seriously grateful for that. Charlotte just said to thank the armor, because she decided to keep the magic stones a secret. Duke Killian wanted to apologize again for being such a jerk to the princess. He treated her like garbage, even though he knew how she felt, so he was begging for another shot. To the guy's request, the main character said she didn't know. Just because they survived the explosion doesn't mean Charlotte's gonna pretend nothing happened. The Duke was just publicly mocking Charlotte, and now, after a few minutes in a cave, he thinks everything's cool? James exclaimed, didn't she risk her life to save him when things got hairy? When he woke up, he saw her beautiful smile and realized how genuine she'd been with him all along. But really, it was just a smile of relief that she didn't have to lug him around anymore. The main character decided not to answer at all. No point even trying to explain nothing to him in a situation like this. Before long, the heroes reached the hatch at the top of the cave. Sounds like we're getting out. Hear that water flowing and the city noise? Duke Killian told Her Highness he'd boost her up, and she could lift the lid in the meantime. Charlotte wasn't expecting him to do it so damn fast. Right then and there, knights were running around everywhere with torches. They froze up when the hatch started lifting out of nowhere and demanded to know who was up there. Out popped Princess Charlotte, looking beat to hell, telling them to help her out, pronto. They got Her Highness out quick, and she told him Duke Killian was still down there. The knight said the king's all right, and they'd been looking for her with the Duke the whole time. James suggested we haul ass back to the castle as soon as possible. The whole place was smoking, and part of it was completely wrecked. Our heroes rushed inside to see what the hell was going on. The knights immediately burst into tears and ran to Duke Killian the second they saw he was alive and kicking. The main girl, though, kept going. The entire imperial family and all the nobles are okay, but the servants left later, so a lot of them are hurt. The princess was swarmed by nobles, who were freaking out when they heard she was trapped under the rubble. The main girl just smiled and told them she was fine and not to worry. Duke Adler said he'd come for her, but he was nowhere to be found. A doctor ran up to Charlotte and asked the princess to let her check out her injuries. The girl was totally shocked. She'd heard the princess was right in the blast zone, but she looked fine. The main character just stammered out that she'd gotten lucky. It was only then that the princess realized something. Duke Adler wasn't coming. There was blood everywhere. Just then, a guy's voice called out, and she spun around. It was John, all out of breath, his face a mix of worry and relief. Trying to catch his breath, the guy asked if she was all right. Martha ran up to the princess and hugged her tight, just letting all her emotions out in tears. The nobles started whispering, judging the maid for acting so disrespectfully to her mistress. But Charlotte coldly announced that she needed to speak with her maid in private. "That's why I told everyone to step back." Once the crowd cleared, the main character asked the guys how they ended up here. Turns out, Mr. Watson wasn't working today, but he was so worried he came to the palace anyway. And then this horrible explosion happened, Charlotte exclaimed, asking if they came to search for her in the rubble, saying it was way too dangerous. John explained that only Killian's men were doing the searching, meaning they could have just left the princess in danger. The main character started arguing with John, and they both stuck to their guns. Just then, a man approached the princess. It was Duke Killian. James wanted to thank Her Highness again for saving him and get a chance to repay her. The main character coldly replied that he could show his gratitude with money. Duke Killian definitely wasn't expecting that kind of response. Then, a sly grin spread across his face. He pointed out to Princess Charlotte that her fiancé, Duke Adler, was nowhere to be seen. Martha and John froze, totally not buying it, and our main girl just scowled. She shot back that he did care about what happened, but he just said he was keeping it real. Charlotte's jaw clenched. She was so ticked off. And then she spun around and headed for the exit. James just smirked and wished the princess a good night. At the Imperial Alliance ball, the whole palace was in chaos because of the terrorist attack. The emperor was pissed and wanted to wipe Cortina off the map, but he couldn't ignore all the resources they had. So instead, he had everyone involved in the incident torn limb from limb. Martha ripped the latest paper to shreds, yelling that they should be wiped out for insulting the princess. Charlotte and Duke Adler were front-page news, but the smaller papers were focused on something else. Namely, that she was with her old flame and that her fiancé, Duke Adler, was nowhere to be seen. Honestly, the heroine wasn't bummed, because she knew the secret reason why he didn't show up. The princess just said that she was fine. John said the palace is a total pressure cooker right now, and if it keeps up, they're gonna run out of jail cells. Right now, Duke Adler's hunting down anyone even remotely involved with what happened yesterday. Almost everyone from Demios has already left, including Derek Lindemann. The main character asked the maid to bring them some tea. John wanted to get the princess's take. Didn't she think the Duke overreacted? It's all so weird. He didn't even show up yesterday and now he's running the whole investigation. The main character exclaimed that this crime's MO is way different from the serial killings. But John reminded Her Highness that she herself said this case was different from a regular murder. And there's a motive. This guy's willing to kill to get what he wants, and he doesn't have to do it the same way every time. Martha brought the tea, and our heroes clammed up. The main character remembered the Duke saying he hates anyone who touches what belongs to him without appreciating it. John decided to speak his mind. If his fiancé had been hurt in the explosion, he wouldn't be sitting around. Charlotte didn't say anything to that. Right then and there, the maid walked in and told the Princess Duke Adler had arrived to see her. Rewind to the day of the Imperial Alliance Ball. Inside the Council of Ministers Hall, they were discussing the rise of a dangerous power that threatened the Imperial Alliance. They needed to keep a close eye on it, but Duke Adler had something else entirely on his mind. There were way too many annoying guys checking out the princess, and Derek Lindemann actually kissed her hand. Duke Killian was practically shouting his intentions from the rooftops. Ren started shaking his head, disgusted even thinking about it. The council leader asked Duke Adler if he had anything to say against it, but the guy just said no. Suddenly, there was a deafening crash. Ren didn't know what was up until the servants burst into the hall. That's when everyone at the meeting got the news. A massive explosion just rocked the palace. The Duke was on his feet instantly, knowing the royal family was inside. Ren raced to the scene and saw the palace in flames, half destroyed. The princess is trapped inside, meaning they gotta get her out, ASAP. But then the overpowering stench of blood hit him, freezing him in his tracks. Ren could barely breathe. Just then, Alfred rushed up to him. He reported to his lord that Princess Charlotte was still down there with Duke Killian, trapped under the castle. Duke Adler wanted to protest, but the smell of blood was making it impossible to breathe. Rena started feeling sick, and the secretary, totally confused, asked if she was all right. And then the Duke lost his balance. Collapsing to the ground, the guy started cursing himself out for being so powerless and unable to save the princess. His bride-to-be was trapped underground because of an explosion, and with her ex, no less. A guy doesn't run into a burning building after his fiancée for one of two reasons. Either he doesn't love her, or he's just a complete moron. The next thing Duke Adler knew, he woke up in his chambers. He shot straight up, and the secretary was right there to greet him. Alfred reported that Princess Charlotte was fine, and she and Duke Killian had made it out of the palace safe and sound. Feeling a massive wave of relief, Ren ordered them to get everything ready to head to the Imperial Palace immediately. The secretary started pushing back, saying it wasn't the best idea right now, but the Duke was having none of it. So Alfred shut his mouth. Ren walked over to the nightstand and grabbed a bottle of pills. And then he downed a handful, just like that. Cleaning up after the explosion was going smoothly. Duke Adler was leading the charge on finding the culprits, issuing apologies to allied nations, and restoring order to the scene. People usually thought he was cold, but this time the guy was downright ruthless. Even Prince Frederick, who let the terrorist into the palace, couldn't escape punishment. If it weren't for the incident, the underground caves wouldn't have been discovered, so Duke Killian stayed behind to investigate them. The Emperor commended Duke Killian. Charlotte says he's pretty quick on his feet, so His Majesty figures it wouldn't be a bad thing if they got together. But he didn't finish, because he glanced over at Duke Adler. Those two locked eyes, man. James told the Emperor not to sweat it, because Duke Adler probably isn't even thinking about that kind of stuff. He's way more focused on his job right now, not some bride. After all, Duke Adler's a loyal minister to the Empire. Before long, Ren showed up at Princess Charlotte's palace. This time, Her Highness's maid was way colder to him than before, which kinda put the Duke on edge. Suddenly, the guy spotted a crystal swan statue in the princess's courtyard. The maid gushed about how Duke Killian sent it as a thank you for saving him. This statue is the Killian family's whole deal. Ren was thinking, did some hick from the boonies really try to flex on the guy who owns the mines? And then he finally met the princess. The guy made sure he said hello first. Like it was no big thing, Charlotte returned the greeting. Duke Adler looked straight up awkward, sitting across from the princess. He jumped right in, saying he was super relieved she wasn't hurt. Now, the Duke wanted to explain to his fiancée why he couldn't be there when all that went down. But the princess cut him off, telling the Duke she was fine. So many people got hurt yesterday, Charlotte figured he wouldn't be able to make it. Those words didn't make Ren feel any better. Actually, he felt this icy wall going up between them. The princess smiled wide and insisted she was totally fine. Before he could even launch into his rehearsed excuse, Princess Charlotte spoke up first, smiling kindly. She added that she knew about his situation, that the Duke had a ton of important stuff to deal with besides her. But Ren felt worse and worse. He just wanted to say it wasn't true. The Duke announced that anyone caught spreading rumors like that would face consequences. The main girl replied that she hadn't noticed anyone criticizing the Duke, and he knew she'd read the whole thing. Charlotte added that the Duke's reputation hadn't taken a hit because of any of this. But Ren was straight up pissed at those damn gossips who were hurting the princess. He just didn't understand why she was acting like this. The Duke explained he wasn't here for any of this, since she had to listen to all that crap because of him. And it was partly his fault. The main character repeated again that she was fine, just bummed that the pretty expensive dress got ruined. So Charlotte apologized for messing up the gift. The guy suddenly stood up and yelled that he didn't give a damn about what happened to the dress, because he can buy her like 20 more of those. The main character didn't expect the Duke's voice to crack like that, so she looked at him surprised. Then she laughed and said again that she was fine and really wasn't upset about anything. However, Ren didn't understand why the princess kept saying that. The main character answered with a smile that it was all because she liked him. Those words hit the Duke hard. He'd heard them before, sure, but this time his ice-cold heart started to crack. And through the broken ice, feelings he thought were impossible started seeping in. Maybe this was his first spring. A few days later, the terrorism case at the Alliance Ball was mostly wrapped up, and things with Duke Adler were settled too. As soon as the palace library reopened, after being closed due to the incident, Charlotte dove into a new investigation. Flipping through the pages of another book, the girl accidentally cut herself, but the wound healed almost instantly. That was definitely a healing power. The power that healed not only her, but also the injured Duke Killian, which meant it was definitely magic. And right now, she was holding a magic stone. They say the magic stones dried up, and all the mages slowly vanished with them. Unripe stones have a golden glow, and drawing power from one gives you flawed abilities. The power our girl discovered was accidental and incomplete. It would have been better if Charlotte got attack magic. She could have defended herself from that serial killer. Suddenly, the librarian approached Her Highness and asked if everything was all right. The main character replied distractedly that it was just a tough book she was reading. Clark had been a librarian for 15 years and never imagined he'd see Princess Charlotte so often. He noticed Her Highness's interest in magic, and he happened to be writing a paper on magic stones. Charlotte decided to ask the librarian if he knew why the wizards and magic stones disappeared. Turns out, in the past, every country mined those stones so aggressively they just vanished completely. Okay, so in super rare cases, a person can absorb a magic stone's power, if the stone chooses them. So basically, the main chick got chosen. The princess wanted to know what happens to a mage if another stone shows up in the Empire. Clark thought for a second, then said it'd be chaos. People would either want to off them or use them as a weapon. Charlotte asked, what if it's just a healing gift? And the librarian's like, that's the hardest one to get. They say someone like that's got the blessing of a god. Right then, the bell dinged, meaning another customer just walked into the library. Clark stopped his story cold. He cheerfully greeted Lady Adler and practically bounced over to her. The main girl glanced at the woman, who gave her a friendly smile. She greeted Princess Charlotte right away. Our girl did the same back. Lady Adler had heard Her Highness was hitting the library a lot lately, and our main character confirmed it. The woman explained that whenever the Empress wants to see her, she uses the library after getting permission. She really loved reading, and Clark always picked out amazing books for her. Our heroine figured Lady Adler was super close with Her Highness, and the woman confirmed it. She wasn't from some fancy bloodline, but the Empress had always been good to her. Then, Lady Adler said goodbye to the princess and left the library. Clark said in awe that she was a really modest and incredibly beautiful woman. She comes to the library a lot and is always kind to him. So, the main character figured out that Mr. Adler's been visiting the Empress way too often, and Charlotte was seriously starting to hate it. Last time, the princess picked the date spot, but today they're going to a place the Duke chose. The letter she got spelled out the date and time, clear as day. Finally, our girl gets to meet her prime suspect again, and before she knew it, date day was here. The second Charlotte stepped out of her palace, she got blinded by a crazy bright light. Now, besides the crystal swan statue, there was this giant lion in the courtyard, made completely of gold sapphires. Seeing the look on Her Highness's face, Martha blurted out that these aren't just any sculptures. The crystal swan's worth $1 billion gold, and the yellow sapphire lion's worth $2 billion. Like he was trying to one-up Duke Killian's crystal swan, Duke Adler sent this insane lion. Charlotte wondered just how many damn fossils the Duke's family had. Plus, he sent 20 dresses from Emer's, saying he doesn't want me worrying about what happened at the ball. The Duke's feeling way too guilty about what happened to his bride. But maybe John's right, and that terrorist attack really was connected to Duke Adler. After the incident, Ren got all the mining rights to the Demios Principality, the territory Derek used to own. I bet even the yellow sapphires in this lion came from the Linderman territories. Charlotte's train of thought got derailed by a dude's voice. Duke Adler was standing right there, bowing to greet her. The heroine walked up to the guy and told him he really didn't have to send gifts like this. Ren just said they were special yellow sapphires, like her eyes, and totally different from the kid's crystals. Charlotte didn't even know how to process all that. Ren offered the princess his hand and told her they were going to a place he'd prepared just for her today. She took him by the arm. Ren froze, feeling a weird jolt through his body, and immediately blushed. He kinda backed away from her, trying not to look her in the eye, which surprised Charlotte. She asked, confused, if he was uncomfortable. But Ren immediately said that wasn't it at all. So the main character grabbed his arm again, this time harder than before. This time, Ren didn't pull away. But his behavior today was really setting off alarm bells for Charlotte. It was like Duke Adler was hiding something. First things first, the heroes headed to the greenhouse, where they showed off all kinds of rare plants and animals. Ren bought the place out for the day, so they could check everything out. Just the two of them, without any hassle. Charlotte gushed about how awesome it was, even though she was pretty sure she was about to die from the heat. You gotta give someone a heads up before hitting a greenhouse. I mean, who plans a date in a place like this? The main character plunked down on the nearest bench and told the Duke she needed to chill for a second. But Ren? He was totally comfortable, even baking in the sun. Meanwhile, the main girl's body was starting to burn up. And hearing that, Duke Adler's face flushed bright red again. He jumped to the conclusion that it was a good thing they were the only ones there. This guy always surprised Charlotte, but despite everything, she decided to tie her hair back in a ponytail to cool down. And just like that, he got an amazing view of her slender neck. Of course, Duke Adler saw that, and his face immediately turned even redder. They were finally alone in a quiet place for the first time in ages. But Charlotte was too drained to investigate, even if that's what the Duke wanted. After their greenhouse date, they headed to the most popular restaurant in the whole damn empire. Duke Adler mentioned you had to book a table here like 3 months in advance. No sooner had they sat down than the waitress brought out a salad, specially made with seasonal fruit, on the Duke's orders. Charlotte thanked the waitress, even though she totally lost her appetite back in that greenhouse. But it'd be awkward to not eat with Duke Adler staring at her like that. Since it's such a famous restaurant, she figured it had to be pretty damn good. The second Charlotte tried the salad, Duke Adler asked in a dead serious tone how she liked it. With a big smile plastered on her face, she said it was delicious. Suddenly, the main character realized the guy hadn't even touched his food. A horrifying thought slammed into her brain. There was definitely poison in the dish. Realizing this, she dropped her fork. Charlotte had completely overlooked the fact that poisoning was the serial killer's signature move. A searing pain ripped through her chest, and her body grew weaker by the second. The main character knew damn well it wasn't her turn to die yet, but Duke Adler had somehow managed to kill her anyway. As the main character slowly opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was a bright light. And then she realized she was in some room she didn't recognize. Duke Adler was sitting nearby, his face a mix of worry and massive relief. But to Charlotte, right now, he looked like the devil with an angel's face, and he was about to ice her. The princess sat up and asked what happened, and the guy explained they were in the hospital. She fainted during lunch because she's allergic to peaches, and there were peaches in the salad dressing. Ren was told she could have died, and it was a miracle she even woke up at all. The guy was blaming himself, saying he should have known about her allergy since he's her fiancé. Surprised by that announcement, the main character figured he wasn't trying to kill her. A warm energy was bubbling inside, which probably meant Charlotte's healing power from the magic stone had kicked in. The main character told the Duke it wasn't his fault, because she'd never mentioned her allergy. But Ren added that she was also severely dehydrated. On top of everything, he just wanted to show her some foreign trees and take her to this restaurant famous for its seasonal dishes. Ren wanted to plan the perfect date, but everything he set up just went sideways. Right now, he looks like a puppy caught in the rain. The main character found it pretty funny. Ren was taken aback and totally lost when Princess Charlotte suddenly asked him why he was so set on a perfect date. Hanging his head, the guy quietly answered that it was just because she loved him so much. The main character burst out laughing. She didn't get the connection between her loving the Duke and the perfect date he was trying to pull off. Rian explained that he just didn't want to be in her debt and decided to do something cool to return the princess's feelings. Charlotte figured out that she was the one who actually cheered the Duke up. The guy's face went red as soon as she explained that returning the favor meant paying back with something similar. The Duke was stunned, like, did she enjoy being stuck in the hospital because of him? Charlotte just nodded and said it's because he was being super cute right now. Even though her whole plan to study the Duke and his ideal date totally went down the drain, for some reason, the main character felt like it wasn't a big deal that her plans blew up. A few days later, Charlotte started feeling incredibly bored. That is, until a maid burst into the room, holding a letter. Martha, huffing and puffing from running, told the princess that her tea party invite finally arrived. But the biggest deal was that the letter was from Lady Taylor. Getting invited to her tea party means you're officially in the Empire's high society. The Emperor's sister had mentioned it at the Alliance Ball, and she actually sent an invite. The lead chick was messed up over that terror attack, so she doubted she'd be able to keep it together. Lady Taylor's tea parties always go down in one of the palace rooms. As soon as Princess Charlotte walked in, Madame Taylor was right there to greet her. The woman felt bad she hadn't invited her niece to one of these shindigs sooner. Charlotte looked around and figured out all these women were major players in high society. Out of nowhere, Miss Blair said hi to the lead. She'd been waiting for Charlotte to show. The girl admitted she was a little on edge. Princess Camilla and the Earl's daughter, Victoria, were also hanging out at the tea party. Madame Taylor figured Princess Charlotte had been through the ringer at that matchmaking ball. It's all thanks to Her Highness that we're able to enjoy this tea party right now. The ladies instantly started showering Charlotte with compliments, saying the dress really suited her. It was hilarious, since these were the same people who hadn't said a word to Miss Mostyn at her debut. Like it was nothing, Charlotte replied that she used to wear simple dresses, so she went unnoticed. The ladies laughed, remembering exactly how Charlotte used to dress. Madame Taylor smiled and asked Princess Camilla if she was doing okay. The girl beamed and replied that she was. Her aunt asked how things were going with the perfume business, and Camilla explained they'd flopped. Madame Taylor remarked that Blair was close to Charlotte, and the blonde nodded in agreement. After all, it was thanks to the princess's advice that she learned to check if a business idea had risks. The main character thought the Duke Adler's sister was just a simple girl, but she was fighting her own battles at this tea party. Madame Taylor suggested we drop the business talk. The current empress told her to start thinking about a suitable match for Duke Killian. The imperial family and the Duke's family have been close for ages, so Her Majesty's really stressing about it. Speaking of Duke Killian, he's gonna have aristocratic ladies throwing themselves at him. Out of nowhere, Camilla nominated Victoria, saying she's perfect and could totally be the Duke's type, because her family, the Abigails, have always been super supportive of the imperial family. The lady mentioned her father's at the palace today, talking to His Majesty about supporting the military with weapons. In a thoughtful tone, Madame Taylor said she hadn't heard any marriage proposals for the Abigail family lately. Camilla revealed that, actually, the Abigail family exchanged marriage proposals with the Adler family a while back, since their families have been tight for, forever. The main character froze, totally blindsided by the news. Lady Taylor considered those words, figuring that's probably how it'll go down. But Victoria said regretfully that some big shots already screwed it up. Catching herself, the lady asked Princess Charlotte if this was tough to hear. The main character replied kindly, "Yeah, even though she was sure Victoria was just messing with her. The lady then revealed that Duke Adler hadn't given relationships a second thought for ages. But he'd said before that if he ever got married, it'd only be to her. Camilla backed that up, and the main character started wondering if it was fact or just a straight-up lie. Charlotte was completely lost, because that freaking Adler guy had definitely said he didn't have a sweetheart. No way! The main character couldn't believe that all this time he'd been into the sexy bombshell type. Camilla asked her sister if she was bummed out after hearing that Duke Adler was into Miss Victoria. But her engagement only happened because her dad ordered it. The main character stood up and said she needed to hit the ladies' room for a second, because the princess wanted to fix her dress. Looking at herself in the mirror, Charlotte figured that, of course, Duke Adler would be into someone like Miss Victoria. But for some reason, that thought really pissed her off. Just then, Victoria walked into the ladies' room. She gave a friendly smile and looked at Princess Charlotte with interest, but didn't say a word. The main character couldn't figure out why this was happening right now. She tossed over her shoulder that she had to go and headed for the exit. But she froze in her tracks the second she heard a loud smack. Lady Victoria had straight up slapped herself, and now her cheek was bright red. The main character was totally thrown and asked what the heck she was doing. But Victoria didn't say a word and swung again, just confusing and bewildering our girl even more. And then the lady smacked herself again. After that, she grabbed her perfume bottle and smashed it to pieces on the floor. Then she dropped to the floor and started screaming her head off, and Charlotte completely lost track of what was happening. She tried asking Victoria what she was doing, but the lady just yelled out that she was in so much pain. Just then, a maid walked into the bathroom and saw the whole thing, totally getting the wrong idea. Then Princess Camilla burst into the ladies' room, all freaked out, asking what the hell was going on. Victoria, her voice shaking, started explaining that Princess Charlotte had gotten super pissed at her, but only the main character knew that this chick had punched herself right in front of her. Meanwhile, the lady asked what she'd even done to make her highness act like that. Madam Taylor walked into the room and was like, "What in the world is happening here?" Victoria explained that the princess didn't like what she said, so she snapped as soon as she saw her. Camilla grilled her sister, asking if she did it because she found out Duke Adler had a thing for Lady Victoria. Camilla's confident voice was seriously convincing, so all this crazy stuff started to feel like the real deal. The ladies began gossiping about how there were even articles recently saying Princess Charlotte wasn't Adler's type. Just then, His Majesty walked into the room with Duke Adler and Mr. Abigail. Ren's face went blank the second he spotted Princess Charlotte in the crowd. The main character totally wasn't expecting to see him right now. Her father shot over to his daughter, Victoria, like a rocket. He demanded to know if Princess Charlotte was behind this. The Emperor froze when he heard that, his brow furrowing, and ordered Charlotte to explain herself immediately. Camilla decided to jump in, saying Charlotte just overheard rumors about Adler marrying Miss Victoria. That made her flip out, and she couldn't control her jealousy. Duke Adler cut in, reminding Princess Camilla that His Majesty asked Princess Charlotte. He was stunned when Princess Camilla revealed he was supposedly planning to marry Miss Victoria. Duke Adler didn't object to any of it. For the main character, that meant those words were true. The Duke pointed out Princess Charlotte hadn't even spoken yet, so they should let her explain. Christina asked if Victoria was already on the floor when she walked in, and Charlotte nodded. They decided not to listen to the princess, since there were tons of witnesses and proof. The head of the Abigail family declared he'd be filing an official complaint because he couldn't ignore the rudeness directed at his daughter. The Count intended to take it to court. He reminded His Majesty that their family had helped the imperial family with 10 billion gold's worth of weapons. The Emperor ordered his daughter to answer immediately. Proving guilt is way easier when one side makes the accusations and the other has to disprove them with evidence. Right now, everything points to Charlotte. And with the reputation of the body's original owner, she's screwed. But the princess figured out a while ago that Lady Victoria ain't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. I mean, she can't even stage a decent public spectacle. Lady Victoria flinched as Princess Charlotte, with a sly grin, turned to her. The main character moved fast, heading straight for the girl, asking if she was seriously claiming she hit her. Stopping right in front of Victoria, Charlotte raised her hand to strike. Victoria screamed, realizing she was about to get a fist to the face. The Emperor and Duke Adler froze, wondering if Princess Charlotte was really going to go this far, but there wasn't a flicker of hesitation in the main character's eyes. Still, her hand stopped, never actually hitting the lying bitch. The Earl stepped in front of his daughter, demanding to know what Princess Charlotte thought she was doing. The Emperor boomed, asking what the hell this violence was all about, especially now, arms crossed. The main character calmly told Lady Victoria if she was going to smear her, she should have done it right. Charlotte asked the lady if she even knew the pike she was talking about was different from the one that was swollen. If the princess had slapped her right then, She would have hit the left cheek Victoria was covering. Too bad, right? Because both the lady and Princess Charlotte are right-handed. She decided to slap herself, and without thinking, used her right hand. Earl Abigail sternly asked his daughter if it was true, and Victoria flinched at his harsh tone. Camilla snapped, asking how Charlotte was so sure Victoria was right-handed too. Judging by how Camilla's acting up, they planned this together. The heroine explained she got pissed at Victoria's words and just smacked her, meaning her dominant hand would be the one she used. Charlotte suggested they go check out the tea table. Both she and Miss Victoria have their tea sets laid out on the right side. The maid confirmed Princess Charlotte's statement. So, Victoria did this on purpose to get the princess in trouble, but didn't think things through. Charlotte pointed out she already said at the Mostyn Ball that Miss Victoria was a ditz. Lady Taylor asked Lady Victoria, fuming, if she dared lie to the Emperor right here at her tea party. Suddenly, loyalty kicked in for Victoria, and she started explaining that it wasn't like that at all. Or maybe the lady was just scared of Princess Camilla's wrath. The main character reminded everyone that false accusation is an insult to a member of the imperial family. What Miss Abigail did wasn't just about Charlotte. It's an insult to the entire royal family. And if we're going by the Earl's logic, then what Abigail did can be seen as the Earl's family's actions. Imperial law states that insulting the ruling family is a serious offense. Plus, the main character knew the royal family could claim all the profits early. Charlotte wondered if the Abigail estate didn't have special rights to logging the forest. The Earl and Victoria both dropped to their knees and started begging Her Highness for forgiveness. But no matter how loyal the Abigail family is, Charlotte has to sue to restore her honor now. However, if they show even greater loyalty to the crown, that need will disappear. Earl Abigail choked out that his family will do everything possible to support the Emperor. In other words, that's what we call a cash settlement. The main character turned and winked at the Emperor. His Majesty smiled, feeling an incredible sense of pride for his kid. And then he told the Earl that for attempting to dishonor the imperial family, they deserve a harsh punishment. But considering his daughter's youth and her past loyalty, if Princess Charlotte has no objections, they can drop the whole thing. Victoria, her voice trembling, thanked Her Highness. The main character replied that stupidity shouldn't be treated like a crime. And just like that, the awkward tea party came to an end. But Charlotte definitely didn't feel like a winner. If anything, her mood just got worse. Duke Adler, who had been following her the entire time, called out to Princess Charlotte. But the girl didn't react at all, so Wren called her name again. And just like before, the princess didn't even try to stop, clearly not wanting to talk to her fiancé. Wren asked if she was mad about something, and she was like, "Why would I be?" The Duke pointed out that she wouldn't even look at him, and Charlotte shot back that this wasn't a date, so she didn't need to look at him. The main character stopped dead in her tracks as soon as Duke Adler said he was 9 years old then. It happened at Lady Tiffany's 7th birthday party. His father and Count Abigail went to the same military academy, and their families had been friends for ages. At the party, they started talking about marriage, and among other options, he said he'd prefer Abigail. But back then, Wren was only thinking about what would benefit his family. Since the county owned mines, Duke Adler now admits it was just a dumb kid thing. The main character asked, annoyed, why he was telling her all this. The man said he'd seen the princess's face when Camilla mentioned Victoria. Charlotte looked like she'd been zapped, and asked what he meant by that. Turning away, the main character said he must have imagined it. She was just pissed about the slander. Duke Adler decided to clarify that he never loved Lady Victoria. Smirking, Charlotte turned back and asked who he did love. Then, the man, with a sly grin, said they didn't have a date, so he wasn't obligated to answer. The main character was speechless. The two sorted out their misunderstanding. On the day of Mrs. Taylor's tea party, the princess and Blair split without even saying goodbye. So Blondie suggested Her Highness come over for a visit and a little chat. Martha was stoked that the princess got a personal invite from a girl from a high society family. Charlotte just told the maid she was exaggerating a bit, but Martha was just hyped because it was also Duke Adler's mansion. The main character smiled and said she was looking forward to it like crazy. Martha was thrilled because the princess would get to hang with him and maybe even meet the stepmom. But Duke Adler said he'd be swamped that day, and the stepmom wouldn't be around either. The maid said that sucked, but honestly, it was the perfect opportunity for the main character. In the Empire, it's considered kinda weird for a girl to be the first one to suggest visiting a guy. But since Charlotte befriended the suspect's little sister, she got a chance to snoop around the house without a warrant. A few days before, at Duke Adler's mansion, Wren was saying the carpet's too dark, and the decorations look ancient, so they gotta be swapped out. Alfred immediately showed up, reminding them they should be working on land management, not this. The Duke asked if selling paintings and statues wasn't part of land management. Alfred had to agree, but then he noticed the Duke was checking out fabric samples. He asked the Duke to admit he was acting this way because Miss Blair invited Princess Charlotte. Wren coldly told the secretary he was meddling in the affairs of the dukedom and Blair's personal invitations. Alfred immediately backpedaled, saying he just misspoke because he was sleep-deprived. On the day Princess Charlotte arrived, the Adler family mansion was transformed and sparkling clean. Duke Adler himself was dressed to the nines. Alfred suggested the Duke let it go since he was so worried, but Wren said he had no idea what he was talking about. He was just making sure the gardeners were doing their jobs is all. But suddenly, the guy's face changed, and he just stared out the window. An imperial carriage just pulled up to the mansion. Alfred didn't even need to look outside to know the princess was here. The Duke's face said it all. Then Duke Adler's expression shifted, and he looked pissed. The secretary instantly knew some kind of guard came with the princess too. He asked His Grace to stop gambling with other people. Blair greeted Her Majesty with a huge smile on her face. She was so hyped for Princess Charlotte's visit. She couldn't even sleep last night. A servant came up and told them he was going to show the guard around. The main girl nodded at John, mentally telling him to find out as much as he could while he had the chance. The guy gave a firm nod back. Duke Adler stepped outside to greet Princess Charlotte. He bowed, showing his respect. The main girl, all smiles, thanked Mr. Adler for the warm welcome. Wren asked, a little tense if she had a guard with her. Charlotte said they'd come with John, and the Duke replied that he'd probably get a separate tour, seeing as entry to the residence is tightly controlled. Blair snapped at her brother that he had work to do, but he just said he couldn't not greet the princess. "You're my guest today," the blonde chirped, looping her arm through Charlotte's. "We're gonna have some fun." Blair whisked the girl away, and Wren shot her a glare, clearly annoyed. Stepping inside, Charlotte gasped at the mansion's beauty, especially the frescoes, which looked brand new. "Everything was just redone a few days ago," the blonde explained, making Charlotte tense up. Blair admitted she didn't know what got into him, but her brother had suddenly decided to replace everything old. But Charlotte knew the stepmother should be in charge of the house, so why did the Duke decide to change everything before she arrived? This feels like what a criminal does before an investigation. Did Duke Adler sense danger from our girl and figure out her plan? Over tea, the girls started gossiping about the recent scandal that got Victoria banned from society. The main character was thrilled because her personal allowance just got a serious bump. Just then, the maid popped her head in and told Lady Blair that Master Noraban had arrived. Blair had specifically moved her lessons to tomorrow, but it seems the teacher messed up the date, and they can't just send him away. Blair asked the princess what to do, since her mom had just switched her piano teacher recently. The main character calmed her down, saying she could easily wait a few hours. If she got bored, Charlotte was planning on taking a stroll through the garden. Blair left, giving the princess one last apologetic look. The main character couldn't contain her excitement. Now she had some time to be alone in the suspect's house and find something, like proof that the Duke's a criminal, or at least any kind of lead. But as she was leaving the room, she bumped into Mr. Adler, who looked at her, totally bewildered. Alfred said the Duke couldn't just sit tight the whole time, so he figured he'd bring him here. Wren snapped at his secretary, who booked it out of there, which left our heroes all alone. The heroine awkwardly explained Blair had just stepped away for a second, but the Duke already knew that. So, as head of the family, it'd be more polite for him to hang out with the princess. Charlotte gave him a surprised look when he just blurted out he'd be spending his time with her. Wren felt awkward as hell sitting across from Her Highness. The heroine said she really loved the mansion, especially since it had just gotten a makeover. The Duke told her that in the future, she could decorate the house however she wanted. Charlotte looked at him, surprised, and the Duke added, it'd be when they were living together. The maid walked in, bringing the tea. The Duke's eyes went wide when he saw slices of peach on the tray. He stopped the maid and told her to take them away. But the girl got super flustered and accidentally knocked the whole tray over. All the plates, the teapot, and the cups shattered on the floor. The maid started apologizing, and the main character gently said it was no big deal. Charlotte froze the second the girl let out a quiet yelp. Blood started dripping from her finger. Of course, Duke Adler saw it too, and just went rigid at the sight of the scarlet blood. The girl said, scared, that she was so sorry and she'd clean up the mess right away. No way the maid's leaving till she's done. But the Duke could have another attack any minute now. The heroine couldn't let that happen. So, she snapped, yelling about how the hell her dress got totally wrecked because of the maid. The scared maid promised to clean it up right away, but Charlotte just told her to get lost, saying she was disgusting to look at. The girl ran crying from the room. The heroine checked on the Duke, who was breathing hard. He passed out, collapsing onto the couch, which totally threw her for a loop. His symptoms were way worse than she thought. Just then, the butler knocked, asking His Grace if he needed anything. The Duke wanted to hide his condition, so the heroine said she wanted some alone time with him. She started shaking him, begging him to wake up, quick! The main character had absolutely no clue what to do in situations like this. Only one solution popped into her head: give him mouth to mouth. Charlotte didn't hesitate and cupped the man's face in her hands. Then she pressed her lips to his, breathing all her carbon dioxide into Lord Adler's lungs. She had to get him conscious somehow. Suddenly, Charlotte and Ren started glowing with a bright golden light. Her healing power was awakening, and the Duke's condition should stabilize now. Charlotte pulled back, figuring that was enough. But then, the man's hands suddenly grabbed her face and yanked her back down. And then, in the blink of an eye, their lips locked again. This time for a real kiss. Charlotte just stared at the Duke, totally stunned. Her heart was pounding like crazy, and she figured he was just instinctively reaching for her healing power. The main character tried to pull away, but he just held her even tighter. After putting in some extra effort, Charlotte finally managed to break free. She could finally catch her breath. She called out to the Duke, and he slowly opened his eyes. Propping himself up on one elbow, Ren asked the princess what happened, but the main character immediately turned around. Charlotte said that she had to leave and asked the Duke to say goodbye to Blair for her. Then, bam! The door slammed shut and she was gone. The Duke just stared at the door, totally bewildered. The heroine was so bummed that her first kiss went down like that. John asked the princess if anything bad had happened at the estate, but she said no. The guy told her that while he was waiting, he checked out the garden and the outside of the house. Figured he'd gather some kind of evidence, but came up empty. The heroine froze when she saw the bag. She asked where John got it, and he said he found it in the Duke's estate garden. The brunette went rigid the second the princess said she'd already seen that bag. It looks like that sugar sack the terrorist brought to the union negotiations. The butler asked Mrs. Adler how her trip went, and she said not to worry about the plague. She asked if the newly planted flowers were doing well, and the butler nodded. Their color is similar to the color of Madame's eyes. Madame Adler heard Princess Charlotte came by today, and the butler confirmed, then told her about the maid incident. The princess really yelled at her, kicked her out of the room, and forbade anyone from entering. The butler thought the Duke would calm her down, but he didn't say a word. Just as he was about to voice his concerns about the princess becoming the Duke's wife, Madame Adler stopped him. "We can't jump to conclusions so quickly. We don't know what the princess was going through. Blair listens to her a lot, so there's really nothing to worry about." The next day, the princess took Martha and John with her for a relaxing day out in nature. This dude wasn't sure he belonged with this girly crew, but as their bodyguard, he had to be there. With the emperor's okay, they headed out on a little trip, just a few days. The plan was a picnic in a quiet, peaceful forest with a lake, then crash at the royal family's place nearby for the night. And after that, check out the market in the local village, hang out with some regular folks. They got to the lake pretty quick, and John said he'd be right back with something to sit on. That's when Martha suddenly realized she'd forgotten the cups. She asked the princess to hang tight for a second while she ran back to the house. The main girl was like, "Even if we're missing stuff, it's cool," but the maid was already gone. Staring at the shimmering lake, Charlotte started thinking about someone. Out of nowhere, she spotted a dark shape in the water. The second that thing popped out of the water, the first thought that crossed her mind was lake monster. Turns out she was way off, because standing before the princess was none other than Duke Adler, practically naked. The main character blushed, trying to look away, and asked, totally flustered, what brought him to this place. Ren explained he had an estate nearby, so when he came out here, he liked to take a swim now and then. The princess said she'd come out here with her servants to relax. Charlotte couldn't believe she'd run into the one person she was stressing about the most, and looking like that. The Duke apologized to Her Highness for what happened before, and thanked her. The main character told him not to worry about it, but she choked on her own spit when he said he'd managed to hide his symptoms from his own servants, thanks to their kiss. Seeing the girl's reaction, Ren asked, all worked up, if she was okay. Charlotte couldn't figure out why he was so chill when she was freaking out, and hadn't even slept. He didn't even tell her anything, but the princess handled it like she was in on it with him. The main character gave a nervous chuckle. Duke Adler told Her Highness that if something like that happened again in the future, she should do the exact same thing. Before leaving, Ren asked the girl if she had plans for tomorrow, and she said she wanted to hit up the local market. Hearing that, the Duke started thinking, then he turned around and said he got it. The next day, he showed up at the market in full regalia. John and the main character just stared at him, totally confused. Ren reminded the princess they haven't been on a proper date lately, so he's tagging along. He asked where Charlotte's maid was, and she said they got news yesterday that her sister's in labor. So the princess rushed her into a carriage and sent her home. Duke Adler's fears were confirmed. If he hadn't shown up, the princess would have been strolling around with her bodyguard. John got curious, wondering if the Duke was seriously planning to go out dressed like that. Ren nodded and asked, confused, what was wrong with it, and John said it was way over the top. But the Duke had no reason to listen to the brunette, so he just told him to focus on guarding his fiancée. The main character suggested grabbing some ice cream. The Duke couldn't let a noble lady pay, so he offered to cover it himself. But that wasn't gonna happen. Duke Adler's wallet went missing. It's 'cause the guy dressed so flashy, John said. Easy target in a crowd like this. Since the Duke couldn't pay, Charlotte figured she'd pick up the tab. But Ren wasn't having it. He ripped off his watch, yelling he'd pay with that. Charlotte shot that down, and John chimed in that he wasn't about to let a lady pay. So, in the end, John was the one who paid for everyone's ice cream. Once the walk was over, John went to call for a carriage. Charlotte noticed the Duke seemed totally out of it today, so she asked if he regretted going out. Ren just smiled gently and said he really enjoyed it. The main character definitely wasn't expecting to hear that. Duke Adler noticed a blush creeping up her cheeks. Before the princess hopped in the carriage, Ren told her he'd send his own carriage tomorrow to get her to the palace. And then, Her Highness was gone. But Ren couldn't shake this weird feeling, especially since from the moment they met, the princess had been all about how much she loved him. But that strange emotion she sometimes shows, it's fear. The Duke wondered what Princess Charlotte was really feeling right now. Once again, our girl was second-guessing whether Duke Adler could actually be the bad guy. Suddenly, John popped up behind her, asking with a warm smile if she was trying to catch a cold again. The main character grinned, guessing he was having trouble sleeping too. She decided to tell John about her fears that Duke Adler might try to off her. Charlotte spilled that she got a prophecy about some serial killer offing her. Seeing the outrage on John's face, she said she hadn't told anyone else but him. The brunette couldn't swear Duke Adler was innocent, but he was damn sure he wouldn't kill the princess. But the reason why? That was staying under wraps for now. Charlotte could only trust his word because he was the Empire's top investigator. Martha once told Sir Watson that Her Highness was a good person, but she was still a princess, you know? He's supposed to get what that means. Out of the blue, John said he was good at reading the room and knew his place perfectly. He promised to protect her, even if it meant giving his own life. The heroine gave him a warm smile and said that wouldn't be necessary at all. John shot back that if she was gonna buy loyalty, she better know how to take it right. That whole thing went down after the vacation. On the way back to the Imperial Palace, Duke Adler thanked the princess for letting him escort her back, and Charlotte said she was just happy to be riding in such a nice carriage. Ren gave her a hard look and asked if she only liked the ride quality. The main girl nodded and added that the carriage looked amazing too. She didn't get why the dude suddenly looked bummed out. Out of nowhere, the carriage slammed into a rock. The sudden stop threw the main girl forward, and she landed right on top of Duke Adler. The driver, Patrick, immediately yelled that his lordship and the princess needed to get out of there ASAP. Ren and Charlotte froze when they heard that. Then, boom! A gunshot rang out. The Duke instantly shielded Charlotte's head and told her to duck down. The coachman was dead, his bright red blood splattering the fancy carriage. Charlotte asked what that was, and Ren explained it was an old-style rifle that took a while to reload. They needed to use that time to get the hell out of the carriage. The hero managed to slip out of the transport unseen. The assassin leader ordered his guys to spread out and kill everyone, but to hit the target first. Charlotte was clueless which one of them was the target. There were 9 attackers in total, so the Duke pulled out his own gun and told the princess to hide there, no matter what. Luckily, Ren's skills were way better. He stepped out from behind the tree and took aim. With a few well-placed shots, the guy took down 3 mercenaries. Without hesitation, he popped 2 pills into his mouth. The main character figured he was taking tranquilizers, trying to stomach the smell of blood, but the stench was just getting stronger. Pretty soon, Duke Adler's hand started to tremble. He cursed under his breath, realizing he was out of ammo. Just then, another armed mercenary peeked out from behind a tree, but someone else took him out with a shot right between the eyes. It was John, arriving just in time, having managed to snag a weapon and rush to help. The main character said they're doing okay. John handed the rifle to the Duke, and Ren chimed in out of nowhere, saying he might be useful in a pinch. There were 9 mercs total, which means there's still 1 unaccounted for. Duke Adler figured they were after him, so he decided to play bait, and John's supposed to take out the assassin while that's happening. Charlotte and the dude were hiding in the bushes, staying low. Truth is, Ren was freaking out, wondering why the merc hadn't shown up yet. Just then, the main character heard rustling right behind her. The last merc popped up from behind, but Charlotte spotted him too late to do anything. At the last possible second, John jumped in front of the princess, taking the hit himself. Time just froze for Charlotte, and John's voice echoed in her head, promising to protect her with his life. He fell right on top of her, and then her body started glowing with this crazy golden light. Duke Adler fired and nailed the assassin right in the head. Finally, all the killers were taken care of. Because Ren couldn't take it anymore, he blacked out and collapsed onto the road. The main character also passed out, lying under John, who was bleeding out slowly. And just then, another carriage showed up. Duke Killian leaned out and asked what the hell was going on. He looked around and saw a bunch of armed corpses everywhere. The guy froze, totally clueless about what the hell just happened. Turns out Charlotte, Duke Adler, and John were saved by Duke Killian, who just happened to be passing by. John was nearly killed by the attacker's sword, but thanks to the heroine's healing powers, he got off with a scratch. And Charlotte, after suddenly using a ton of power, just passed out cold. But now the main character knew for sure. She was the target, since the last attacker was definitely aiming for her. While they were still riding in the carriage, Duke Killian asked the princess if she was all right. The Duke and John Watson got patched up. Their injuries aren't life-threatening, and they've been moved to another carriage. John Watson looked like he was bleeding out and reeked of blood, but he just fainted. James's men cleaned up the scene and gathered evidence, which showed the mercenaries used old guns and swords. So tracking them down isn't going to be easy. Turns out, Duke Killian was headed back to the capital after training the troops when they suddenly heard gunshots in the woods. The main character genuinely thanked Duke Killian for saving her skin today, to which he replied that she could just call him James. Sure, it was just a coincidence, but fate itself let him save the princess today. Skipping all the BS, Charlotte wondered who the hell was behind this. This ain't the work of a serial killer. This case is different from the methods they've used so far. It's gotta be someone who really hates the main character and can afford to hire a bunch of assassins. A maid walked into the room and told Her Highness that the Emperor wants to see her. His Majesty was happy that Charlotte returned home safe and sound. There's gonna be a huge banquet in the Imperial Palace soon for her birthday. So, the girl can ask for anything, because the Emperor's ready to give it to her as a gift. Like land, jewels, even a slice of some business deal. The Emperor couldn't just bump up the princess's budget, especially since she's the reason he's still breathing. Charlotte only wanted one thing, to catch a serial killer. But the Emperor's definitely not gonna do that, so she said she didn't need dresses, jewelry, or any business ventures. Instead, she decided to hold off and tell him what she wanted later, sometime before her next birthday. The Empress thought it was lucky the Duke found them, because she figured the threat would only be a direct attack. The Duke shouldn't visit the Empress so often. James decided to ask if Her Highness was the target of the attack. Could the Empress have set up the attack because she's still salty about His Highness Prince Frederick? This garbage set her off, and she started yelling, asking if the Duke was really accusing her of a crime. The Duke's words could be taken as an insult to a member of the imperial family, but James was sure the Empress had planned everything. He just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Her Majesty pointed out that the Duke seemed to be obsessed with Charlotte lately, like he'd completely lost his mind. James slammed his fist on the table when the woman sneered, asking who in their right mind would pay attention to that little bitch. The Empress froze, totally caught off guard by Duke Killian's reaction. The guy told Her Majesty to watch her mouth, no matter who she was insulting. Princess Martha's personal maid was always with her, but the day before the attack, she was suddenly sent to her cousin's house. The innocent maid happily told her cousin, Stamford, a prison warden, about her vacation with the princess, never suspecting he was actually working for the Empress. The Empress just said, "I can't accuse her without some solid proof," to which I replied, "Did Her Majesty really think I wouldn't recognize Dost's men? 20 years ago, before Countess Abigail got the weapon production rights, Marquis Dost was all over it. The first rifle I ever held was made by his company, and the attackers were packing that exact same gun. But I couldn't exactly accuse a guy who's been so good to me, could I?" So the Empress asked, "What exactly is it you want from me, Duke?" Just as I figured, Her Majesty catches on quick, so I asked if she'd cooperate with me going forward. The Empress wanted to know what I was planning, and I just mysteriously said she'd find out later, so she better cooperate with me. No questions asked, even if she doesn't want to. Time passed, and the day of Princess Charlotte's birthday banquet finally arrived. Martha couldn't hide how stoked she was, looking at the decked-out princess. Duke Adler showed up at the palace a whole 15 minutes early. The main character hurried out to meet him. Ren turned around and froze, seeing Princess Charlotte all dolled up, and he instantly started blushing. He walked up to Her Highness and complimented her on her birthday beauty. The main character burst out laughing. She asked the Duke if he slept well, and Ren awkwardly admitted he hadn't, before finally wishing her a happy birthday. Charlotte thanked him and asked him to take care of her tonight. Soon, Her Highness Princess Charlotte and Duke Adler arrived at the banquet. Just then, another person showed up. The birthday wishes for the princess kept pouring in. Princess Charlotte herself had invited every noble. Now, this whole social scene revolves around Charlotte. Of course, there were those who didn't get invited, like Marquis Dost, Viscount Whitaker, and Her Highness Camilla. They had to change their tune, too, just to get in with the in-crowd. Finally, it was Duke Irenaeus von Adler's turn to give his gift. Ren was about to explain what he'd gotten for Princess Charlotte, but suddenly he was cut off. An announcement was made. Their Imperial Majesties, the Emperor and Empress, were entering. And with them came Duke Killian. The main character was totally thrown. How'd he get here? She definitely didn't invite him, and she felt super awkward around him. The ladies were squealing, totally losing it over the Duke's good looks. Charlotte expressed her gratitude for the opportunity to host her birthday banquet at the Imperial Palace. The Emperor complimented his daughter, saying she did a fantastic job with all the preparations. He wondered if his presence, even for a short time, would ruin the banquet. The head of the empire just wanted to congratulate his daughter and then leave. The upper crust of the empire can't be missing from this special banquet. Duke Killian came to greet the emperor and brought James along for the occasion. Her Majesty the Empress gave the dark-haired man an opportunity he's deeply grateful for. The main character knew there was no way she could argue. The Empress reminded everyone that Duke Killian had prepared a special gift for Her Highness Charlotte. The main character figured the Empress was doing this on purpose. From what James gathered, the princess's carriage had recently broken down in some kind of accident, so she was using a temporary one. So, Duke Killian prepped a new one as a gift, picking out the exact same type of carriage as his own family uses. The main girl thanked him for such a thoughtful gift. The Empress reminded His Majesty that they were still putting off the start of the first dance, except the Emperor needed to discuss something with Duke Adler first, which meant Ren couldn't argue, even though he really wanted to. So in the end, Duke Adler had to leave Princess Charlotte. Duke Killian walked right up to the main girl and asked her to dance a song with him. But Charlotte politely turned him down, since Duke Adler was supposed to be her partner. But James pointed out that if the star of the ball wasn't dancing, nobody else would. And the song was about to hit its climax. The main character was speechless, so she agreed to just dance one song. The heroes began swirling around the dance floor. Duke Killian confidently led, smiling down at Princess Charlotte. Since everyone was dancing, the main character suggested they stop. But James replied that the song wasn't over yet. Charlotte reminded Duke Killian that she already had a partner. But the guy reminded her that they'd agreed to use first names when they met earlier. Charlotte didn't get why the Duke kept talking like that, but the guy corrected her, asking her to just call him James. That's what the princess was supposed to call him. The main character asked James to stop, but he just pulled her closer and asked if she seriously didn't understand. He had his reasons for acting this way, you know? Suddenly, someone grabbed James's hand, the one that had just been caressing the heroine's face. Duke Adler snapped at him, all pissed, asking if he wanted to back off his woman. This was a first. Nobody ever interrupted Duke Killian on the dance floor. But Ren didn't think kicking a guy off his spot counted. Not when Princess Charlotte belonged with him. Adler brought up the engagement. But Ren just smirked and said, "Imperial law allows breaking a marriage vow made before God." Duke Adler informed His Excellency that he was interfering in his marriage right now. Ren wasn't about to ignore that much attention being thrown his way. The heroine suddenly spoke up, telling him she wanted him gone, now. And then she said James's name. A smug grin spread across the brunette's face. Then Duke Killian headed for the exit, saying as he left that he was very happy to have spent this time with the princess. Charlotte tried to explain to the Duke that she had danced with Duke Killian, so that others would start dancing too. Suddenly, Ren abruptly asked the princess to dance with him. He grabbed the girl's hand and told her to call him by his first name. The blonde wanted the princess to call him Ren, because he's the kind of guy who needs to be sure about his woman and not feel like she smells like some other jackass. Otherwise, he's gonna want to kill them. The main character froze in fear and told the Duke that he was out of his mind. However, now Duke Adler knew for sure. Princess Charlotte was driving him insane. And just like that, one song ended. But Duke Adler was totally frozen, couldn't bring himself to move. The Emperor called out to Charlotte, said he had to bounce, because his being there was starting to make everyone else uneasy. The princess asked if that was even possible, and His Majesty told her it was really nice to hear that. As soon as the Emperor split, the main character noticed Duke Adler had vanished. First thing she did was check out the terrace. And bingo, Duke Adler was out there with a whole bottle of booze. He turned around, gave the princess this real sad look. The main character's face just screamed surprise. She never figured Duke Adler was capable of polishing off a whole bottle of expensive wine like that, because Charlotte knew this dude never got this wasted. I mean, he's her partner and all, but why is he ditching the main character, again, and vanishing? Either way, the Duke ditching her at the banquet is pretty much a crime, so Charlotte's gonna slap him with a fine. Out of nowhere, the guy asks why she doesn't call him Ren. The main character's thrown for a loop, because she wasn't expecting that at all. The princess herself called that jerk James, but for some reason, she keeps calling, him, Duke. Giving up, Charlotte answers that she'll call him by his name from now on. She tries to say it, but she's way too embarrassed to actually do it. Ren points out that she didn't even accept his gift, but thanked that idiot for the carriage. But Charlotte only did that because the gift was given in public. Duke Adler probably couldn't have done anything different, not with her. The main character asked the Duke what kind of present he had prepared, and he said it had something to do with cakes. Charlotte guessed he'd made a giant cake, but she was wrong, because the dude was planning to gift her a whole damn bakery, since the princess had such a sweet tooth. The main character admitted it was the most unforgettable present she'd ever gotten in her life. The guy froze when Charlotte thanked him and used his first name. He gently took the princess's hand and held it against his heart. The main character froze the second he told her that his heart beat faster just thinking about her, and especially when the princess touched him. So, Ren finally understood what it all meant. Whether he was standing outside the princess's palace late at night, or just passing the imperial library, he was always thinking about her. Mustering all his courage, Ren confessed his love for Charlotte. The heroine's heart started pounding like crazy, and her emotions went completely haywire. This was so not part of the plan. She couldn't just fake being in love and keep going. So, she ripped her hand away and shoved the Duke away from her. Then she bolted for the exit, trying to hide how flustered she was and escape any more awkwardness. Out of the blue, Duke Adler found himself completely alone. The main character sat in her room, realizing she hadn't thought things through. According to the original story, she was supposed to accept Duke Adler's confession and be happy to learn more about him. But Charlotte had absolutely no desire to take advantage of the guy's feelings. Since they're already engaged, it doesn't really matter if she accepts his confession or rejects it. However, things could get awkward now, and the princess won't be able to investigate anything until she's killed. She needs to meet him and act like nothing happened. Alfred couldn't understand why his lordship was denying everything. He suggested that his master finally just admit it. They were talking about how his lordship and the princess were in a relationship, but Ren wasn't denying it anyway. The secretary was saying that dating is just a natural part of being in a relationship, duh. Right now, Alfred's leaning towards the idea that His Highness is head over heels for the princess. He's just too dense to realize it, so he's got to admit it already and show the princess how he feels, before someone else snatches her up. But now, getting zero response, Ren's just sitting in his room on his bed. He's beating himself up for screwing things up. Tomorrow's the night festival for the princess's birthday, and he already promised to go with her. But what if she gets mad and turns her back on Ren the second she sees him? The thought alone is terrifying, and yet the Duke was dying to see her. Soon enough, our heroes meet up again, and instantly there's this awkward vibe. It's only been a day, but Charlotte decides to ask the guy how he's doing. The heroine didn't know if she should pretend nothing happened, considering what their relationship was supposed to be in the first place. Ren told Her Highness that he'd missed her. Of course, that was exactly what the princess was afraid of hearing. She shouldn't be developing feelings for a suspect. But alone with him against this backdrop, it was hard to resist. The main character smiled and thanked the Duke for coming here with her, since she'd always wanted to check this place out. It was her first time at a night market after all. The guy took her hand and said it was his first time here too. Street vendors selling raw goods and the smell of cheap street food surrounded our heroes. But Duke Adler didn't even notice, because Princess Charlotte outshone everything else. The girl wanted to buy some food, and the guy warmly replied that, of course, she could. A kid was standing in line right in front of them. The boy asked for one yellow cotton candy, but then he started having second thoughts, agonizing over white or blue, which was really starting to piss off Duke Adler. Suddenly, the kid turned around and called out to Ren, calling him Uncle. The main character quietly giggled, and the boy asked what color he'd buy. Duke Adler awkwardly answered, pink. The little dude said that color totally didn't suit him, and finally decided he'd get the blue cotton candy. And our heroes ended up buying pink cotton candy, and the main character offered Duke Adler a bite. He refused, but Charlotte kept insisting, saying that coming to the night market meant it was practically mandatory. The main character shoved a small piece of cotton candy into Ren's mouth. Charlotte licked her fingers and asked, "Isn't that amazing?" The guy blushed and said, "That's cute." Suddenly, the main character spotted something cool and called out to Ren, "Hey, check this out!" Turns out, it was a stall with toys and headbands. The princess picked up one of the headbands. The main character sadly admitted, "I thought this stuff only existed at amusement parks." She whipped her head towards Duke Adler and gave him a mysterious smile. Ren took a step back and asked suspiciously, "Wait, you're not thinking of putting that on me, are you?" Charlotte started begging, but the Duke refused, saying it was a matter of his reputation and honor. The main character promised, "I'll wear one too." But according to Duke Adler, it would be fair if neither of them wore those things. After a while, the main character finally managed to convince Ren, even though he was mortified. Ren suggested the princess move on ahead if she decided where they were stopping next. But the main character asked him to just call her Charlotte. Suddenly, the shopkeeper started yelling at some little kid. Apparently, he dared to steal from his store. The kid, who the main character knew, replied that he hadn't stolen anything. Turns out the boy just forgot about the headband on his head. But he can totally pay, he's got the cash. But the shopkeeper pointed at a sign that said, if an item was stolen, you gotta pay 200 times the price. In other words, the kid's gotta cough up 2 million gold as compensation. Charlotte knew this whole compensation policy was totally messed up. And besides, the kid probably didn't even mean to steal anything. The shopkeeper just snatched the kid's coin pouch right out of his hands. Rough as hell. The kid ate dirt, and the shopkeeper saw the little thief only had 100,000 gold coins. That's when the main character decided to step in. The shopkeeper gave them a real shady look, asking if they were the kid's parents. Ren wanted to say that's not how it was at all, but Charlotte confidently announced he was their kid. She turned to the Duke, called him honey, and asked if he agreed. The blonde started blushing, and his face just screamed confusion. Since their kid tried to rob the store, the shopkeeper demanded the parents pay up 2 million right now. Charlotte started explaining that if the kid wanted to steal something, he would have hidden it and left. But he was walking around with the headband on his head. Then the vendor got all threatening, saying his buddy's a big shot in the investigations department. He said if they didn't cough up 2 million gold right then, the kid was going straight to jail. The boy yelped, scared out of his mind, that he didn't mean to steal anything and begged for forgiveness. Charlotte asked the guy to name the law that said they had to pay that kind of compensation. But the dude just said it was his store's rule, and added that it was shameful for parents to excuse stealing like that. Thing is, our girl knew that a simple theft compensation shouldn't be more than double the damage. Even so, this guy keeps demanding a crazy amount of money and then shoves the kid around. Basically, he's trying to make a buck by attacking and threatening people, which means it's extortion. And on top of that, the shopkeeper's already shaken down a bunch of other people for cash. The guy yelled that he'd call his buddy from investigations right then and there, and they'd all be sorry. The main character asked the kid how old he was, and found out he's 10. The princess just blurted out that her kid's only 10. Imperial law says 10-year-olds can't be thrown in the slammer, because they're considered juvenile delinquents. Even if this dude reports him to the cops, it's a total waste of time. On top of that, the merchant could get nailed for blackmail. Charlotte was dead certain this guy knew what was up, but was still shaking down these poor suckers. The people who shop in these places are clueless rubes who don't know squat about the law. The main character told the seller to get his ducks in a row for the investigation. Backing up the kid, she wanted to know about the people who'd already coughed up the dough. The dude knew he couldn't push his luck any further. He cursed under his breath and let them go. The main character apologized to Duke Adler for distracting him again. She explained that when she sees something like that, she tries to intervene without even realizing it. Charlotte was surprised when he replied that that's exactly what he liked about her. Rena's cheeks flushed red with embarrassment again. He reminded Her Highness that the fireworks show would be starting soon. After a moment, Rena subtly took off her headband and said that according to Alfred, the fireworks would be best viewed from here. He said you can get a clear view of the whole show from this tower. This bell tower used to belong to Marquis Leinbach, but Duke Adler bought it. The main character asked, confused, why he needed a tower, and Rena calmly replied, obviously, to watch the fireworks. He helped the princess up the steps. It's about to start any minute now. The view from up here was amazing, overlooking the city and the festival below. The main character was blown away. The view was even better than she'd imagined. She smiled wide and thanked Duke Adler for bringing her to such a beautiful spot. The man smiled back, happy that the princess was enjoying herself. The first firework shot into the sky. As soon as it exploded, the sky went crazy with color, impossible to look away from. The main character remembered going to the amusement park with her parents when she was a kid. They watched the fireworks then too. So, princess? Duke Adler asked. What's got you so lost in thought? The main character replied, this fireworks display is seriously stunning. He asked, is this really the first time you're seeing it? She said, I saw it when I was a kid. I never thought I'd see it again after that, she added, and a smile crept across her face. Charlotte thanked the Duke. Thank you for letting me witness something so beautiful again. The blonde guy asked, with a hurt tone, why are you calling me Duke again? The main character smiled even wider and said, thanks, Ren. Maybe it's because they're about to become family. But the fireworks were the last thing on his mind with her right there. Ren leaned in and confessed, I want to spend every moment like this with you. His lips slowly started to move closer. Realizing what was about to go down, she whips her head around, and those bunny ears smack the Duke right in the face. But Ren just cracks a smile. That headband's kinda cute, but it's getting in the way right now. The guy straight up says he wants to kiss her, but if Charlotte says no, he won't force it. This is her only shot to get away from him, or it's gonna be too late. Charlotte's eyes are sparking, but she ain't making a move to leave. Duke Adler couldn't imagine not diving into that gorgeous fire. So now Charlotte's past the point of no return. She closes her eyes, and Ren leans in real slow. Then their lips lock, sending a jolt through both of them, like the whole world just vanished, and it's only them. The kids said they ended up eating pink cotton candy. And then they bought bunny and bear ears headbands before going to watch the fireworks. The cloaked guy realized sending the kid to spy on those two to avoid suspicion was a mistake. But then the kid just blurts out that the girl is a total angel. The stranger asked what that meant, and the kid said he'd recently fallen and hurt himself. And then the girl touched him, and the wound vanished and didn't hurt anymore. The cloaked figure decided to ask which of the two it was, and the kid excitedly said it was the girl with the pink hair, who was super pretty, kind, and smart. She's gotta be a real angel for sure. The stranger patted the kid on the head and told him that angels don't exist. In this world, there's only magic users. Once again, the main character was beating up her bed, blaming herself for going nuts last night. But she finally accepted it, because she'd needed to face the music for a while now. She really does have a thing for Duke Ren, but the more she digs, the more big names pop up, and the more she suspects Ren. Even so, she decided to trust him, just like he trusts her. It started as a fake relationship for the investigation, but it turned into something real. Like Charlotte was thinking, it might seem like love at first sight, but it was nothing like that. Martha burst into the room, reminding the princess she's slammed today. Gotta get ready for the hunting festival. Turns out, Duke Adler can't make it. He's got urgent business. Ren told Charlotte he signed up for this event to keep the rabble calm, but he's swamped and can't make it. He knew the princess would be bored stiff at the festival without him, but still asked her to hang in there. Martha bowed, wishing the princess a pleasant trip. On the way, John said the first victim was Countess Mostyn's tutor, the case we're already looking into. The debt was huge, and a governess's salary wouldn't even scratch the surface. Charlotte figured that might be the motive. Why else slip poison to a killer? Seeing the look on John's face, the princess explained she'd started an article in the library, written by the victim. The first victim was researching peaches at the Imperial College. An amygdalin in the fruit seeds breaks down into cyanide. So, it's highly likely the perp offed the first victim to bury the evidence. According to the victim's bio, she wasn't close to anyone, but that day, she unusually went out into the city, where she was then killed. So, she was supplying poison to a serial killer, and after she played her part, they offed her to cover their tracks. Times like these make you wish you had some surveillance, because it's tough to investigate with just circumstantial evidence. But this makes the situation clearer. Soon, our heroine arrived at the hunting festival. Blair's face lit up the second she saw Princess Charlotte. In her opinion, the princess really did look like an angel. The blonde sheepishly explained that her brother had left early this morning on urgent business, and he couldn't make it last year either. Charlotte laughed and joked that she probably wouldn't even see a rabbit today. At this annual event, the men would bring their game to a lady who became queen of the festival if she had the most kills. The winner of the competition could ask the emperor for anything. The winner's wish is the whole point of this hunting festival. That's why everyone's so fired up. But Charlotte was just gonna look around and head back. Hunting festivals weren't really her thing. Suddenly, she spotted Duke Killian in the crowd. Charlotte cursed under her breath when they locked eyes. James greeted the princess, and she coldly wished him luck in today's hunt. He mentioned it was his first time at the festival, but the princess just didn't care. James never really got into killing animals before, but today he'd give it his all. Too bad Duke Adler couldn't make it. Killian was looking forward to competing with him, Charlotte snapped, asking if he really needed to go up against Duke Adler. To that, the dark-haired man just smirked. He tossed the rifle aside and said he had no need to compete with Duke Adler. The rifle flew straight into John's chest. James asked the brunette what he thought about all this. Since the Duke knew John Watson had a solid reputation at the military academy, his skills are quite intriguing. The main character exclaimed that the Duke couldn't just order her people around like that, to which James replied to Charlotte that she misunderstood, as it was just a suggestion. However, the princess still felt it was incredibly rude. Suddenly, John asked if he could, in that case, accept His Excellency's offer. He dryly added that he couldn't believe the great Duke was offering him a duel. James smiled. Because competition is only fun when you have opponents. John explained to the princess that he had to seize the opportunity while it was there. The guy smiled and told her not to worry, because he was going to bring a ton of stuff for the barbecue. The main character warned John not to fall into the Duke's trap. When the princess showed how worried she was, the brunette told her he had a favor to ask. He asked the princess to give him one of her handkerchiefs. Without any hesitation, the main character did it. And then, John Watson just took off. Blair figured the princess really cared about that night, and she confirmed it. The blonde gushed, saying he looked super handsome and smart. She was sure he'd even give his life for the princess without a second thought. Well, the hunting festival just got a whole lot more interesting. They asked all the competitors to gather at the starting line. Each of them had their own horse, and now all they had to do was wait for the shot. John thanked him for the offer, and the Duke replied that he'd make a great bridesmaid when he wins. Suddenly, James's gaze turned cold. He noticed that the knight dared to accept a handkerchief from his lady. From the lady's point of view, it would be better to be proud of John's victory, not someone she feels absolutely nothing for. James just smirked and suggested they both test their skills. A gunshot rang out, signaling the start of the hunting competition. All the horses bolted from their spots and raced into the woods. The deer was desperately trying to outrun its pursuers. Spotting the animal, Duke Killian pulled out his rifle and took aim, eager to score the point. A shot rang out, and the animal dropped dead to the ground. But it wasn't James who took down the critter, and the guy knew it instantly. John Watson pulled up behind him, hopped off his horse, and announced that this time the prize was pretty big. He stuck a green flag on the dead animal. Duke Killian swore, clearly annoyed. The guy turned his horse around and galloped off, leaving John behind. The dark-haired man wondered if it was really true that all nobles were skilled marksmen with good weapons. Hearing the rustle of leaves, John took aim. A shot rang out, and the bullet hit its mark, killing the little rabbit. Suddenly, the guy heard a gunshot go off right next to him. He knew he wasn't mistaken, so he started listening closely. John decided to mark his latest kill, so he started to bend down. Just then, a bullet whizzed right over his head and slammed straight into a tree trunk. The knight froze, his eyes widening. A pretty obvious idea popped into his head, one that John didn't immediately believe. Finally, the hunt was over, and everyone was asked to leave the forest. Seeing all the game that was bagged, the Emperor figured the participants were pretty skilled this year. Mostly, there were green and red flags all over the place. The judge got the final scores. Turns out, the red team and green team were tied, which almost never happens. The Emperor was stoked and asked if they had 2 winners this year. But then the judge's assistant had to drop a bomb on him. His Majesty's like, "What is it now?" And the judge nervously says there's probably only 1 winner. The green flag guy didn't show, so he's out. Disqualified. Now that we got a winner, time to spill the beans. The Emperor reads the name on the paper, and he's not even surprised. The winner of this year's hunting festival is none other than Duke James Killian. Everyone instantly turned to look at the dark-haired dude, shocked. The crowd went wild, even though Duke Killian winning was pretty much a given. James smirked, all smug. He headed up to the platform to see His Majesty. The Emperor told the Duke he never doubted he'd win, and James thanked him for the vote of confidence. The lady who gets the prize this year will be crowned Queen of the Hunting Festival. Everyone was stunned when Duke Killian decided to give everything to Her Majesty, the Empress. The woman forced a friendly smile. The Emperor roared with laughter, saying it was the first time his wife had been queen since he'd won. James explained that there were many things he was grateful to Her Majesty, the Empress, for. His Majesty then asked the Duke what his request would be. A sly grin crept across James's lips. The 2 guys told Princess Charlotte that John Watson still hadn't made it out of the woods. The main girl shouted that they had to find him, ASAP. But the men started explaining that sometimes people strike out, get embarrassed, and just bail. A little later, someone brought the princess a weapon that was found on the hunting grounds. They told the main girl that John Watson's horse came back without him. Right then, the Emperor announced Duke Killian as the winner of the competition. But Charlotte didn't hear him. She was too worried, totally confused about where John went. She told Blair that she had to get back immediately because John might return to the princess's palace soon. Just then, James declared that he wanted to be His Majesty's son-in-law. So, he asked for his engagement to Her Highness to be approved. The main character froze, completely stunned by James's statement. Duke Killian looked at her, and with a sly grin, added that it was his only wish. A full moon rose over the imperial palace. The main character indignantly told the Emperor that the request was just ridiculous. There was nothing even to discuss, since Charlotte was already engaged by imperial decree. Her father asked if this wasn't a great chance to switch fiancés, especially since the princess herself had previously suggested Duke Killian, to which Charlotte replied that was then. The Emperor sternly asked if she didn't realize that marriage to Duke Killian was more beneficial to the imperial family, and that's exactly why he offered the deal to Duke Killian before Duke Adler in the first place. Charlotte shot back, asking if they were really going to break off the engagement just because her dad wanted to. The Emperor slammed his fist on the table, yelling that this marriage would be way better for the empire and the royal family. Looks like she still doesn't get it. A royal marriage is all about politics and business. Charlotte ought to know damn well that Duke Adler never served in the imperial army. A guy with no imperial army experience can't hold a candle to Duke Killian, who's got a ton of achievements under his belt. You couldn't trust the last Duke Adler either. The main character asked her dad, totally lost, what the hell he was talking about. Reluctantly, the guy explained that 7 years ago, the last Duke Adler moved his army across the lands without any warning. After some war victories, he got way too cocky. Nobody knew about it, because it ended up being good for the empire, but it totally destroyed their trust. It wasn't out of the question that something like that could happen again, which is why the previous Duke was stripped of his command. Charlotte decided to ask her father if he'd really do that, even if she loved Duke Adler. You could see the fear and determination battling it out in her eyes. But the Emperor just brushed her off, saying she could only get away with that kind of sentiment when she was a kid. The important thing is, Duke Killian came up with a solution, a way that this engagement could actually be broken. His Majesty pulled out a document and handed it to his daughter. In the case of a national marriage within the imperial family, changes can be made by holding an assembly. The agreement needs to be signed by the chairman of the State Council, the imperial judge, the Empress, and the Emperor. Lately, Charlotte's been running into Duke Killian a lot when she goes to the Imperial Library. Every time, she'd just say hi, then ghost him. So the whole time, James was digging for intel. The Emperor ordered the guards to haul Princess Charlotte back to her palace as soon as possible. The next day, the main girl asked Martha if she'd heard from John, and the maid said no dice. Nothing from Duke Adler either. Every newspaper and gossip mag is buzzing about the main girl and Duke Killian. No way Wren wouldn't know. But with no contact, Charlotte started thinking something might have happened to him, so she couldn't just sit tight. Since Duke Killian was checking out the library, he's got to have had the librarian Clark helping him out. The princess was positive he knew how to stop this from happening. She was trying to get into the library, but the guards stopped Her Highness, blocking her path. Charlotte snapped, demanding to know how they dared act like that in the princess's own palace. James suddenly appeared, saying he was just protecting Her Highness the Princess on His Majesty's orders. The main character coldly asked if he was seriously saying that right now. The Duke replied that anything could happen to the princess before the Imperial Assembly. Charlotte admitted that James was truly amazing, and the man didn't deny his awesomeness. He pointed out that it would be way too cold up north in that flimsy dress. Picking up the hem of Charlotte's dress, the man explained that's exactly why winter clothes needed to be prepared ahead of time. The main character told the Duke to leave her alone. She tried to yank her dress from his grip, but he held on tight, and the outfit ended up ripping. James decided to keep the scrap as a memento, a reminder of the princess when he was stuck out in the tundra. Charlotte remembered that the Emperor had made a deal with Duke Killian, something about wiping out the tundra barbarians. But the princess didn't get why the Duke was doing this. He had no reason to take such a risk. The Duke replied coldly that she knew perfectly well why, because he loved her. Without a second thought, the main character shot back that she didn't give a damn about Duke Killian's feelings. For a split second, James's face showed a hint of sadness, but then he smirked, telling the princess that he was the kind of guy who always got what he wanted. The main character turned away, and as a final word, said that this time things would be different. While Charlotte was locked up in the castle the night before the Imperial Assembly arrived, and there was still no word from Wren and John, Killian had probably already rallied people to his side for the Imperial Assembly. Yeah, well, the Empress might have something to say about that, but if things keep going the way they are, she and Wren could end up splitting up. Now the main character understood why the old Charlotte went on a hunger strike. None of this is her choice, because she loved Killian, and marrying Wren was like a death sentence. The situation's totally flipped now, though. Suddenly, right outside her window, the princess heard some kind of noise. She was on the second floor, so the sounds were super suspicious. Out of nowhere, she saw Alfred clinging to her balcony, saying he was there on Duke Adler's orders. Once he was in Charlotte's room, the secretary apologized to the princess, but she told him it was fine. The main character couldn't figure out how Alfred even managed to get in here. The guy said security was tight, so he slipped past during the shift change, which totally surprised the princess. She was clueless how Alfred knew all this, but he reminded her he's Duke Adler's secretary. Charlotte realized then, the most powerful person in the world is a secretary who knows everything, and they said the palace was watched over for her safety. If Alfred was an assassin, she'd be dead already. Charlotte asked, all freaked out, "What's up with the Duke? Is he safe?" Alfred explained that Duke Adler got a letter at work and just bailed, dropping everything. The secretary didn't know what was in the letter, but said the Duke wanted him to give something to the princess before he left. Alfred rummaged in his pocket and pulled something out. The main character's eyes widened in surprise, and the secretary added that it was mentioned in the letter. She remembered the scarf John tied to his rifle, and now Alfred's holding that very same handkerchief. The next morning, the day of the audience with the Emperor, they escorted the princess out of the castle. Duke Killian was waiting for her right at the entrance to the assembly hall. The main character didn't even bother hiding the hatred she felt looking at this guy. James was supposed to see the princess earlier, but couldn't make it because he was prepping for the meeting, which just made Charlotte smirk. She took her seat and immediately spotted the latest edition of the newspaper. Right now, all eyes in the press are glued to the outcome of the first official Imperial Summit in 17 years. Charlotte froze, the thought hitting her that Duke Killian could actually become her fiancé. The main thing the protagonist realized, being obsessed with the novel, was that the suspected killer is her fiancé, meaning Duke Killian could very well be the one responsible. The main character had no freaking clue what the hell this guy was about to do. Right then, they announced the arrival of His Majesty the Emperor and Her Majesty the Empress. The Emperor barely sat down before they shoved a document in his face. It was a decree annulling Princess Charlotte's engagement to Duke Adler and ordering her betrothal to Duke Killian. It had already been proven that there wouldn't be any problems according to imperial law. The chairman of the State Council and the judge agreed with the terms of the deal. Only the last 2 members' consent was needed. The Emperor learned that the Duke would be heading back to his lands in 5 days. The main character froze as soon as the Emperor nodded and said they'd have just enough time to hold the wedding. James, with a sly grin, asked Her Majesty if she agreed with the Emperor's decision. The Empress's face was like a thundercloud. The main character figured the Empress might not agree. This whole dumb situation just strengthens Princess Charlotte's position. But the Empress just said, if His Majesty says so, then she has to go along with it. Charlotte lost it and screamed that this was a breakup and ending the engagement without everyone agreeing. But James calmly explained to the princess that everything was above board according to imperial law. The main character couldn't hold back tears as she yelled that she couldn't accept this. The Emperor called out to his daughter and said they were already done with this problem. Besides, things have to go back to the way they were. Duke Killian smirked and said that in that case, Her Majesty could continue signing the document. The Empress picked up the pen. The main character knew the worst was about to go down. The pen touched the paper, and the woman slowly started signing her name. Right then, a commotion broke out in the hallway. Then Duke Adler burst into the meeting room. Even though the maids and guards were trying to stop him, even heads of state aren't allowed to interrupt an imperial meeting. Seeing her beloved, the main character's face lit up with a happy smile. Duke Adler's expression was dead serious. James looked surprised as Duke Adler started apologizing for interrupting the imperial assembly. But Ren had some seriously urgent business with His Majesty. The Emperor asked, outraged, if this matter was more important than the imperial meeting. The guy nodded, explaining it was about an assassination attempt on a member of the royal family. The Empress froze, totally freaked, and her pen slipped from her hand, clattering to the floor. Duke Adler chimed in, saying he had intel on who orchestrated the hit on Princess Charlotte, and the culprit would be caught real soon. Duke Killian exclaimed that the army, under his command, was already investigating the whole thing. But Ren figured, since it involved his fiancée, he had every right to investigate too. Attempting to murder a royal family member? That's the kind of thing you need a whole day just to talk about. But Duke Adler guaranteed that once the perp's identity was revealed, the entire imperial treaty would be null and void, because the criminal pulling the strings behind all this is none other than Her Majesty, the Empress. The woman froze solid, her face a mask of fury and despair. So the main character definitely wasn't expecting things to take this turn. The Empress jumped up, screaming about how it was an insult to the royal family. But Duke Adler had the proof to back it up, because they found evidence linking the attackers to the weapons. Flashback to when a bullet whizzed right past the Duke's head and slammed into a tree. The guy froze, because that sound was way too familiar. It was the same gunfire from the day John almost lost Princess Charlotte. So he knew he had to investigate. Before long, he spotted Temp's Abigail. That loser couldn't even get into the Imperial Military Academy. Temps took aim with his rifle and fired at a boar, but totally missed. While the guy was still figuring out what was wrong with that damn gun, John snuck up behind him and swung. Just like that, Temps was taken down. The dark-haired dude was clueless, and John just told him he didn't need to know, then tied his hands up. Next, the knight grabbed his own gun and glanced at the handkerchief. Without a second thought, he took it off. He left the rifle on the ground. No need to carry 2 guns, but he pocketed the handkerchief. The note said that John Watson had managed to find the culprit, so the Duke needed to come to this address. Soon, Ren would finally find out who attacked the princess's carriage. Without hesitation, the blondie kicked open the door to a small cabin. His eyes went wide as soon as he saw who was inside. Some dude was tied to a chair, and John Watson was just standing there, stone-faced, looking at Duke Adler. The knight said they were going to interrogate this guy to find out who ordered the hit on Princess Charlotte. Ren, totally confused, asked John what he just said. He froze when the knight stuck a gun to the hostage's head and just straight up fired. The bullet only grazed the guy's forehead. Ren said he was wrong, because it's already confirmed the weapon came from Count Abigail's factory. John explained that these guns use the same parts, so if they take it apart, they can compare them. The knight could have told the Imperial Guard or the investigation committee, but he decided to tell the Duke first. John explained that this was all for the princess. If Duke Adler can catch the perp himself, Princess Charlotte might finally get over her fears. Besides, the Duke's loaded and has pull, so it'll help the investigation. Ren agreed with the knight. The guys agreed to work the case from that point on. So, Ren found out from young Master Abigail that the rights to weapon production were passed from Marquis Dost. The attacker's weapons were made 20 years ago by a member of Her Majesty the Empress's family, specifically Marquis d'Ost. The Emperor threatened Duke Adler, saying he'd be severely punished without solid proof. The Duke revealed that the guy handling Marquis d'Ost's affairs went missing the day the princess was attacked. Ren decided to show the bullets, which matched the ones found at the crime scene. The missing guy's son gave them to him. James exclaimed, "Does the Duke seriously dare to doubt the Empress based on the testimony of such a nobody?" Ren wanted to know if testimony was admissible, if it came from a noble, not a commoner. Just then, Princess Camilla walked into the council chamber. She announced right away that Her Majesty the Empress had serious reasons for wanting Princess Charlotte dead. Mom couldn't stand seeing that illegitimate princess succeed instead of her son. But no matter how great her son was, she should have been more careful writing those letters. Camilla didn't get how the Empress could be so reckless, writing about getting rid of a daughter in a letter. The Emperor read the contents of one of the letters aloud. She asked her daughter why she was like this with her, and Camilla said she didn't consider her her mother anymore. The Empress picked Frederick herself, so now Camilla decided to forge her own path. Count Abigail's also ready to testify that the attacker's weapons were made using Marquis d'Ost's techniques. They screwed up big time with that whole Mrs. Taylor Tea Party thing, so they gotta team up to win back some trust. The Empress and Prince Frederick have been dogging Princess Charlotte for ages, and we got the receipts to prove it. Looks like Her Majesty's finally run out of excuses on this one. Out of nowhere, the Emperor just faceplants onto the table. Dude was clearly fading fast, so the main girl rushes over to him. The whole assembly's freaking out, yelling for someone to get the royal physician, stat! Seeing all the chaos, the Empress figures this is her chance to bail. But Duke Adler cuts her off, saying they're not quite done here. The Empress orders the Duke to step aside, then barks at the guards to arrest him immediately for disrespecting the royal family. The guards are starting to look a little unsure about this. That's when Duke Killian snapped, reminding everyone that if the Emperor was incapacitated, the knights had to obey the Empress's orders. The main character flinched, finally understanding what that meant. Immediately, the guards swarmed Duke Adler. The Empress made a beeline for the exit. Charlotte, desperate, grabbed her father's hand and yelled at him to snap out of it. A faint golden glow began to emanate from the princess's hands. The Emperor woke up and whispered that her hands were so warm. The main character begged her father to put an end to this madness. The Emperor straightened up, and Princess Charlotte anxiously asked if he was all right. His Majesty had no idea what just happened. Charlotte breathed a sigh of relief that her old man hadn't caught on to her powers, and told them to seal off the hall immediately. The Emperor just nodded, detached, and ordered them to do it. Right then, the main character announced in a loud voice that His Majesty the Emperor had regained consciousness. Nobody leaves this room. From now on, anyone acting without His Majesty's permission will be charged with disobeying imperial orders, even though he really shouldn't be getting up so fast. The Emperor did it anyway. He started heading straight for the Empress. The Emperor asked desperately if all this was true. Knowing she was cornered, the woman replied, "Even if it is true, what are you going to do about it?" A look of shocked confusion flashed across the Emperor's face, like he couldn't believe the Empress could do this to his child. The Empress went down without a fight, just got hauled away by the guards. His Majesty couldn't stomach it. He just bailed from the hall. Since the Empress is locked up and out of the picture, today's meeting's canned. On their way out, the Princess and Ren ran smack into Duke Killian. You could see the rage burning on his face. Duke Adler crumpled the contract in his fist, saying that, unfortunately, this piece of paper meant jack anymore. James's glare just intensified, man. He told Duke Adler he was way out of line. James was about to lodge an official protest right then and there. But Ren reminded him this was all for the princess, who almost became His Highness's bride. So, if the Duke's blaming me for blowing the case open, his feelings for the princess weren't exactly genuine. James bared his teeth and hissed that the Duke did a damn fine job. Duke Adler said menacingly, "He's the kind of guy who hates people who don't know their place and touch what isn't theirs." Lord Killian turned around and, as a last word, told the Duke not to think that stuff would always belong to him. Everyone left, and finally, Charlotte was alone with Ren. Clearing his throat, the guy awkwardly explained that the Empress's accusation had to be kept under wraps. Suddenly, the main character gave the guy a tight hug and thanked him. Ren, blushing, started to explain that as a state minister, he had to expose the assassination attempt on a member of the crown. Charlotte looked up and thanked Ren again for not giving up and abandoning her. She was glad the man hadn't refused to be her fiancé. The Duke was taken aback when Her Highness gently touched his face. He pulled the princess close, promising he'd never let her go. Outside, Duke Adler explained how he ended up working with John Watson. But Charlotte was still wondering how Ren managed to get the Empress's guy to cooperate. The man replied, "He who kills another's kin pays with the death of his own." It's an old saying passed down through generations in the Empire. Charlotte felt relieved. realizing it was just a proverb. Since all the attackers died that day, Ren figured someone would want revenge for their dead relative. And he was right, because the son's resentment and anger over his father's death ran deep. That's why the kid wanted to get back at the Empress, blaming her for his father's demise. Citizens of the Empire are raised to think like that from childhood. A strong wind kicked up, and the main character felt a chill in the air. Back at the princess's palace, the main character found John Watson waiting for her. The princess took off running. The guy gave a sheepish apology for disappearing without a word, saying he just didn't have the chance. He grinned as the princess demanded to know if he had any idea how worried she'd been. John revealed that the Emperor and Prince Frederick had plotted to harm Princess Charlotte. They were most likely the ones who hired the assassins, and now neither of them will be able to run wild in the Empire. The main character decided to ask John what he thought of Killian now, suspect in the serial murder case of Princess Charlotte. That's a line from the original novel's prologue. They might even force Charlotte to marry Duke Killian, whether she liked it or not, or the engagement could be decided today. The main character pointed out that Duke Killian is a tough guy, been through military training and all. John asked if Duke Killian wasn't up north most of the time, meaning he couldn't have committed the crimes. But it was possible, since he's in the capital pretty often. Even on the day Marquis Breguet died, Duke Killian was at the debutante ball in the capital. The princess makes a good point, but then why would he murder the cook and the bakery owner? Charlotte knew perfectly well that the Duke was hostile towards her for some reason. The princess's gut told her that the Empress, Frederick, and especially Ren, were definitely not guilty in this. Out of the blue, John announced he'd do it. He offered to track Duke Killian's movements and check his alibi on the day of the incident. John vowed to protect the princess and not let the serial killer lay a hand on her. Right now, the main suspects, the Empress, Frederick, and Duke Killian, are holed up far from the Empire. The killer caught his first victim in a crowded downtown area. Neither the Empress nor Frederick would have picked a place like that. To be a noble's tutor in a conservative empire, you gotta meet certain requirements. Among the suspects are people whose meeting with the victim makes perfect sense, like her former employer. Still, there was a ton of evidence pointing to the Empress and Frederick as the guilty parties. There are also plenty of ways Duke Killian could be the one behind it all. Days later, James led the Imperial troops on a campaign to the tundra, taking a huge risk for nothing. The Empress and Frederick are in jail, waiting for sentencing, and whatever happens, they're getting kicked out of the Empire. Due to some crazy complications, the big national wedding that was supposed to be this winter is now bumped to spring. But it all worked out, because Ren was sweating it, worried he wouldn't have time to make the wedding perfect. Charlotte was stoked too, since it basically bought her more time before she kicks the bucket. The princess figured the Duke was struggling to visit every day, but he told her she was way off. Truth is, when Ren was chilling with the princess, he actually felt like he was getting better. Little did he know, every time they held hands, Charlotte was sneakily trying to heal him. Judging by her highness's expression, Duke Adler guessed she was trying to tell him something. The princess told Ren to only focus on the positive stuff. The Duke might not always be able to ditch his duties, but he promised he'd try his best. But then, Charlotte got all serious and told Ren to never even think about murder, even when he's super pissed. The guy was down to do whatever Charlotte wanted. He froze when the princess's hand touched his cheek. She started to slowly pull Ren's head towards her. He took the lead, pulling Princess Charlotte's face to his hand on the back of her head. But they were suddenly interrupted. Clark, the librarian, just popped up next to them. She ditched Ren and happily asked Clark how long it had been since they last saw each other. Turns out, the librarian was gone for ages, working on his dissertation and gathering data everywhere. Duke Adler cleared his throat, loud, trying to get some attention. He gave the guy a cold look and remarked that they seemed pretty close. Clark flinched under the guy's intense stare. The lead girl explained to the Duke that Clark gets support from the Imperial Library itself, so he's trustworthy. But out of nowhere, the guy bowed and told the princess he better head out first. And then he bolted, which made the Duke think Princess Charlotte has a lot of friends. Ren asked, annoyed, why she's being so formal with him when other people are around. Charlotte explained she's just thinking about him, that he might feel awkward if she called him that in front of others. Ren shot back that he's fine with it, he just doesn't like it when the princess is close to anyone else. Duke Killian, John Watson, and that librarian, none of them are exceptions. Alfred called it being possessive. Turns out, when Duke Adler heard James proposing to the princess, he thought he was gonna kill the dude. The main character told him to just forget about it. Ren added that if anyone tried to hurt the princess, he'd make them wish they were never born. Charlotte, flustered, replied that it wasn't necessary at all. The man pulled the princess's hand to him and kissed it. He explained that, in that sense, the princess was everything to him. So, from now on, Duke Adler only wanted Princess Charlotte to be nice to him. Like Ren said before, unlike the princess, he's pretty wary about her past. That's why he wanted Charlotte to only look at him. The main character decided to come clean too. When she said she didn't care about her man's past, she was lying. "Well, I'll be," Duke Adler said with a grin, arms spread wide. "That's actually pretty freaking awesome." He was totally messing with her right now. Rena found it kind of funny that the princess was tripping about something he said to Lady Victoria when he was 9. But he wanted Charlotte to keep worrying about him. And Ren? He'd just keep taking care of her, giving her everything he's got. The main character pulled back, all indignant, and asked if it was normal to just suddenly change like that. But the Duke explained that when you've got feelings, that kind of feeling is totally natural. Charlotte just wanted that moment to last forever. She was hoping moments like that would keep on coming. After that talk, the main character headed straight for the Imperial Palace Library. Clark said he would have definitely tried to help the princess if he'd been at the palace at the time, because the guy knew there was only one procedure that could reverse the Imperial Assembly's decision. It's a super old tradition, so hardly anyone knows about it. It was passed down by the 4 founders of the Asgard Empire. The initiation process is complicated, but anything's possible for the princess. Charlotte said that if anything like this happens again, she'll definitely ask for his help. Clark stepped away from the table and asked Her Highness to follow him. The guy led Charlotte to a place where only the most top-secret books are kept. Then he walked over to a bookshelf and pulled one out. Clark held out the Founder's Book to Her Highness and asked her to take it. This priceless edition contains the stories of the Empire's founders and a ton of legends about the country. This thing's got a crucial method for shutting down the Imperial Assembly. Just then, someone rang the bell out front. That meant we had a visitor in the library. The main character and Clark left the secret room, and the guy instantly perked up when he saw who it was. It was Madame Adler. The woman curtsied and greeted Princess Charlotte. Clark asked the madam how she was doing. Madame Adler confessed that she'd had to ask Duke Adler for access to the Imperial Palace today. So, this might be the last time she's here. Since the Empress originally granted her access to the library, she couldn't keep bothering Duke Adler. So, the main character decided to offer her help. The madam was stoked and called the princess super kind, but she couldn't bring herself to ask Her Highness for that, since it wasn't like she was planning anything huge. She just popped in to say hi to Clark. In that case, Charlotte said it was time for her to head back. Looking at the madam, the girl realized that she wasn't the kind one here. The madam was. Meanwhile, back at the Adler estate, Ren was in a seriously good mood. He decided to tell Alfred that buying Marquise Lionbach's bell tower was a brilliant idea. But the secretary didn't agree and thought it was the worst thing the Duke could have bought this year. The Duke said if he ever met a girl he fell for, he'd lend out the key. Alfred snapped. "Since when does Duke Adler crack jokes like that?" Ren pressed him, asking if his secretary had someone in mind, seeing as he hadn't dated anyone in 5 years. If he did, the Duke advised him to confess, because as soon as he did, he felt a huge weight lifted. The secretary asked, "Is your Grace seriously giving out relationship advice now?" He said he'd keep it in mind, but told the Duke that for now, he was happy just watching. Ren said coldly, "Don't tell me you're in love with your master's girl." If that were the case, Alfred would be signing his own death warrant. The secretary replied that it wasn't the princess, then turned and said he'd book a table at a private restaurant right away. But as Alfred left the Duke's office, his expression was filled with sorrow. Just like the Emperor said, Charlotte's got the green light to sit in on state meetings. And every week, she's been crushing it, showing off her management skills. So when she and Duke Adler finally went on that date, the girl was totally drained. Charlotte didn't even manage to catch a wink of sleep last night. She was buried in the agenda for the next meeting, 'cause Princess Camilla's coming back this week. She was stressing that her sister's gonna start throwing wrenches in the works again, but Ren swore it wouldn't happen. He personally got in touch with Princess Camilla about the Empress's situation and made her promise to lay off Charlotte. She thanked the Duke, 'cause now she's gonna have way fewer headaches. Ren grumbled again about her calling him Duke, and Charlotte grinned and said his name. No one would ever guess that the mighty Duke Adler would be so hung up on being called by his first name. This guy was so gorgeous, Charlotte was practically swooning. Ren's figure started to fade in her vision. The heroine jolted awake, snapping out of it. Turns out she'd dozed off and slept for a whole 30 minutes. Charlotte felt bad that Ren wasted so much time because of her, but he said it was funny, because she's super cute when she's asleep. Duke Adler's personality's been changing lately, 'cause usually Charlotte's the one doing the teasing. Ren reached out his hand towards her. He covered her eyes, then leaned in close, and then he traced his tongue along her lower lip. Charlotte stared at Ren, totally thrown, when he suddenly pulled back and told her to pretend like nothing just happened. The Duke just couldn't help himself. Meanwhile, over at the Imperial Palace, in the Emperor's office, officials were informing him that Prince Philip needed to attend the next State Assembly meeting, since usually it's just Princess Camilla and Princess Charlotte who show up. The Emperor was reminded that the heir to the throne hadn't been decided yet, so the prince needed to be there too. Surely His Majesty was aware of public sentiment regarding Princess Camilla in the Empire. Everyone thought she was a traitor to her own mother. Some even pitied the Empress. But the Emperor replied that even though Princess Camilla had lost the people's support, she still held her title. Princess Charlotte's been showing some serious skills lately. The official told the Emperor that people are starting to question Charlotte's right to rule, being part of the royal family and all. After all, Her Highness isn't the Empress's daughter, and legitimacy is everything when it comes to the royal family, especially since Princess Charlotte's biological mother was just a commoner. Hearing that, the Emperor slammed his fist on the table and warned the official to watch his mouth. If the Empress got overthrown because of that incident, it could affect the princes and princesses too. Frederick's out, Camilla's lost public support, Charlotte's vulnerable because of her background, which leaves Philip. The official begged the Emperor to see it as a genuine effort to strengthen the imperial family. Charlotte stayed out of the succession fight so far, but now she's getting noticed and might be a contender for the throne. It was only a matter of time before the conservatives started talking. Right now, Princess Charlotte's got only one way to prove she's got the right to rule. She's got to show off those supernatural powers that run in the imperial family. They say the Emperor was able to build the empire because of his abilities. The first Emperor was the chosen one, who could absorb the magic stone's power without any special training. After a while, chosen ones just stopped being born into the imperial family. Eventually, the Emperor gave up and asked for Philip to be invited to the National Assembly meeting. A few days later, at the National Assembly meeting, Prince Philip wondered if the National Assembly always had this kind of vibe. Camilla snapped at her brother, telling him to shut it or go back where he came from. If you ask the main character, this was already way too much. The National Assembly is now in session. Looks like Princess Charlotte's cooked up another one of her brilliant ideas. Marquis Lionbach just said that Princess Charlotte is a real natural when it comes to running the country. The main character got suspicious when the minister said, "You can always replace skill, but you can't replace legitimacy." Duke Adler suggested raising the base interest rate, just like Princess Charlotte proposed. They were about to adjourn the 25th session, but suddenly, Philip raised his hand and asked them to hold on. He wasn't sure what today's agenda was, but he thinks it went pretty well. But the prince also has something to say. It's a really important issue that needs to be discussed at the National Assembly. The Emperor frowned and asked Philip what was so important he needed to say. Turns out, the prince was about to officially claim Duke Adler's mining rights and seize them. A few weeks back, Duke Killian rolled up to Prince Philip's palace. His Highness was even surprised and asked why the Grand Duke decided to visit this dump. Since they were both busy, James cut to the chase and said he wanted to make a deal. But Philip doubted he could even deliver on his end of the bargain. The dark-haired dude asked the prince to speak out against the Adler family's mining rights at the State Assembly. The prince wasn't sure he could even be there, so James promised he'd take care of it. Philip quickly figured out that Duke Killian was just plain jealous of Duke Adler. Even so, the prince wasn't about to go against His Majesty's decision, so he turned the Duke down. But out of nowhere, James drops the bomb that the prince can get the throne, if he agrees to work with him. Turns out, that was part of the deal he made with the Empress. See, the agreement was, if James stayed out of the Charlotte thing, he'd help the remaining prince. Philip was totally lost, wondering why the Duke was even offering this. Duke Killian explained, if Princess Charlotte can't be his, then nobody gets her. Her fiancé, Duke Adler, will lose his power and go bankrupt, and the princess will be knocked out of the running for the throne, back to being a nobody. If James can't have her, then he's gonna drag her down to rock bottom, and all because he was in love with Charlotte. The Emperor started yelling at Philip, asking if he could even back up that statement. The prince just nodded and whipped out the proof. National contract law says certain businesses can't get support for more than 20 years. Experts agree the interpretation of national rights has been wrong this whole time. Charlotte wanted to know who he meant, and the prince explained the guy was already dead. Marquis d'Aoste told His Majesty that his secretary had been investigating the whole thing before he died. Sadly, that info never came out because of his sudden death. Marquis d'Aoste's secretary was the fourth victim in a series of murders. If that guy were alive, this would have been figured out sooner, and the rights would have gone to someone else. The Emperor stood up and said there's no way we can jump to a conclusion this fast. So the meeting ended and everyone split. The main girl and Duke Adler were left alone together. Charlotte was dead certain there had to be a way to protect those mining rights. Ren's gotta be freaking out, since mining is his family's bread and butter. But the guy swore to the princess he'd do everything to protect it. The heroes joined hands, and Charlotte promised to find a way too. First thing she did was try to talk to Clark, but turns out the librarian's been on vacation for days. So, the princess grabbed a couple of books, hoping to figure something out. But all she could think about was how the Adler family clearly benefited from Marquis d'Aoste's secretary's death. You gotta wonder if that's just a coincidence. Walking past the ministers, John overheard them talking about those mining rights. The princess revealed that Prince Philip had declared they needed to take the mining rights away from the Adler family. And the proof? A note written by serial killer victim number 4, right before they died. Getting serious, John told the princess about the rumors swirling around about her, even outside the palace walls. Lately, support for the princess among the common folk has really taken off. Because she actually pays attention to politics, a lot of respected nobles are backing her too. But some people are starting to make noise, saying the princess isn't actually the empress's daughter. Now, Charlotte understood why the ministers were bringing up all that weird stuff. Not that the princess cared all that much, seeing as she wasn't obsessed with grabbing the throne. She was just a little worried that a total idiot like Philip might end up running the show. John didn't know much about politics, but he was convinced that Princess Charlotte was a truly great person. That's why he wanted Her Highness to prove that where you come from doesn't matter. Because Charlotte deserves the throne more than anyone else. The first victim worked at Adler's estate and might have been supplying the poison. The second victim was the head chef the Empress recommended, but his food almost gave Wren a seizure. The bakery owner was the third victim, but she didn't buy any sugar or spices. Victim 4, Marquis Dost's secretary, was pushing to strip the Adler family of their mining rights. And the fifth victim, Commander Cortina, had a falling out with Duke Adler right before he died. Put it all together, and Wren looks like the prime suspect. Except the bakery owner has no connection to the Duke, and because of her, Charlotte couldn't accuse him. A maid walked in and announced that Duke Adler had arrived to see the princess. Wren said that Marquis Dost would definitely twist everything to make him look bad. All right, gotta find some other ways to do this. Duke Adler said he and Alfred spent all day looking, but it's just too damn hard. If this keeps up, they'll take away the mining rights, and Wren could end up losing the princess. The main girl cupped the Duke's face in her hands and reminded him that he said he'd never give her up. Wren said they already demanded the duchy's debt be paid today. They'll freeze the income, and he'll be broke. The princess piped up, all excited. Said she could help too. A warm smile spread across the Duke's face. Even in the darkest times, they'll laugh together and have each other's backs. Charlotte was sure this was Killian's doing, that he made a deal with Philip before he left for Tundra. If Killian's behind this, then while he's gone, there won't be any more victims. So we gotta sort out this mining issue. The princess suddenly spotted a book about the founders. It contained the nation's founders' stories and crucial methods for neutralizing Imperial Assembly treaties. The next day, the princess arrived at Duke Adler's residence to share the method she'd found. But the butler said, "Your Highness, the Duke's with a doctor right now. He's been visiting the estate a lot lately." The princess had no choice but to wait. Through the window, she noticed the gardeners. They were pruning the flowers, the very ones Duke Adler had once given her. He'd told her he got them from the garden, so she decided to take a closer look. The gardeners greeted the princess with smiles. One of them handed Charlotte an unusual flower called wolfsbane. Back in the harbor town where he lived, they also called that thing a helmet flower. Remembering something, the main character asked where you could use that flower. But that's when John showed up. That totally threw the princess for a loop. She froze solid when John told her they just found a sixth victim, the Imperial librarian, Clark. Hearing that, her legs gave out and she crumpled to the floor. John jumped to the princess's side and told the butler to get the duchy's physician. She couldn't let that happen, so the main character refused and blurted out that she had to go. And just like that, the princess took off in a carriage. John explained that Clark was found in his garden this morning. Estimated time of death is 2 or 3 days ago. He lives alone. His family said they hadn't been able to reach him for days, so they went looking for him. The heroes headed to the crime scene, which was off limits to the public. But the cop sure wasn't expecting to see John Watson there. The guy explained Princess Charlotte was with him, that she was really close to the victim and wanted to see for herself. Technically, that's against the rules, but the cop let them in anyway. Stepping into the garden, they immediately spotted the corpse, covered by a white sheet. The main character froze, and her eyes went wide with disbelief. John pulled back the sheet, and the heroes got a good look at Clark's lifeless body. Charlotte's body started trembling, but she knew this wasn't the time to give in to grief. So, she pointed out that this time, the poison was made to look like strangulation. The killer came as a guest, because there are water glass rings on the tablecloth. The perp poisoned Clark's drink, then ditched the tainted cup before splitting. But it wasn't cyanide, because the governess who supplied it is dead, and the stash is long gone. So if it ain't cyanide, then it's gotta be aconite. The main character remembered the Duke's words at the ball about how she smelled like some jerk, and it made him want to kill her. Plus, the guy said he didn't like the princess being close to anyone but him, and that includes the librarian. John had never even heard of the plant, so he was stumped on where the serial killer was getting the poison. The main girl blankly said that it grows in the Duke Adler estate's garden. She'd heard that a doctor had been visiting the Duke's mansion and meeting with Duke Adler for a while now. The empresses, Frederica, and even Killian are gone now, but the murder still happened. Emotions should never be part of an investigation. but the heroine's love turned this case into a romance. Suddenly, Charlotte overheard people talking at the next table about all the rumors flying around Novid lately. Word is, Duke Adler's about to marry his enemy's daughter. The latest buzz in Novid is that His Majesty the Emperor offed the previous Duke Adler. The Emperor probably decided to marry his daughter off to the traitor's son, because there's something in it for him. Charlotte figured Duke Adler had to know about this, since people are blabbing about it in the streets. The main character remembered a saying the Duke had told her, so Princess Charlotte's death back then would have been a pretty solid motive for Duke Adler. When the heroine got back to her palace, Martha told her that Duke Adler had been by a couple of times that morning. You collapsed in the palace and left without a word, so Duke Adler started freaking out about it. Even now, he's been waiting outside the palace for a while. But the main girl said she can't meet with him right now, so she told Martha to tell Duke Adler to head back to his estate, and the girl had to obey. The maid left, and Charlotte was alone with Duke Adler again. The main character decided to ask the knight if he thinks Duke Adler's the real culprit. He had access to both poisons used in the crime, and he had a motive too. He graduated from military school, so he definitely could have used the Cortina knot. The main girl got up, and since the rain was getting heavier, the princess told John to go home. But suddenly, the main character's eyes widened. Duke Adler was still standing outside, so the main character told John to double-check their findings one last time. There are still too many holes to definitively link Duke Adler to the murders. Apparently, the Duke knew absolutely nothing about the third victim, the bakery owner. And the Duke had no reason to kill Clark either. John countered with jealousy can make guys do crazy stuff. But the main character reminded him about the circular cup stains on the garden tablecloth. If some high-ranking nobleman you're not close to comes to visit, you'd receive him inside the house. Regarding the chef, Salto, John couldn't see how a steak order could be a motive for murder. Suddenly, the main character had a flash of insight. She asked John who might have known Chef Salto really well. The answer she got was that it could be palace chefs, since a lot of famous chefs know each other. Charlotte told the servants to summon the imperial chef immediately. Michelle started as sous chef, but got promoted to head chef after the last one got executed. The guy said no one could touch Chef Salto when it came to working with beef. On the Empress's recommendation, he could have worked in the imperial palace, but he changed his mind at the last minute. He was reluctant to talk about himself, so practically nobody knows his personal story. According to another chef who once drank with him, he didn't become an imperialist. The imperial chef heard that Chef Salto's hometown is Cortina. Charlotte asked, confused, if the Empress recommended someone from Cortina for a position in the imperial palace. The man explained that the Empress and Chef Salto have known each other from way back, because someone introduced them. That's Grand Duchess Adler, Duke Adler's stepmother. Finally, everything's clicking into place. The governess, our first victim, and the cook, the second, were in cahoots with the real killer. The governess supplied the poison, and the cook was a backup plan. The killer offed them both to cover their tracks. Madame Adler recommended a cook named Salto and Cortina to the Empress. She knew about Ren's fear of blood, and she's the one who suggested Salto's restaurant as a great place for lunch. It's not normal for a cook to change a dish for a client without asking, especially when we're talking about VIPs. There has to be a reason, and Madame Adler was the one giving the cook instructions. To test Ren's reaction, Charlotte heard Madame Adler did a lot of charity work, so she could have met the third victim that way. The Cortina knot, a spy from Cortina, and the Madame is also from Cortina. So, the main character finally knows the truth. Duke Adler was caught off guard when the door suddenly burst open and Princess Charlotte came running out. The main character buried her face in Ren's chest and apologized. Then, she demanded to know why he didn't come back inside, and instead stood there in the rain. Ren replied he just wanted to wait for her, but she exclaimed, what if she hadn't come out at all? This morning, the princess suddenly vanished from the duchy estate. Ren didn't want to bump into her at that time. He'd heard those rumors about His Majesty the Emperor assassinating his father. Seeing Charlotte's reaction, the man's brow furrowed because he realized she'd heard them too. If it's true, Ren has every right to hate her and the Emperor. The Duke said they traced the rumors back to some street bums and found out someone was deliberately spreading them. In other words, it's all BS to drive a wedge between them. But they haven't ID'd the mastermind yet. Charlotte buried her face in her guy's chest again and apologized for leaving him standing in the rain. Ren gently touched her cheek and pointed out that her eyes were all puffy. He was going to tell her to get to the princess's palace ASAP. But suddenly, the main girl yanked his face down. Charlotte kissed him right there in the rain. Then she pulled back and with a smile, confessed her love for Ren. The dude smiled back and said those were the most beautiful eyes he'd ever heard. After that, our heroes made out again. Once they'd had their fill for the moment, Charlotte suggested the Duke stay at the princess's palace tonight. First thing Ren did was hop in the tub to warm up and not catch a cold. Then the main character parked him right in front of her on the bed. Princess Charlotte, all serious, told Ren he needed to brace himself for what she was about to say. Little did she know, the dude had been prepping for this for months, even read a couple of romance novels. As soon as he said he was ready, the princess dropped the bomb. Lady Adler was probably a serial killer. Ren clearly wasn't expecting that, because he was totally floored. The main character repeated that Lady Adler had 6 kills under her belt, and she offed the Imperial Librarian too. The Duke mentioned that his stepmother hadn't been seen at the estate for 2 days now. Even that day, the stepmom took off somewhere, and Ren had to slum it in a public carriage to get to the prison. After letting that sink in a bit, the blonde guy asked what the hell her motive was. Turns out, it all came down to the duchy's mines and the magic stones. Mining and distributing those magic stones needs specific conditions to work. If you factor everything in, you can bet they'll be cranking out a ton of these stones within the year. Statistically, there are coordinates where the magic stones will be mined. And right now, Duke Adler's mine is sitting right on top of them. This serial killer's endgame is taking down the whole empire. And for that, they need those mining rights. That's why Madame Adler iced Marquis d'Aust's secretary. He was pushing to cancel the mining rights. And then she offed Clark before his article dropped, because she didn't want anyone finding out about the magic stones. But we still don't have solid proof to pin it on the madam, so we need to check out the estate. Ren said his stepmom will be gone for a few more days, so the estate will be totally empty tomorrow. I gotta admit, at first I thought you were the one behind all this. That's why I acted so carefree at first, to figure out if the Duke was the killer and prove it. Hearing that shocking confession, Ren dropped to his knees in front of the princess. That hit him harder than finding out his stepmother was a murderer. The main character swore that she genuinely liked Ren now, even though that definitely wasn't the case at first. The guy realized that love at first sight had been a lie too. Suddenly, Ren yanked the main character close to him, and then he held her tight. The guy confessed that he'd fallen for her the second he saw her. From the moment Ren laid eyes on the princess, he pretty much knew it was love. The main character explained that she'd been terrified the whole time that the Duke would be disappointed in her. The next day, the heroes headed to the Adler family estate, and the Duke told the servants he wanted some alone time with the princess. Alfred got pissed when he realized that meant him too. The lovebirds got all clingy and mumbled about wanting some alone time, and they'd deal with the mines later. Ren coldly told the secretary not to make him repeat himself. Before leaving, Alfred said they were definitely discussing those mineral resources again in 3 hours. After searching the estate for an hour, the heroes found absolutely nothing. Not really surprising, considering they were dealing with a guy who wiped out 6 people without a trace. Suddenly, they heard a bell ring, and then they saw Blair at the gates. Duke Adler had completely forgotten about his sister, so he hurried to unlock the gates. He explained to Blair that he and the princess had some business to take care of, so he gave the servants the day off. The Duke's sister heard footsteps coming up behind her, then a soft moan, and crimson blood stained the asphalt. It all happened too fast. The heroes didn't immediately realize Blair was being kidnapped. As the girl was grabbed, Charlotte immediately screamed for Ren to open the gates. Quick! But the kidnappers were already way ahead of them. They were headed straight for the carriage. The Duke knew they couldn't let the criminals reach it, so he sped up. Suddenly, someone shot the coachman right in the shoulder. It was John Watson, emerging from the shadows of a tree. The mercenary pressed the gun to Blair's head and ordered them to drop their weapons, or the girl dies. Duke Adler said not to do anything rash, and he might spare his life. But the crook shot back. He wasn't the only one packing heat. Just then, the horses reared up right in front of the kidnappers. It would have been all over if John Watson hadn't shown up at the last second to save Blair from certain death. A little while later, Ren's sister passed out from the sheer shock of it all. Duke Adler thanked John for saving his sister's life. Only now did the main girl realize with horror that there was blood everywhere, and the air reeked of metal. But Ren replied he was fine, since he got treated when he called for the medic. Now the main girl understood. That was the medic from when she first arrived at the estate, and she totally misread the situation. The man nodded and added, "The days when he couldn't protect the princess were over." The 2 kidnappers were completely speechless, and only the coachman looked like he was in bad shape. The main character turned to the guys and told them everything was cool, but to try not to freak out too much. She went over to the driver and used some healing magic on him. The men froze, stunned when they saw the bright golden light. Now they knew that Her Highness Charlotte had the imperial family's power. The main character explained that she hadn't told anyone yet because she didn't want it to become public knowledge. The coachman let out a soft groan and started coughing up blood. Charlotte immediately said that if the guy told her everything, she'd save his life and guarantee his safety. Now the hero doesn't have to worry about anyone messing with him. Ren froze when the mercenary revealed that Moriarty was behind the hit. The Duke explained with a pang. That was his mom's maiden name. John wanted to be sure. Wasn't that the Moriarty who's a Cortinian spy? The coachman confirmed it, then suddenly got another coughing fit, blood everywhere. Then the guy spilled that Moriarty asked him to fake Blair's kidnapping with a ransom demand. Then off her. It'd be awesome if this driver testified in court, because that'd be key evidence for the whole case. Suddenly, our girl got super dizzy and started falling, feeling weak all over. Duke Adler rushed over to her, freaking out, saying she should stop using her magic. Except the coachman just got worse. The witness who could have exposed everything was now dead. After coming to, the heroine shot straight up in bed. John and Wren snapped to attention when they saw Princess Charlotte finally coming around after passing out. The Duke explained she'd been trying to save the coachman and fainted, and Martha's taking care of Blair in another room now. Too bad they couldn't save the key witness. The main character didn't have enough juice to save the guy, since the magic stone was unstable. John said that back when he was serving in Cortina, an informant helped him out, and that's how he found out about the agent. But it looks like the Cortina folks got wise to him, because that informant got caught and roughed up. The knight figured Moriarty had already bolted, but Charlotte was sure that woman wouldn't back down that easily. If that's the case, first they've got to stop the magic stone from getting to Cortina, which means getting the mining rights back. Just then, Martha barged into the room, no manners whatsoever. She said Prince Philip had passed out cold. Rumor has it he collapsed during a walk, and now his palace is in total chaos. It could have been Moriarty's doing, so Charlotte said she needs to head to the prince's palace, like right now. Philip was lying motionless in bed, and the emperor was sitting beside him. The princess asked her father what happened to her brother, and His Majesty explained he fainted in the carriage on the way back from a stroll. His Highness's secretary said his heart was racing and his body was going numb even before the prince got into the carriage. The symptoms described are indicative of aconitine poisoning, the same poison that killed Clark. Members of the imperial family are prepared for poison resistance from childhood, so Philip would need a massive dose. Just as Charlotte thought Moriarty might have screwed up, a realization hit her. Now she understood everything and mentally promised Philip she'd save him just a little later. The Emperor and the main character left Prince Philip's palace together. Charlotte called out to the Emperor. She told him it was time for her birthday present, reminding him about the one wish her father promised. The Emperor agreed to keep his promise, as long as it was reasonable, and Charlotte agreed to explain everything at the Imperial Palace. Now, the princess wouldn't let things go the way Moriarty planned. The next day, at the National Assembly, the reason Charlotte gathered everyone was for a special resolution to extend the Adler family's mining rights. According to the founder's decree, if over 3/4 of the ministers agree, it takes precedence. Charlotte mentally thanked Clark, because she was now using the methods he advised. Wren stated that the Adler family had contributed to the empire's development through mining and possessed vast experience. The princess added that suddenly enforcing the law could break trust and create chaos in the empire. Look, right now the ministers care more about showing support for Prince Philip and Killian than getting rights. Marquis Dost called for a vote, betting there wouldn't be enough votes to pass. But the main character asked them to hold up, because they were still one person short. That person is Prince Philip. It's gotta be done by the founder's rules. Since Prince Philip's an official member of the council, Charlotte wondered out loud how they were gonna get him there when he's out cold. So she suggested they go to him personally. The healer said Prince Philip's life isn't in danger, but he's still not out of the woods yet. The ministers were shocked when Her Highness walked up to the bed. Wren came up behind her, worried, and told his girl not to push herself too hard. The heroine held out her hand in front of the prince, and golden light just flooded the room, blinding everyone. It was obvious what that meant. Once he came to, Prince Philip asked where he was. Everyone in the room, except the Emperor and Duke Adler, dropped to their knees before the heroine. Charlotte turned to her father and told him this was the proof she was talking about. Before long, the meeting started up again. Some of the ministers were crying tears of joy, seeing the imperial family's power with their own eyes. Any questions about Princess Charlotte's legitimacy? Gone. Just then, the secretary burst into the hall. He announced that urgent news had arrived from the tundra. Duke Killian's army is retreating after a crushing defeat, and we don't even know if the commander's alive. After the vote, the Emperor ordered an immediate war council. The only sound was the scratching of the pen. The secretary's news didn't exactly set off any alarms. Finally, the vote's done. Every single state minister signed their names on the ballots. The result's in, and according to it, the Adler family's mining rights are officially expanded. Our heroes pulled it off. The vote was unanimous, and everyone, including Philip, signed their names, showing complete support for Charlotte. Soon after the vote, Duke Killian's supporters were too scared to even show their faces. Proof of legitimacy in the form of the imperial family's power turned out to be too much. Moriarty's still on the loose, though, so Duke Adler suggested putting a bounty on her head for his darling. Still no leads, which makes that impossible. They gotta tread carefully now, because there's a good chance Wren gets framed for this. The guy nodded and said he'd head back to the Imperial Palace and finish up what he was doing. The princess went to meet up with Blair. If it weren't for that whole mess, they could have become a family today. The wedding got pushed back, because the Empress got overthrown. But if everything went smooth, she'd be marrying Ren right now. And this was the day Charlotte was supposed to die, being the serial killer's last victim in the original timeline. Just then, Alfred walked into the room. He told the princess that Duke Adler had something prepared for her and asked to escort Her Highness to the tower in the square. Blair was totally hyped, thinking it was some kind of special surprise, since it was supposed to be her wedding day. Before long, they rolled up to the spot. This was the exact place where Charlotte and Ren watched the fireworks at the night market. Only, standing right at the top wasn't the dude Alfred said it would be. Moriarty grinned and said, "Finally, we meet." Alfred was the one who asked the princess to come up, so the main character was floored, asking what the hell the madame did to him. The woman laughed it up and said that Alfie was her partner, who's totally devoted to her. In other words, these two had been working together the whole damn time. Moriarty grabbed the princess roughly and ordered her not to even think about running. Then she shoved Her Highness against the tower railing. Charlotte was all, "Is this all about the magic stones?" And the woman confirmed it, thanking her for renewing her license. Moriarty decided to tell the princess how everything she cared about would suffer in the future. But the main character shot back, saying there were already people who knew Madame Adler's true identity. The woman just laughed and called the princess a fool, because they're planning on framing Duke Adler as the serial killer, since she can hardly strangle anyone. Moriarty was actually poisoning the victims, then making it look like strangulation. But those dumb investigators didn't catch on. Except there's someone alive who can confirm Duke Adler's the one responsible. The main character realized Moriarty was planning to frame Ren using Alfred, which is why she went to so much trouble. Duke Adler was supposed to live until the magic stones grew, and ended up in Moriarty's hands. Except James was the wrench in the works, and the fact that they managed to find the underground tunnels. So Moriarty got rid of the guy, and now she's gonna ice the princess so when Alfie brings the Duke, he finds a corpse. And then Alfred will testify that the Duke offed the princess to avenge his old man. After the Duke vanishes, Sweet Blair will have a nasty accident, and that'll be the perfect ending for a serial killer. Charlotte decided to ask why Moriarty decided to kill the owner of Small's Bakery. Turns out the woman was a mage, who'd been around since back when magic stones were a dime a dozen. Moriarty pulled out a bag and explained that having someone like that in a hostile country wasn't a good look. The second the criminal opened the little bag, the main character felt a sharp weakness all over. Madame said the princess wouldn't even have to take poison, since she's allergic to peaches, so she cooked up a powder. All the spots for meeting Ren were booked by Alfred, so that fact got around real quick. The main character smirked and unleashed the Imperial family's power. Except this time, for some reason, it didn't work, and all the symptoms started coming back fast. Moriarty pulled out the magic stone she got from the baker, and explained its power could absorb the magic from a flawed stone. Even though the princess was already dying from the allergy, the woman still grabbed the rope and said she'd do things the old-fashioned way. After tying the rope around the princess's neck, Moriarty said she always thought she was an idiot, but the princess was something else. With her last bit of strength, Charlotte yelled that they could come in now. Right then, armed knights burst in and told Lady Adler to get her hands off the princess now. Moriarty froze, seeing the Imperial guards. Duke Adler followed them in and announced that if one hair on his fiancée's head was harmed, he'd show no mercy. The main character smirked and thanked Moriarty for her help with the investigation. Suspicion started when Alfred snuck into Princess Charlotte's room the day before the royal gathering. A regular secretary wouldn't have slipped past the Emperor's trained soldiers. Second, the umbrella with that knot. Alfred probably always tied it, but he never served in any military school. What really clinched it was Prince Philip, poisoned with aconitine, and Alfred probably screwed up the dosage when he did it. Seeing the princess knew it was all true, and used her right of creation as an excuse to meet with the Emperor alone. That's when Charlotte told her father that Cortina was getting ready to invade the Empire using the magic stone. And behind it all is the Duchess Adler. Charlotte also told the Emperor about her healing abilities, which she was going to demonstrate tomorrow at the assembly. That's why the princess wanted the authority to command the Emperor's personal guard. When Alfred said the Duke was expecting the princess at the tower, the main character realized Moriarty wanted her dead. So before leaving, the main character gave Martha a note and asked her to give it to Duke Adler and John. The note said she'd meet Moriarty, but the Duke had to lead the guard and wait below the tower. They even prepped a court reporter to get every juicy detail of her confession. Back to the present, John shows up with Alfred tied up and tells Moriarty to just give it up. But the dame shoves a blade to the princess's throat and yells she'll kill her if they come any closer. Right then and there, Duke Adler, without hesitation, shoots his ex-secretary in the leg, and then he coldly asks the woman how long she thinks Alfred can hold out. Moriarty, her voice shaking, blurts out that she doesn't give a damn about that guy. He was just a tool. Alfred stares at the woman he loves, completely stunned. The woman froze the second their eyes met. Then, a tired smile crept onto her lips, because Moriarty knew she wasn't getting out of this alive, no matter what. Out of nowhere, she squeezed the princess tighter and started leaning back. Duke Adler freaked when he realized exactly what Moriarty was about to do. If the spy ends her life like this, she'll inflict maximum pain on the Adler dukedom, putting an end to it all. After the heroines went tumbling down, the magic stone fell out after them. The main character miraculously managed to catch it. Princess Charlotte's body started glowing with a bright golden light, and the young woman herself levitated in the air. But Moriarty didn't manage to grab onto her and went plummeting down. Suddenly, the magic stone's power shut off, and the main character started falling anyway. Only this time, a hand managed to grab her. It was Duke Adler. John Watson was back there, doing everything he could to hold him back. In the end, they managed to save the princess from certain death. Duke Adler flipped, grabbed Princess Charlotte's face, and yelled about why she had to get involved in such a dangerous situation. All she did was pass him a lousy note. John agreed with the Duke and thought Her Highness deserved to be punished for this. It was way harsh of the princess to make them wait until they got a confession from the killer. Charlotte snapped, saying if she'd told them the truth, they both would have been against it and nothing would have worked. Wren held his girl tight and begged her to never put herself in danger like that again. Moriarty died almost instantly after falling from the tower, even though the main character didn't want it to end like that. When Alfred saw his love fall, he was in shock and totally blacked out. The main character healed him with the magic stone's power, and now the Duke Adler's former secretary is going to be a key witness. A few days went by, and every newspaper in the Empire, even the trashy ones, were talking about Charlotte and Wren non-stop. At the first meeting after the incident, the consensus was that Cartain needed to face the music for what happened. Now, the main character was all in, saying the Empire had to change so another Moriarty never shows up again. The Emperor surprisingly got everyone on board with the princess's plan, because he loved Asgard more than anything. Finally, John Watson was getting the recognition he deserved. Wren went hard, confirming that John was the real winner of the hunting tournament, and that he was unfairly kicked off duty because of corruption. So, the Emperor decided to reward the knight and grant him any wish as a prize for winning the competition. John took the opportunity and turned down guarding Charlotte, opting to go back to the Imperial Army instead. After the Empire's army got clobbered in that tundra expedition, they limped back looking like total garbage. Duke Killian, who barely escaped with his skin, lost his men and supplies, and got arrested the second he hit the palace. He told Princess Charlotte, "You can't just throw the commander in the slammer," because the mission went south. But that wasn't the real deal, so James figured the princess was pissed because he'd questioned if she was the rightful heir. That's when the main character chucked a letter at him and asked what the great Duke Killian had to say about that. It was a letter from the former empress exposing James, saying he knew who attacked the princess but covered it up. Duke Killian raised his voice, saying falling in love isn't a crime. The main character agreed, except everything James did while he was head over heels totally qualifies as a crime. A few days later, Charlotte whined, because Duke Adler almost bought her 7 freaking wedding dresses. Blair chuckled quietly and said her brothers changed a whole lot since he fell in love. Since they brought it up, the main character decided to ask her friend how things were going with that dude. The day Blair almost got snatched, she straight up told John she'd been head over heels for him since day one. The brunette choked on air when he heard that. The dude went red when the Duke Adler's sister just flat out proposed to him. Blair ended up getting rejected right then and there. But forgetting a guy like John ain't gonna be easy, so Charlotte was betting she wouldn't give up. The blonde decided to drop a hunch on Her Highness. Her brother was definitely cooking something up. Most likely a proposal, because they were just betrothed by imperial decree before that. Even if it's a political marriage, you gotta propose. It's a big deal in the Empire. Wren probably thinks he's being slick, but Blair saw right through him. So, Princess Charlotte should expect something special now. Just as she figured, the main character got a letter from Duke Adler pretty quick. In it, the guy said he wanted to talk, so he'd personally swing by for Princess Charlotte at 6 o'clock. Right on time, Wren was already standing outside the princess's castle. The main character assumed they'd be heading to the Lionbach Tower, since that place held all their memories. But they ended up somewhere totally different. Charlotte was taken aback. It was just a regular forest. Remembering all the disastrous dates Wren set up in the past, she figured this was going to be something similar. All her excitement just vanished. But the princess decided not to jump to conclusions, because getting too upset would be kinda weird. They finally made it to the spot. Charlotte froze, staring at the sheer number of magic stones. Wren explained that the mine belonged to the duchy, and they managed to complete the excavation right at the point where the magic stones were growing. Grinning excitedly, The princess thanked him for bringing her to see this spectacle. But the Duke didn't just bring her here to show her this. He dropped to one knee and asked Princess Charlotte to marry him. There's no one more precious to him than Charlotte, so he's ready to give her his heart and all the magic stones that are here. The main character happily hugged her beloved and, of course, accepted his proposal. Time passed. The flower-blooming season arrived, and under a light breeze, the Empire celebrated a national wedding for the first time in a long time. The heroine and Duke Adler were decked out in their wedding gear. After the official ceremony, it was time for the reception. During their first dance, Ren leaned in and asked the princess when she fell for him. Grinning like crazy, the heroine told him it was love at first sight. The newlyweds kissed, soaking it all in, knowing a happy and joyful future together lay ahead.